clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Novolo into the great for them. Sebi now in the dust. Will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal.
I can't believe the day is finally here. It's the final day of the finals of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Spring 2022 season. Now, at the end of the day, we're going to have our champions, but we're also going to have our 8 representatives going into the European regionals kicking off over in May. I'm Jason Kaplan, I'm your host, and we love to hear what you guys have to say, and also have to remind you at the end of the show, well, I think in the middle of the show, actually, we have our special monster challenge between Max Men and Kalaris. Who can drink their monster energy in the weirdest way? You can obviously let us know down here below what you think they're going to be drinking it out of. I personally have no clue, but I'm very excited, like you guys should be. And also 2 men who are hopefully excited as well here to be in the final day of the show. It's Max Men and Kalaris going to be joining me here to break everything down across the entire event and, of course, across this last day. Gentlemen, we've had an interesting rise out of some teams here, TJB in particular. We've had a fall out of some other teams, but it all comes down to this. This is when that pressure really becomes insurmountable for some teams and turns you from coal into diamonds.
Yeah. That's the quote. That's the quote right there, Jason. Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of teams at the bottom, as you said, right? That still potentially have a chance to make it back up there. So it could be one good game. That could be the difference between you not making it to the championship and you making it in top 8. So literally, even if you're out towards the bottom of the rankings, there's still a chance. So I want to see the teams give it their all here.
Yeah, and especially since I think throughout the entire tournament, we almost thought that the championship would be a foregone conclusion. However, going into the last day, it is absolutely not for these next 6 games coming.
I believe there's like a 2-point difference between 8th and 9th place, and that's that bubble point of determining if you make it through to the finals or not. But before we could jump into that, I mentioned it before, maybe you 2 gentlemen here can give us a slight hint of how you're going to drink your monster, because they are our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. Max Man, you mentioned electricity before, so I'll let that be your spoiler. Kalaris, we've heard absolutely nothing about how you're going to drink your monster, so give us a little bit of a tidbit.
Me being the king of Krakow here in Poland, I'm going to show you some of the trophies and trinkets that I have accumulated throughout my life here.
Oh, okay, soft flex. Okay, I see what we're doing here. Okay.
All right. You know, I'm flashing back to his guitar championship back in England with his long hair, looking like Nickelback. You could also think of, drummer. Okay, there you go. Also think of the black eye you had, and yeah, there's a lot of things that we could really imagine here. There's a lot of potential.
Show that picture at some point now.
I think Max has it ready. Max, can you cut to it?
Oh, I think I don't know if I go, but we'll get it ready.
I was expecting you to. All right, let's take a look at our overalls though. For you guys at home who have been unfamiliar with how things have shaped up here in our first 2 days, and well, now our final day of play, you can see TJB out of nowhere, gentlemen. Looking like the team that we expected coming to the event. It took about 4 weeks of time for them to get there, but I think we're all happy to see them finally arrive.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. And I was talking with the coach, Joy Boy, and how the team was able to train before this event. And they did say that at the start, on the first 3 weeks, they're mainly looking at Lingex and Langzi and how they were not able to merge with the team correctly, doing a lot of mistakes because they were, for the first time, playing against professional players, right? And that's why they really struggled in the first 3 weeks. But 3 weeks, that's ample opportunities, ample time, and ample games to be able to improve on that special aspect. And we saw them, especially yesterday, right? Kalaris pop off, Lengzi in particular, get that clutch finish versus PENTA on that Sanhok game to get the win. This is a TJB that's a lot more prepared, there's a lot more synergy now, and that has the capabilities to rise at the top and hopefully remain in first place.
We've seen some good consistency from some of these teams in the tournament so far, but TJB through rounds 4 through 8, and I mean, you can even count 9 and 10 if you really want to talk about it. 4th, 2nd, 1st, then we get to an 8th, but then a 2nd straight away after it. This is a team now that has come into their own. This roster has the chops to be able to take it all the way now at this point.
What makes it so impressive is the fact that we've had no team being able to challenge up against the likes of our 2nd place team currently, which is very odd for them considering they're first the entire way through the season. Game Lord, this team, I mean, they're not doing bad, right? They still have like a 22-point lead over 3rd place. They're still going to be guaranteed through into the European regionals. but they've definitely not hit their stride quite as heavily as they did in the season.
Yeah.
I think, Max, quite honestly, I think Game Lord feels a bit sucker punched right now. When you look at these overall leaderboards, right? Look at how far they're ahead of third place, 132 points to 110. If it weren't for TJB all of a sudden finding this form, finding this consistency, I think Game Lord would be head and shoulders above the rest. But because TJB has all of a sudden had this spurt, I think Game Lord has got to be feeling a little bit blindsided by what we've seen here over these last 2 days, and they've got to recover from it today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit unexpected, I would say, for Game Lord, right? TJB able to overtake them in day 2, FTY for Romanian Men being the 2 teams right below them. Like, this is definitely not top of the table they were expecting, and I think that does come as a surprise. But I did ask, Akashi, like, how are you guys feeling going into today? And he said, we have a weird feeling of wanting to overtake TJB, which, you know what, valid, that's completely valid. So I think that's going to be their goal here, and it's not even, I think it is going to be their goal here to overtake TJB, but they are fuming. They're ready to go.
Well, that is a very scary sight, considering Game Lord is a very, very strong team. But as we look down the rest of this first page, before we go to second, we can notice, though, if we talk about the difference, Colars, between second and third of 22 points, the difference between third and eighth is just 11 points. That's a lot of prize money that could be won out of any of these teams, and we know the bubble is only a 2-point difference. So in reality, we could see this third through eighth place change quite drastically.
Yeah, it's absolutely not secure for any of those teams right now if you want to be moving on into the next phase. And for these teams, they've got to pull up their socks and get to booting, because we have got to see some good shooting when it comes to these next 6 games from these guys. I don't even know where that came from. That was just...
You know what? I don't know if you can hear us through the microphone, but I'll give you a round of applause. That was good.
I want that on my tombstone. That's good. That's a good point.
But you're very right, and it's going to come down to this for all these teams. I mean, Giants, a pleasant surprise across the entire season so far with how they've been able to do, especially towards like the middle to latter half of the season. PENTA as well, a team that really surprises after just tanking things in that first week down towards the bottom of the overall Super Weekends. Eastern Stars, I'd say maybe a little bit of a letdown so far, but they did look much better yesterday. They've been able to break through in the top 8. And the same for Big, really well done in the first day of play. They were, I think, first place, and they've fallen down to 8. They had a real struggle yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit of a fall off, unfortunately, for Big. Not sure what's really happening, but they, as we say, coming into these finals, right, they try and go for a very aggressive playstyle in the league stage. They try to change things up, but changing things up in a final can be a risk here, Jason. So they try to go for it, and it didn't quite work out in day 2.
Well, there you can see a 2-point difference between Big and Real Tigers 9 UK. However, there's another team in there that we never would expect it. We'll dive into them a little bit more. XTEAM in 10th place at 97 points as well. 87 down for Collision. I'm looking at, maybe 9th through 11th. I think maybe 12th is a little bit rough. However, Super Young roster, we know they can pop off, and then the Unicorns of Love, I don't know how to feel about them.
Right.
But we're seeing those teams in real contention for that 8th place if other teams don't have these big days down towards the very bottom of the leaderboard.
For me, aside from XTEAM, which of course, as you say, we're going to talk about a little later on, the 2 teams that stand out to me as teams that I really do want to see push for that top 8 are Clear Vision and Unicorns of Love, if they're able to have an amazingly pop-off day. But it would have to be huge for Unicorns of Love. Clear Vision, however, not out of reach at all. And this is a team that throughout the tournament has impressed us, I think is fair to say. Good old Colonel Mustard, good old Hamodi. I want to see him in that top 8.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Real Tigers 9 UK, XTEAM, Clear Vision. These are teams right now at the bubble of 99 points. Just one good game, they're in there. And I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth happening. I think at the end of the day, we might have a completely different overall rankings in these finals, right? So these teams can still make it up. When you're looking at Super Young roster, when you're looking at Unicorns of Love, this is where we need to see a little bit more oomph back in their game. So if they can make it, and Shockwave in particular, I was hyped after that 3rd week, but as you said, also Kalash, right, they were maybe capitalizing on the madness of the lobby, and just not able to find that groove right now, and might be a little bit too late for them to really be able to contest for top place in top 8.
Well, I mean, to be fair, right? Like, this is how you can become a champion. This is how you can make a name for yourselves here. If you can really make that final push go well for you. You have 6 matches to do so. Yeah, you're running a little bit thin on time, but you know what? I'm sure you have the motivation to push for it, and that's what we want to see out of these championship caliber teams. But let's start to focus in on a couple of teams in particular here on our overalls, right? We talked about the number 1. We talked about the number 2. We kind of glossed over the number 3 and number 4 teams, but we do want to talk about for Romanian Men and FTY and take a look at their head-to-head stats across the finals, because they've been stellar, quite honestly.
Yeah, I mean, for Romanian Men and for FTY have been 2 teams that I think have improved significantly. And when we were on the first pre-show at the very start of the tournament, I said for Romanian Men, I think could be a very big surprise. I think they could have a chance to contest, with your Team Bigs, your Game Lords, your TJB. I think I did talk about that a little bit too early because I do not think they delivered in that aspect. But man, they are delivering big time in these finals. And you'll see later on we'll have a graphic comparing the top 2 players in the race to MVP, but one player who wasn't on that graphic, but is actually third for that race to MVP for Romanian Men, is actually Redox. He was second in the league stage, and now he is third. This guy's been consistent throughout the entirety of the event, so I'm really hyped to see if he might be the underdog contender for the MVP spot.
And so far, to put into perspective where they could potentially be here in this tournament, obviously FTY right now is third. For Romanian Men is fourth. For Romanian Men has had 3 second places with a boatload of eliminations on the back of that. If they convert 1 or 2 of those into an actual victory, that pushes them up to potentially challenging where Game Lord is. Do you I didn't think we'd be saying that at the beginning of this tournament a few weeks ago, but that's where they're at right now, and they could strike out at that top 3.
Though I do want to say before we do move on to the rest, talking about FTY, although they had a really good step up, there's one little question that I'm having right now is Caliboy actually going to play? Because so far, he's only played 6 matches in these finals. Yeah, he was off for an entire day. But out of those 6 matches, he got 17 eliminations, right? So I really hope we're not going to see him benched. I want to see Caliboy on the battlegrounds. And if so, top 8, they should remain there. No, normally should be fine.
All right, well, we're talking about teams trying to hold on to the top 8. We need to talk about teams who are trying to break through into top 8. We said we'd touch on them later. Well, the time is now. XTEAM, out of nowhere yesterday, putting up from 16th place, I think up to, what, 10th place right now? 9th place? They are just gunning people down. Look at the elimination difference, the damage difference. You know, this team, at the end of the day, might get Claris's CCT stamp, his official stamp.
Oh, the official CCT. Maybe, we'll see. You think about day number 1, what we saw here from XTEAM. They had 13 points. It was a disaster. 16th place, as you're mentioning. Now, as you say, 10th place, 97 points. They put up an absolutely blinding performance yesterday. 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 4th, and 11th, and then another 4th with 11 eliminations off the back of that last game. This team, I think, off the back of Beg for Mercy, especially here, what they've been able to do here, they can now strike at that top 8, which I think they'll probably be quite content with, considering the poor start that they had.
And it's actually really interesting because XTEAM have a very similar situation with what's happening with FTY. Bimmy only played in day 2 of the finals, only played 6 matches on day 2, and he's got 15 eliminations in those. And we're not seeing anything from Zombie, from Ghoul, from Nightmare, which is, I would say, very surprising seeing how good those players were in the league stage. So, I mean, Bimmy hopefully is not going to be put on the sideways. Like, I want to see Bimmy also playing on the battlegrounds if they want to be able to push themselves in top 8 here.
Well, we know that as one team rises, that means another team has to fall. And unfortunately, it's been the team of Big here. Between day 1 and day 2 are the stats we're going to be taking a look at. Mihi and the boys, unfortunately, not having a strong day 2 here. As you can see, a fall off in eliminations, quite a bit of a fall off in damage as well. But we know this team is insanely strong. We know this team is good. We're just not sure what went wrong yesterday.
I mean, the adaptation of playstyle, right? They tried things that I think me and Kalash were like, oh, this is actually really interesting. I'm mainly thinking back to yesterday's first Sanhok game, right? Where we theorized, are they going to try and maybe stop Game Lord in their tracks to maybe try and remain on top and actually start creating a little bit of a lead away from Game Lord, which in theory, that was a good idea. And it did work in that game in particular, but it still seems like that change of playstyle, that adaptation they were trying to bring to the table in these finals, it's been a really rough transition, and teams that have been able to consistently improve over time are now able to overtake Big, and they are unfortunately struggling and suffering the brunt of it.
Yeah, so from first place all the way down to 8th throughout yesterday's games, which is kind of crazy to say the least. And I think the even scarier thing right now for Big is that the adaptations that Max is talking about, I think they have to use some of that as well as the success that they got in day number 1. Because if they're going to be able to try and challenge the number 1 spot that we all know that they want to challenge for, they're going to have to also stifle the progression of teams like Game Lord and TJB, as well as bring the eliminations and placements from day number 1. And I don't know if they can convert that here in day 3.
I think for me, to be honest, looking at Big, I feel like someone needs to call Joe Rogan, because I feel like they've lost their fear factor. And we think back to the first week, teams were afraid to drop near them. They talked big in scrims. When I interviewed Mihi, he was saying, yeah, teams said they were going to drop on top of us. They did in scrims, but then we go into the actual event and everyone's too afraid of us. It seems like really not that many teams are too afraid of them anymore, as they're able to just combat against them, able to beat them head to head. We saw a fantastic game on Miramar with like Giants holding their ground against Big, or sorry, was that day 1? Then we saw PENTA sitting on the hill, not really joining in the fight. It's unfortunate at times, but you know what? Big still have 6 matches to go to maintain top 8 and potentially rise back through the ranks. But as we're talking about teams, right? It takes a lot of individuals to make these teams work. And we also have an MVP prize at the end of the finals. $1,000 here for our MVP. And we got to talk about our #1 and #2 players in contention right now before these 6 matches kick off. So we do have a member from Big. It's Swat, which is surprising considering how of an underperformance they pulled off yesterday. But then we have Beg for Mercy coming through in second. The team, or the player with the most experience on the team, able to just put in work.
The way this is shaped up, Max, is fascinating, right?
In terms of how things are working out so far, like as we talked about, big drop off in that second day in particular. Swat actually got 6 eliminations. I think it was the very first game of yesterday. And then the entire team as a whole over the next 5 games, and he got an extra 11 eliminations. So that was a big drop off. But Swat, those 6 eliminations were enough for him to remain on top. He's currently, I believe, he is currently the top fragger of the entire lobby with 24 eliminations over the course of those 12 games. But man, Beg for Mercy kept talking about it. He's a real experienced player when it comes to the Western European region, right? He's a real OG, and he's been able to bring that experience to the rest of the team. But man, 18 eliminations, despite a rough start, like they were in 16th place on the first day. I am genuinely surprised we're seeing Beg for Mercy actually contesting for MVP slot here.
Yeah, actually crazy to see that these two here are still in #1 and 2 for current MVP contendership. It shows how much someone like Swat was able to do, especially in day 1, and how much Beg for Mercy was able to do in day 2. But of course, it being this long form and inverted commas of these 3 days, then now we're going to see how they're performing today.
I do kind of wonder where TJB kind of sits with this in terms of the MVP race, because the performance yesterday, I mean, obviously a lot of other players I'm looking out for as well. Alicio, kind of a reigning champion when it comes to MVP.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, there's no way he should be able to break through into that #1 spot yet again. But let's move on from this. Let's talk about that top 8 position, right? We always talk about these bubbles that happen. If you're not familiar, when we say bubble, we mean this is like a point threshold teams need to look to surpass to be safe into a super weekend, to be safe into the top 8, etc., etc. And we've had John Allen behind the scenes calculating our bubble here for the finals, and we're looking at, if I'm not mistaken, around 132 plus or minus 6 points, which means the bubble could theoretically be 138. It also could be theoretically 126. So kind of generally within there, and we can see kind of how many points some of these teams need to feel secure.
Yeah, I mean, normally when you're looking at this, you want to try and see teams potentially average out like 10 points per game would be really good. So you're looking at your Romanian Men, Giants Gaming, PENTA, like all these teams you're expecting them to make it. But Big, if they have a poor performance like yesterday, they could not make it. And if it happens to Big, it could happen to Eastern Stars, it could happen to PENTA, it could happen to Giants. Literally no team is really 100% safe right now, especially seeing the up and down tendencies from teams like Real Tigers 9 UK getting himself 2 chicken dinners at some point. Same for XTEAM that had an incredible rise in day 2. These are clear contenders that could surprise us and push out barely Eastern Stars, Big, PENTA, Giants Gaming out of the picture entirely. So, man, none of these teams are really safe when you really look at it.
I think you could probably include FTY as well. They're a little bit of a stretch. Ultimately, I think anybody 3rd through 11th right now, I think that's the they're in the opportunity to strike or hold on to current positions.
Yeah, Real Tigers 9, so they're technically out of the bubble, right? 9th place.
Yeah.
That's like 1.5 chicken dinners throughout 6 matches.
Yeah.
That's doable. Clear vision. We've seen them put up big numbers before. It's very doable for them. There's definitely a lot of pressure here. And this is kind of what I enjoy about the final day of the event. The culmination of everything is that it doesn't really matter what position you're in right now, unless obviously you're like 1st or 2nd. You still have to play consistent. You cannot let your foot off the gas or the pedal to the metal or metal to the pedal. I don't know what Max
That's
it's very confusing. But you can't really relax at all, because that pressure is still going to be there. You still need to perform, and you still need to secure your spot. Obviously, a lot of prize money as well as move up the rankings. But let's take a look at the schedule here. We have 6 matches left to go. We'll be playing out each battleground twice. So 2 Sanhoks, followed by 2, well, not followed by, but 2 Miramars and 2 Erangels.
That's
doing 1 at a time. That would be crazy, right? To have 2 Sanhoks into 2 Miramars into 2 Erangels to finish off the entire event. But it will end off on Erangel. We love to see it end off there. But it's going to be an exciting one. And honestly, I hope for nothing but just a close final match between all these teams. I don't want to know who the champion is going to be going into the game. I don't want to know who's for sure secure in top 8. I want every team fighting to that last breath.
I think today, for me, is especially exciting, even over everything we had in 2021, because sometimes we come into the final days and we're like, okay, like this team has a pretty decent position. They're probably going to be able to take the championship. Now, the championship is definitely in question. That top 8 is 100% in question. This could go any way here today as all these teams go head to head.
Yeah, and also we know the crown of the MVP is not going to remain in Elisio's hand. I mean, normally not,
Yeah.
depending if he gets like a 13 elimination game like Narvalo at some point, like that could happen, but it doesn't seem likely. So we should have our very different MVP for the first time in like a year now, which is great to see. So I can't wait to see who that's going to be. Is it going to be Swave? Is it going to be Redox? We're going to have to wait and see how the games go out.
You know what's exciting to me going into this last day is because of how close it still technically is for first place, you have teams that we didn't really ever consider coming to this event as being able to say, oh yeah, they're going to be the champion. There's so many of those teams, and I love to see that first game. If we do have one of those teams secure a big chicken dinner, it's going to be extremely exciting. But it's also going to be exciting as we head over to our commentators to kick off here our first match of our final day of the finals. Take it away, boys.
That's right. We're getting into the start of the end, right? It's going to come to a close today. It's all going to reach its culmination here. We're going to have those top 8 by the end of the day. To start us off, we're going to be on Sanhok and Imperium. You feeling excited for today?
I'm feeling excited, nervous, all kinds of emotions, and I'm just behind the desk looking at the games. Can only imagine how every single one of these players are feeling, whether it's TJB right at the top. Yes, definitely secured their spot in the regional championships, but they're fighting for that first place, right? They have Game Lord on their backs. Whether it's a team like XTEAM had a gigantic day yesterday, but realistically still have it all to do in this final day.
I mean, sure, they absolutely do. They are much more in the thick of it than maybe they would have expected at the start of yesterday's games, but they are definitely within that striking range. It is absolutely all to play for, and they completely, seemingly, became a new team yesterday, Imperium.
Yeah, and I talked to Beg for Mercy at the end of yesterday's games last night and asked him what changed between day 1 and day 2, and the main thing is he was IGL in day 1, Bimmy was IGL in day 2. And what that allowed the whole team to do is to become more aggressive, because as an IGL, Bimmy is far more aggressive, so they unlocked a lot more potential, whether it's Beg for Mercy as an individual player not having to worry about IGLing, or whether it's just Bimmy being able to say to the team, okay, we go for this position, we push it now, instead of Beg for Mercy, who might have been a little bit more hesitant. So that's the crux of it. IGL change made all the difference for XTEAM.
So we'll be on the lookout, scouring XTEAM's rotations and plays for a little bit more aggression, potentially. Speaking of aggression, though, a little bit of a hot drop over in boot camp. If you want to make sure that you can keep up to date with all the hot drops going on over the course of today, make sure that you're watching PMPL in PUBG Mobile. Open the game, play the game, go to the esports center in the game, participate in the event, and you can earn special items there. Make sure you check it out from that position. But for Romanian Boys and PENTA, competing right now for bootcamp.
I expect PENTA to disengage, because they're currently in a position of 6 overall, 103 points. By no means under a massive amount of pressure, but one game, it's the first game of the day, can lead to another bad game, and next thing you know, they're outside of the top 8. Whereas for Romanian Boys, they're only on 42 points. Their opportunity to get in is a hell of a lot lower.
The range on that DPS shot, that's got to feel bad. That has got to feel real bad for Shockwave to lose a player this early on. A team not in the best of spots as well. Super young roster. They needed a cracking day. James said he was looking for that over on the desk. And this is a good way to start it off. Picking up eliminations on Sanhok, exactly where you want to be playing. Playing in a fairly operative part of the map on a southeast circle. I spoke too soon. Terminus sprays 1, sprays 2, and Super young roster are inflicted twice over what they have dealt to the world.
Both of these teams have slightly different drop spots in this first game of the day. Yes, we've seen Super Young roster switch up their drop spot yesterday from Ruins over to this northeast of Quarry side, but yesterday when they dropped, it was a lot tighter of a drop, whereas today they spread out. And Shockwave themselves, again, they dropped in a similar position around Paradise Resort. Again, a little bit tighter, so the spreading out, and there's always a risk with that. When you split, drop in Sanhok, there is always that risk, and you can prepare as much as possible. But yeah, there is that risk, and it seems like both teams paid the price of that split risk.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit more price paid by Super Young roster to pick up those eliminations. Clear Vision's playing at the moment on that south side of Paradise Resort. Again, in amongst that split between Shockwave and looking to maybe try and make them one player further down. We'll have to wait and see just what they're able to pick up. Seiko, adding insult to injury, picking up the bike that they sprayed down the players from Super Young roster off.
It's always such a good feeling. Someone either rocks up to your compound or you're able to get a free elimination or two and you steal their vehicle. It's a very satisfying feeling. It's on the same way as, teabagging, even though that's not really, accepted in modern gaming, but it's that same kind of level. So good stuff from Shockwave, and it'll allow them to rotate as a trio. Clear Vision are around them. They moved out of Paradise Resort a little bit earlier. We haven't had too much of a chance to talk about this Phase 1 circle. It's a different Phase 1 circle compared to a lot of other Sanhok games we've seen. It's predominantly on the mainland. It's actually on that southeast side. So that's maybe, Clear Vision, who get an elimination onto Nightmare, have moved out of Paradise Resort early on in the game. But unfortunately, fortunately for Shockwave, we're having a rehost.
Yeah, saved by the bell there for Shockwave. They lost almost all of their players, but will be saved by the remake. Whilst we get this lobby sorted out, let's head over to a quick video.
PUBG Mobile is a comprehensive game with many different mechanics and unique aspects of gameplay. The different training modes are perfect to focus on each individual aspect and sharpen your skills. The most popular gameplay modes are Arena Training and TDM, that pits players in a 4 vs 4 gunfight on a small map. These modes serve as a close-range training to sharpen your gun skills and build your reflexes. To improve on-point ADSing and recoil control, players can try out the War mode, which launches you in a fairly large space on Erangel map against 19 other enemies. Here, you can improve your AR and SMG sprays as well as train yourself for bolt-action mastery. Sniper training under the arcade section is also a must-try. Your sniping skills are put to test here, when both you and your opponent are trying to one-tap each other. You could also try quick matches in arcade mode, which basically is a mini battle royale. Everything that you have learned, you can put to the test in its 8-minute matches. PUBG Mobile is not all about grinding and competition, but also about enjoying and having fun and exploring the game. No matter if you're a heavy grinder or a casual explorer, there's a place for everyone in PUBG Mobile. Tell us which mode is your favorite and why in the comments below.
All right, we've got Sanhok loaded back up. We're getting back into the thick of it, and we're going to hopefully see maybe a little bit of difference there for Shockwave and for Super Young roster as well. Hopefully, they're going to have a little bit better of a start to things.
If we see the same thing happen again, I don't know how I will react. It will probably be pretty angry, right? Because you shouldn't expect to see those same mistakes happen so quickly after another, so to speak. And I'm curious if PENTA as well are going to still go for that boot camp drop. I expect for Romanian Boys to stick to, because like I mentioned, they have far less to lose, John, whereas PENTA, will it be worth them in any way contesting? I know they look to disengage, and again, they might not have expected for Romanian Boys to make this hot drop onto boot camp in day 3 of the finals, but with the rehost, it should give them that opportunity to say, okay, look, they're going to stick to boot camp, we'll go somewhere else, we'll protect our early game so we can get the points needed to qualify for the regionals.
I mean, at least they're not dropping over on Ruins. Hot dropping on Ruins seems to be a bad choice in general. We've seen it go poorly for basically anyone who tries it, and it seems to be curtailing them. Hopefully those rotations from the center of the map from that boot camp position a little bit easier. We haven't really seen too many main island finishes, funnily enough, on Sanhok. I mean, we've seen a lot of Southwest, a lot of Northwest as well, and it has been tricky. So maybe we'll see another circle that looks like it's going to finish on that main island. It would be good to get back to, well, I was going to say regular Sanhok, but Sanhok is never regular.
No, regular Sanhok is the circles we see so far in the finals. A lot of water, the rivers in play, the islands in play, right? That is the normality of Sanhok. I really enjoyed when Phase 1 popped up. I hope we have something similar in the rehost. The playing path is down and is going to allow FTY to go for that split drop as they normally do around the docks area of the map on the south side, and they would have been happy with that. Phase 1, TJB are going to go for their normal drop. So next team, like I talked about, going to drop in Camp Charlie.
A fairly wide split from Unicorns of Love as well. I'm seeing they're dropping around, some of their players around Cave, some of them nearer to Painan, which is their usual drop location. It is a fairly wide split coming through for the squad. SWAT 69 actually, no, that's a player from FTY, a very far northwest spread from the rest of the team. Okay, Unicorns grabbing some vehicles by the looks of things and bring them over to that Painan location. SWAT 69 split, one on each of the islands.
This is somewhat normal for SWAT 69. It's also a big part of the reason, well, not even a big part, a small part with all due respect, and of why they struggled so much in the finals. They're getting punished, dropping so far apart in the trifecta area. Schofield should be okay because Unicorns of Love are split within themselves, so they'll be grabbing the vehicles, grabbing their teammates, and moving away. Zodox recognized that there was a parachute with him down towards those buildings, so he dipped away. And luckily, Phase 1 in this rehost is indeed looking to end on that mainland island, so that's a good start.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get over to that main island. It's looking good, and if you want to keep track of where these circles are going to go throughout the day, make sure that you watch PMPL in PUBG Mobile. You open the game, you got to play the game, go to the Esports Event Center and participate in the event to earn some special items so you can look fresh whilst you're watching the Frag Fest that is yet to come. Northeastern shift, as you say, main island on the cards for everyone.
Big. I messaged Mihi this morning before the games, and I just asked him, was there anything special that went wrong yesterday? And I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but he said, no, just bad timing and bad decisions. And on one hand, you know, and he put a little bit of a concerned emote with that. And on one hand, it can be looked at as not a bad thing because sometimes you do have a little bit of bad luck. Sometimes you are going to make those bad decisions. But on the other hand, when you don't have that core reason, such as, you know, wrong IGL or being too passive or something that is much more obvious, that can play into your mind because you're like, oh, well, what went wrong yesterday? So I think Big, hopefully, they have the head strength to get past what happened yesterday and come into today focused and ready for the action.
Well, the good news is that they absolutely know that they can perform in this lobby with these teams against these opponents, right? And it does take a lot of confidence to say, you know what, no, we are playing okay. We just need to get better timing and we need to have a better chance. It's unfortunate, sure, that they weren't able to perform yesterday, but it does take a lot of confidence and you have to be certain that what you are doing is right, right?
Yes.
It's because you could be mistaken in that. You could not be spotting something that you're doing wrong, not seeing something. So it's good that they have that confidence. But the question is that all that is needed to address that?
I was just thinking as we look at what's going on with Penta pushing down south of boot camp onto the boot camp hill, I was thinking actually coming into this, if they did want to kind of drop anywhere else other than boot camp, the trifecta area would be a pretty good spot to go, purely because, again, with all due respect to SWAT 69, they're kind of in a position where they're free eliminations. They're coming into this with only 14 eliminations across the first 12 games of the finals. They have 31 points in total. They just haven't showed their strength in the finals, so Penta could look to bully that, and that's kind of what they have done. It hasn't been on that trifecta area, but again, moving up to the hill gave them the information, gave them the vision to scope in, and they picked one of the SWAT 69 players also. Good awareness from Penta.
Shockwave being a little bit more under pressure than maybe they would like right now. Real Tigers 9, clear visions from the north side, and with Super Young roster readjusting from that ruins drop that we've seen go so poorly over the last couple of days and weeks. There is that pressure on the south as well. That split around Quarry for Super Young roster, a new addition. Unicorns of Love, 4 players still going, and they need a banger of a day. But Penta's just over the hill. There's players from SWAT 69 as well, despite one of them going down already.
Yeah, Shockwave and Super and Ross are both adjusted to drop tighter together, which makes sense. And I think Shockwave, especially, they've gone a little bit more to the east to their drop spot, but again, a little bit like we saw, they should be aware that Clear Vision will most likely move out of Paradise Resort a little bit earlier compared to previous Sanhok games where the circle has been on that kind of northwest side as opposed to the mainland area. And this is good awareness overall for Shockwave, despite the little bit of pressure they are under in terms of having a number of teams around them. Game Lord has a lot of space as they also dropped a bit tighter together, not knowing where the circle was going to be. So they were aware that they've had themselves get caught out in previous Sanhok games. But again, they have lots of space to move into this phase 1 circle.
Clear Visions, Shockwave on the hillside. Nades being exchanged right now. No one really pulling the trigger on the full engage just yet, with Real Tigers 9 close by. I imagine both teams know of the presence of this third party on their eastern side. Not that there's too many sightlines towards towards Shockwave, sorry. Real Tigers 9 have better vision towards Clear Vision.
All 3 of these teams are outside of the top 8 as well, John. So these are very important moments for all 3 of these teams. You lose a player, it's game 1. I know there's still 5 games after that, but again, momentum, again, that kind of mindset, the psychology. If you get a bad result, if you lose a couple of players early on, it's going to stress you out even more. But on the other hand, the likes of Clear Vision, Shockwave, or Real Tigers 9 are able to come out of this little trifecta potential engagement on top with 4 to 6 eliminations and still 3 to 4 players strong. You're sitting pretty coming into the rest of the day 3, at least in terms of using that as momentum to push yourself into the top 8.
There's also that battle for the top spot in the moment is TJB and Game Lord, both looking to play edge opposite side of the circle on this one. Potential for them to meet late if TJB don't go for the heal out in the zone. XTEAM, a little bit more of an aggressive recoat of paint coming through, but they've already lost one, and Zombie is down. Zodox under fire, but the suppression not going super well right now. Zombie still left a little bit high and dry as Fimi makes the break. Spray from Zodox, landing 1, but not much more than that. Beg for mercy on the backup, and this should be the res here on Zombie.
Good pressure from FTY up on top of Cave, and I'm really glad that Maximum highlighted Kale and his impact in yesterday's performances for FTY. It definitely played a big part, but it wasn't the main thing that caused FTY to have such good success in yesterday's games. I talked to Knox, and again, like Beg for Mercy, asked him what changed between day 1 and day 2. In day 1, they got in their heads too much, right? They were thinking 2 to 3 circles ahead in day 1, and sometimes that can be okay, of course. But when you think too far ahead and you're not thinking enough in the moment, and let's say a circle doesn't go your way, you get stressed. And when they were stressed, they weren't calm. And when they weren't calm, they weren't focused. So they lost players here, they lost players there. And it just went kind of from bad to worse. Whereas yesterday, with Kale on board, they were thinking a little bit more in the moment, getting the results, taking it step by step. And we saw a lot of success from FTY.
Mango spotted out by Clear Vision. Back behind cover, gets the full stim off. Maybe looking to return some fire as well, but Shockwave have a little bit of a reposition. This standoff has been going on for quite a while. No team needs to move. All of these locations fairly secure for now. No pressure from the north as Game Lord holding all the way back, playing very far north edge and not really pushing in down to the south. Next circle pops, not really too much to do about it. for a lot of these teams. Maybe a little bit more of that northwestern shift. The area south of Paradise Resort completely unoccupied. Anywhere around Paradise Resort completely deserted.
If Clear Vision can, and I'm sure they should be able to, bar maybe Samo, disengage away from this. Go back in towards the edge of Paradise Resort, at least that eastern edge, and just dip away. There's no point staying where you are. You're not really gaining anything, especially if you're not picking off a knock. And you only allow the likes of 4 Romanian Boys, 4 Romanian Men, Game Lord, possibly even Big, to swing in and take control of that Paradise Resort area of the map that is so controlling inside this phase 2. But they're not the only team that's under pressure, right? Because of that phase 2 up towards the northwest, John, it's going to be pretty difficult for FTY, to an extent TJB, and even Giants as well. I know they've taken their time in this first 10 to 11 minutes of the game, but it does mean they're going to get closer in contact with a couple of teams around them as they exit La Quai and come in towards the northeast side of Quarry.
This is interesting. We were just looking at Eastern Stars on that northern bridge. They're directly there to hold out Big on a rotation into this circle that they predict. Big have actually gone south. They've gone over that trifecta crossing. They've gone over that south side. So Eastern Stars will not have anyone to guard up there. They might be a little bit slower, and they won't be able to control a little bit of that western side. I think this is a change from Big, if I'm not mistaken. They do normally take that route. Certainly Game Lord take that route down. So the Eastern Stars, they've been given the slip.
They showed parts of it yesterday when they had a 2-2 split on one of the Sanhok games, but this also makes sense because, like Penta did at the start of the game, SWAT 69 kind of control the trifecta area, and they are a little bit easier to conquer, but it's a good start as they get to knock into Mazzaro.
Phonics behind the rock, sent back just in time as Mazzaro's there.
Okay.
PNL finds another Mihi, and Mazzaro now downed. Beast gets the refrag, and it's Beast and Swave. Remember, Swave, one of our MVP candidates, but he's at the back. He's taking shots as well from SWAT 69, a team that, by all accounts, as you said, should be a little bit easier to push through. But right now, the top of the hill working very, very well for them. The res potential onto PNL there. Beast wants to push this, wants to push on this position, maybe get Mazzaro into a resable spot as well. Phonics holding down, sticks the res, gets the gun back up. PNL has the spray around the side. Phonics needs to strike now, out wide. Big able to dispatch him. And now just one player for SWAT 69 as Beast is the last up for Big.
SWAT 69, yes, they came into this engagement down to 3 players, but they got 2 knocks. What does it make it? A 2v2. There's no better time to try and win an engagement when it's 2v2, especially when you came into the engagement as only a 3-person team. Instead, they go for the revive, which I never advise. And they get the swivel on them. Now, a bit of a reset is coming out. Beast is pushing forward.
Beast has a lot of, one of the bigger health bars on his team right now, but SWAT 69 seem to be aware of this. Beast moving up, but the reposition is there as well. Seems like they have the read on each other, but PNL and Phonics are easy pickings for Beast. He steps up, sprays 1. Does he know there's a second player there? Have to wait and see. Phonics got the heal off, but Big are up to 3, and they're up to fighting force as well. Phonics falls, and now 1 player versus 3 from Big. Needs to stand tall, but Beast moves over the top here, will spot the player in the grass, and Big roll it on down, losing 1 player on their southern shift.
It was always going to be a level of David versus Goliath for SWAT 69 in that fight, and they nearly had it. It was a great start in terms of a defense on the top side of the hill, getting 2 eliminations and even confirming 1 of them. But the second they opened that door and let Big through, Big took full advantage of a good turnaround and great play by Beast individually as well. He was the composer of that fight for Big, right? He pushed in with Swave, then got the second knock while the revive was coming through into Mazzaro. He definitely pulled out all the strings.
He was the last player alive for Big as well, so did in fact step up when it mattered. But Big are still down to 3, and on Sanhok, that could prove to be pretty brutal moving forwards. The circle shifts a little bit further north of them. A lot of that river is still in it, which means that Clear Visions right now have a pretty prime chunk of real estate. Eastern Stars as well on that northern side will have to fight off Game Lord, but both of them looking pretty good. TJB now in a fight. This are Unicorns of Love. Icy, felled, sprayed down, eliminated. XTEAM pick up the point.
Good rotation for Unicorns Love, but again, just not watching your backs. Phase 3, blue zone. The circle shifts up towards northwest once again. You got to know that there's probably going to be more than one team looking in your direction, pushing forward. And yeah, Unicorns of Love just a little bit narrow-minded in that moment and lose a player for TJB, FTY in the blue. Both of these teams do, ironically or coincidentally, pull off heal strats in Sanhok. It's normally Shinyo for FTY, and I believe it's normally Lin for TJB. So it makes sense that they're fighting in the blue.
Lin has hung back from this fight as well. Shinyo also on the back of this. I imagine that TJB want to get in closer to the circle, but we've seen them last so long out in the blue on their own. Lin hanging back, normally an artifact of the fact that he just stays and loots everything in their path, because a lot of times, you know, teams are going through these things, they're picking some stuff up, but they're not taking everything, and every med counts at this stage. You're still in zone 3. This is a big spray. This is a big angle. GK first looks for FTY and finds what he's looking for. 2 knocks go through, and Nox is the last for FTY. There's a flush, and the blue zone ticking as well. We'll look for Nox. I don't think he's going to get this off. The last tick. Oh, it comes through. It comes through. The blue zone still phase 3. Does manage to get that full first aid, that full med kit.
Now, FTY, sorry, should I say TGB aren't really going to gain too much, even from taking out Nox, because Nox only has 5 bandages on a side note, and I think TJB should be aware of that. So if I was TJB, I'd actually disengage away from this if they have vehicles, but I don't know if they do coming into the mainland from that southwest island. But so far, they're sticking around, and it's Lin from the back line to get the knock onto Nox.
Showed them how to do it out in the blue. TJB, this is their home turf. FTY trying to challenge for it. Not going to go well. Hang on a minute. Unicorns of Love?
I don't know. I don't know.
I've just spotted this on the map.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been looking at what's going on. They've just sent all the way south through the middle of this fight. They've gone all the way across Quarry. I guess they're going for a wide swing rotate.
Yeah, and their entry point into the circle is going to be difficult, but I think this is the easiest opportunity because there's less roads and there's just a little bit more buildings that you're able to play into. The other option they could do is actually just loot up as many buildings, get as many loose meds as they can, and go for a bit of a heal shot, because like I said, their entry point into the circle is not going to be easy for Unicorns Love.
No, there's only 2 of them remaining as well, but plenty of other teams taking some fairly heavy casualties. 4 Romanian Men, Shockwave both being eliminated as the circle zone's a little bit further north. Super young roster right now, right in the middle in a strong compound. But it's Game Lord on the north side, taking on Real Tigers 9 at the moment. Game Lord seemingly in control. 3 players are alive. Real Tigers 9. Nascot is down, so there's only 2 of them really active here.
This is a very important fight, and it's an isolated one at the moment, because that hillside on the northern edge, it's in the minority of the circle. So if you're able to control it early on, you're able to scale down from it a little bit slower, more methodical and less panicky. So Game Lord, if they win this fight against Real Tiger 9, which looks to be the case, but they haven't cleared out the final player, it will give them much more to deal with, or much less to deal with, coming into phase 5.
Spicy spots an ankle, gets a tickle of damage, but Mango's back behind the rook. Quick enough to survive for now, but Giants will be looking this way with the gunshots. And who's this just coming over the hill? Unicorns of Love rock up in their buggy. 2 players are there. They are ticking away in the zone, and it is pretty heavy hitting, and Victor has spotted them as well. Spicy spots Mango and brings Real Tigers 9 out of the fight. Resnov needs to pop a heal, needs to get some meds back on board. We'll be able to do so, but Game Lord are there to guard the edge.
I feel bad for Game Lord, because okay, we've just cleared out one team. Oh, come on, another one shows up. Give us a break, guys. And the circle shifts down south on phase 5, and that's what I talked about with Game Lord, where it was going to be easier as soon as they cleared out Real Tigers 9. They have a bit of time, but they have to cross the road in towards the upside of Paradise Resort. We're looking at a Paradise Resort finish, and this is going to be great for Giants.
They're nading down the hill. Unicorns of Love want this res, but Giants are swarming this hillside. They know that they can't bear the threat of all teams on all sides, so they are fighting out in one direction. I like this decision from them. And Unicorns of Love will suffer from bombardment. Again, a bad start to the day for the Unicorns of Love, and this might spell disaster for them in terms of their hopes of striking out for the European regionals.
Just no direction, no purpose, it seems like, from Unicorns of Love. Like, they dropped essentially in Painan, and they go out like that. It shouldn't really be the case. Eastern Stars on that western side of the circle do clear out big. It was never going to be easy for big, considering the circle shift over to the east. But Eastern Stars have played this so far very methodical, very calculated. Yes, they set up a bridge camp. It didn't work out, but it still allowed them to set up a great spread in the first 3 circles.
XTEAM for Romanian Boys competing right now, but XTEAM have the corner of Paradise Resort, and Beg for Mercy racks up yet another, striking for the MVP as Big do get eliminated as well. Eastern Stars on the western edge now will be shot out by Clear Vision, spotted. PENTA eliminated as well. Teams are starting to fall very, very fast. And what's that coming over the hill? It's Lin, still healing out in the blue for a TJB.
Super young roster, looking to rip apart the Eastern Stars players as they make the push. They are ahead of Super young roster, but the Eastern Stars are broken, beaten, and scarred. Giants are actually playing on the northern side, outside of the circle, looking for the game lord players. Narvalo seems to be in the blue, go for a bit of a heel strat himself.
See how long that one can last. The excellent swing out from the Giants. They're sweeping through this territory. They took out Unicorns. They're moving through Game Lord. See how far around they can go. But the Eastern Stars really struggling against Super Young roster. A full medkit for Hamodi as well. Kapahala last standing. Known position. It's Molotov behind. That will burn Kapahala out. Force the engagement. Needs to get a spray. Needs to get a knock. Does a lot of damage. I think he's sweet spotted from the sidelines. The off angle works out. Super Young roster take Eastern Stars out of the mix.
And important timing for Super and roster, because like you mentioned, Giants swinging around. They're going to be the next target for Giants. And Hody takes a lot of damage, pokes into Groza, but he speaks too soon, and Giants gaming go down.
XTEAM and Narvalo from outside in the blue take care of business. Giants eliminated. FTY down. Only the one heal strat right now for Lin, as Narvalo might just be able to tick that one back up if he's lucky. TJB will be eliminated as well. So now only Narvalo out in the blue. 5 teams remain. That was a very fast rundown of the team count.
I don't know how XTEAM have survived all of this, because you saw them kind of get engaged upon by FTY a little bit earlier on, but it seems like since then they've avoided all the craziness that involved TJB, FTY later on, and they've just played their own game into the southern side of Paradise Resort, and they're still up as a 3-person team.
Clear Visions nading out, but it's Beg for Mercy to pick up yet another elimination. The guy's on an absolute tear. Clear Visions with 4, though. They have the numbers advantage. Poco, Narvalo, the wild cards in this circle. And with Game Lord and Narvalo, you know that that can have some impact.
The thing is that Clear Vision absolutely knows there's 2 other teams minimum around them. So that's going to slow them down and make them respect what is in front of them.
Poco needs to find something, but won't be able to do it. Falling down for Romanian Boys still. Getting this late in the game. Pretty solid. Sprays from Clear Visions. They know this position from XTEAM. They are right on the edge of the circle. The blue zone's pushing him in. Bimmy has to fall away. Get behind that smoke. Gets into the circle. Needs to pop a heal now, but will not be able to do so in time. Alking gets the angle. Gets another as well. And now it's just the MVP candidate. The fighter for XTEAM, but he will fall too. And Narvalo ladders up to second. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to stay out in the zone. Has 8 first aids, potential to be dangerous to a couple of these players from Clear Visions, and he must know with the way they're running around that they've cleared out everyone else.
Yeah, we saw Team Seeker pull off something massive. I believe it was in 2021 or 2021, if I'm not mistaken, against Bluebees from the blue. But I don't think it's going to be easier or any easier for Narvalo, because he has to take down 4 players of Clear Vision in the blue, and it seems like it's going to be a second place and a very good result for Game Lord realistically, right? as he gets a knock, looks for the confirmation on the emoji, takes it away. What a cheeky fellow.
There we go. Gets an extra point for Game Lord. Good news for their challenge in the zones, in the points tables towards TJB. But Clear Visions take a chicken dinner. This is great news for their chances to get into that top 8.
They played the game pretty much perfectly. I don't know if it was exactly phase 2, but they did do what I suggested that they should do. Disengage away from Real Tigers on the southeastern side of Paradise Resort. It didn't make sense for them to stay there, again, because they hadn't in any way found a knock, and they did that. They sent it over towards the southwestern side of Paradise and punished a lot of teams coming in. 13 eliminations, a very clean result for Clear Vision.
Challenging off against teams like XTEAM, Real Tigers 9, Big, Eastern Stars, and even Penta and Giants. It's really, really solid. These guys were at the back of that pack. 87 points at the start of this game. A chicken dinner, 13 eliminations. Beautiful, beautiful for them to be able to find such a result that will catapult them up, really put them in the conversation, and it's a matter of carrying that momentum forwards from now on.
Exactly. It needs to be followed up, right? It requires more than one good result in the final day, and this is just the first game of the day. 5 more chances for Clear Vision, every single one of these teams. XTEAM, who are ahead of them by 10 points, got a good result as well, right? Got a top 3, so that massive result by Clear Vision kind of weighed down by teams above them getting a good result as well. Eastern Stars didn't really get a bad result either, so indeed the momentum needs to be followed up by Clear Vision.
Hopefully they'll be able to lead that charge. It's good to see, but XTEAM still having their presence there, continuing that change of IGL power. Seemingly Bimmy is doing a lot of work. They have alleviated that pressure from Beg for Mercy's shoulders, and you can see him shrug the earth at the moment. He is absolutely out of his mind on these games, picking up the points, making sure that the flanks are cleared, and they will be able to find a little bit more on the day, hopefully. Big falling short just a little bit yet again, though. So is that going to continue? We'll have to wait and see with more games to come.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL. This is the final day of the finals, and we're going to be seeing already some big movements happen when it comes to the leaderboards. But really quick for you guys at home, make sure you're watching PMPL here within the Esports Center. You can get yourself some rewards, and there's also a nice little survey for you to take in there, asking who's your favorite host of all time. And if you put Kalaris, I will personally come down there and cry. But anyways, you guys can get some more rewards doing that as well. I don't want to be violent. I'm not a violent guy. But you know who is violent? Clear Vision. What a match out of them. We talked about how easy it is to jump up from the bottom of the leaderboard towards the top with just one good match. And you know what? They had it.
Yeah. I mean, Clear Vision are a team that drop in Paradise Resort usually when it comes to these games. So they're very alert. They know exactly how the terrain works in these type of finishes. And they didn't have to move really too much. And there was a lot of hardships, right? But it seems like they did work in favor of Clear Vision. Didn't have to move too much. Picked up a lot of eliminations. And yeah, I mean, there were, 87 points right before this, just a few points away from the bubble that was held by Big at 99. So this is going to help them jump up severely in the rankings to push himself in the top 8 after this.
Go ahead, Max.
What?
You got this.
Wait, why me?
Because you're the best,
Anyways, we're
Max.
seeing the match rankings here. 28 points for Clear Vision. Good eliminations. Obviously, the placement points on top. The XTEAM as well. I mean, we saw Bimmy again and Beg for Mercy just popping off. But, I mean, we got to talk a little bit about Navarro at the end there. A great, clean elimination to get them that extra point. And you never know. At the end of the day, that one extra point could be the difference between first and second place.
Yeah, for sure. He understands in those final moments, you're not really going to be able to convert much more than just one knock and one complete takedown if you're in that situation. So going for that, brilliant stuff. As you say, 1 point could be the difference maker, and every little thing is going to count. But Jason, I'm so happy to see Clear Vision up here, the way they were able to play this out. Likewise, XTEAM kind of continuing on the performance that we saw from yesterday. And as I said, Clear Vision for me is one of those teams that I would love to see in the top 8. From this, absolutely up there now. Brilliant.
Yeah, but even Game Lord, they should have been able to close the gap up against TJB to get themselves into first. Even super young roster for Romanian Boys, like, let's be honest, there's like at least 2 teams here in the top 8, technically 3 in the top 8, that kind of needed the points. And this means the teams who needed the points to maintain top 8 or who are just on the cusp of it don't get those points. So it's gonna be really rough to see how overalls have changed here over the course of just one match alone. But let's go ahead now, take a look at the second page here. We obviously saw TJB Lin healing off in the blue, gets himself 7 points overall. But gentlemen, I'm gonna have to bring this one up. Unicorns of Love.
Unicorns of Love.
1 point. 5 matches left to go. It's got to be an insane finish to the day if they won't have a chance.
You know, I do struggle, Jason, to know which is the next graphic that's going to pop up on the desk. But one thing that I know and I can guess every time is the Unicorns of Love is going to be on the second page, which is not something I wish I could predict. But yes, it's happening a little bit too often than I would like. And yeah, it's there was a nice attempt right on the circle rotation. They were trying to go for the wide rotate, wrap around the eastern edge, but you're getting right into Game Lord territory there, mate, and they are not going to allow you to take that position. They got gate kept, then went right into Giants. Like, they were crashing into team after team after team, had literally no strong position to play around. Unfortunately, it's Sanhok for you. Sometimes you're not going to have games go your way, but for Unicorns of Love, they can't afford a bad game to start the day. So, yeah, as we keep saying it, there's a world where Unicorns of Love don't put themselves in top 8, and things aren't looking good for them here.
There's not too many question marks left around this team. I suppose the last one is which 4 players are going to be on their team next season, you know?
That's literally what I was going to say, but I was like, I probably shouldn't say that because Unicorns of Love organization might hate me, but I'm glad I'm not the one who said it.
I'm willing to do it, you know? It's real.
I mean, to be fair, season straight, they've had a different roster.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, they like to, they're looking for glory, right? And they're looking for their perfect iteration to be able to do it. I think, to be honest, this roster, actually, the names on it have the chops to be able to do so, but nothing has gelled for them this tournament, unfortunately, and they're going up against arguably the strongest Western Europe we've seen so far.
Okay, well, you know what? Max mentioned something at the top of the day. He mentioned a certain player coming in for XTEAM. He mentioned Bimmy, and we want to take a look at how he's able to do here in this last match. We talked about, I believe he wasn't playing the first day, if I'm not mistaken, Max, you mentioned?
Yeah, I think it was day 1 he was not playing, and he played in day 2, so I'm happy he's not benched. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't be benched. Let's take a look at the player stats here for XTEAM, and you can see exactly why I'm saying that, because him and Beg for Mercy, again, able to do some decent eliminations, but even Zombie, someone you called out before, Max, able to put up 3 himself.
Yeah, that's good. I'm happy to see a little bit more effort from Zombie in particular. Ghoul, well, not much. Well, nothing done, actually. 0 damage done this game. It seems a little bit unfortunate, but it's good. I'm seeing a little bit more life into Zombie, which is a weird sentence to say, but it's happening. He does seem a little bit more lively than your typical Zombie, which is always good to see. I hope we can see more of that, but Beg for Mercy, as we said, always the one really stepping up for the team. Bimmy, he was the one stepping up yesterday. And also, as mentioned, right, during the casting, Pim did say that he talked with him, and there was a change of IGL, so that also is a very big impact on the team, right? So it seems like the change was for the better. Bringing Bimmy in also on day 2 was for the better. So this is a team that has, with this game, improved significantly in the rankings, and let's see if they can hold on to it now. Yeah,
in the gameplay, you can see a multitude of changes, which is cool. And this is not a team I thought would be making top 8 after, you know, kind of the fall, after we saw that amazing 24 elimination game from them in the league play. But hey, we're right back up there. We're moving on ahead. An X-Team right now is contending.
Max, I'm going to ask you a weird little question here, but I think you watch enough anime or whatever to know about the answer. What is the difference between a zombie and a ghoul?
I mean, a zombie is he's dead, but then he comes back to life, but he's not himself. Oh, that okay. Actually, you know what? I might have to do some research after this. I don't know. I don't know if I can actually describe.
Well,
properly.
there was a couple answers you could have given me. One of the acceptable answers would have been 379 damage and 3 eliminations. But I'm also curious as well the difference between like the mythical, not mythical. I don't know the right word.
I think
for
I know
zombie
the
and what it
answer.
goes. Okay, Colors.
Yeah,
you
well,
enlighten us.
You know, I play a lot of these kind of games. You know, a zombie, isn't it like the reanimated of the dead,
Corpse,
but a
yeah.
ghoul is kind of a bit more demonic-like, a bit more. I was about to say spooky.
Physical
But
undead. That's the thing. I'm not sure.
Ooh. But no, anyway, what I gave as the previous reason, not the spooky bit, I think is correct. Anyway,
Okay.
never mind.
All right. You know what? I'll research that at some point. Let's take a look at our overalls really quickly, and we'll
Good segment.
touch on a couple of different things here. Yeah, great segment. We can see Game Lord in first place, actually
Oh.
surpassing TJB by 2 points. And really quickly, because I wanted to actually take a look at Lin, he healed 2,059 health in that last match, whereas Navarro healed for 2,300. And we did theorize that Navarro didn't have to sit in blue as long because he was farther north where the zone was more lenient towards him. But you can just see like the effect of just healing off in blue, what it can do for your team. It gives them first place. It gives them the title, gives them the championship trophy, gives them the crown back on their own logo, and also gets them $10,000. I mean, obviously, if they can maintain it.
I mean, the early playstyle of Game Lord is very similar to the side of TJB, right? Is that they got this huge split towards Tap Mark Cow. They get all of the loot in the world. Now, what they've been doing a lot more in these finals is potentially giving a lot more of those resources over to Narvalo. And they also won that big fight, right? Colaris versus, I think it was Real Tigers 9. So, boom, you pick up their loot also in the forefront. And he was relying on the bandages initially for the longest time because, as said, compared to TJB, he was in the blue a lot later on in the game, so you could start using the first stage a lot later, so you survived late into second place, plus picked up an extra elimination. So, yeah, 150 points is not a huge margin above TJB, only 2 points, but we said it, it's close, it's a close race, so it might be down to that 1-2 elimination you pick up every once in a while to make the difference between first and second.
Especially when their eliminations are dead even right now. What, 62 to 62?
Yeah.
I mean, there's two big focus points we have to have now for the next 5 games. For me, for my money, the championship, the number 1 spot is between Game Lord and TJB at this point. Look at that point difference between second and third. But aside from that, of course, getting top 8 is all important as well. And it's even, I feel like the gap between third through wherever we're at 11th is even closer than it was at the start of the day. This is ridiculous.
I mean, we have some new teams as well. If we can stay on this page really quickly, XTEAM and Clear Vision. James, your team, Clear Vision, with that victory, go from what, 11th to 4th place?
Yeah, that's massive. What a jump up. And again, really happy to see it. I think that they played one of the best Sanhok games we've seen from a team here. 13 eliminations with the 15 points coming in from the placement as well. That's a big Sanhok performance to start the day.
I do really want to give props to Clear Vision too, because they were a team that normally would struggle a lot in the league stage, right? To close off games, they would get in the top 5 position for the longest time, 0 chicken dinners until the end. Here, they were actually actively seeking out, trying to take control, trying to push them out of the circles so they were going to get the win. I love that change of pace of the team. I love that change of mentality. And this is the reason why they're in top 5 currently, is because of those closing off moments they got for the game. So I'm really pumped to see if they can do it more here.
We can see here our second page, Eastern Stars and Big have both fallen off our top 8 at 105 and 103 points respectively between these teams. It's getting tough times. I mean, the cutoff for Romanian Men at 106 points, Eastern Stars at 105 points. So 1 point difference separates from playing in the finals and having to sit there and watch it at home. But as we look down the list, though, Super Young roster as well. I mean, they were in 12th place. They're still in 12th place, but they've been able to at least gain some ground here up against some of these other teams.
It'll be wild if Eastern Stars and Bigs don't make top 8. Like, they need to now make something happen. Coming on Miramar next.
All right, well, gentlemen, it is time to head into our second match of the day. It's going to be over on the lovely, hot, sunny map of Miramar and be brought to you by our commentary team.
Well, that is right. We are going to go straight into Miramar. We're not even going to be able to see our faces. Blank's going to remain hidden for now. He's a secret caster. Secret rare? I think so.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take that one. And, you know, for the ghoul and zombie conversation, we do have our monstrosity at the top of the leaderboard at the moment in Game Lord, who are just absolutely taking names. But for our zombie, our reanimated corpse here will be XTEAM, coming straight back from the dead, heading all the way up into 3rd place. I mean, this is an unbelievable run from XTEAM so far, and we've got to be happy about this one, right? Because they had that one game on Miramar, and it's always good that they get into 3rd place coming back to the Miramar. We just need another one of those 24 eliminators. If they can do that again, something similar, probably not, that's not going to happen again for a very, very long time, then they can shoot themselves up towards that 1st place. But at the moment, it is still those two teams, TJB and Game Lord, duking it out at the top jump.
It is absolutely a battle for the ages, and one that kind of, honestly, I didn't expect to see almost at all. I expected to see Game Lord there, obviously, but it has changed things up just that little bit, having the unlocking, if you like, of Langzy and Lengex on this TJB roster. They have really started to step up for it. I'm there for it. I'm there for it.
Yeah, they've broken the chains finally, and they're here to play. And that's absolutely fine. That's what we like to see. But goodness me, hard shift over towards the eastern side of the map here. Eastern Stars going to be happy with this one. And you were just talking to me very briefly before the game even started that for Eastern Stars, it's going to have to be a real slog, right, to head up towards those top spots. Big, similarly down towards Chumasera. But this is an opening now, and the map where Eastern Stars always did well, John, it is.
What map is it? Tell me. I need to know.
Okay, well, it was Miramar. I was really relying on you there, man. I lent on you so hard, and you fell over like a tiny stick in the wind. But that's okay. That's not a problem. That's why I'm here to give the knowledge and hopefully receive some from you. On the other hand, and watch some good PUBG Mobile.
Hey, I've had some thoughts, by the way. Speaking of knowledge,
okay,
about the difference between zombies and ghouls, right?
Right.
And ghouls, I feel like, are reanimated based on their own will, like their demon-like presences, whereas zombies are animated on the wills of other people, right?
Yeah.
So maybe the zombies that we're seeing in this lobby. Sorry?
Did you not listen to my opening segment?
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no. But I said. Oh dear, that's gone poorly for me. This is the worst timeline. This is the worst timeline.
This is your work. This is.
That's right. That's right.
My work.
That's right. That's right.
That's okay. That's all good. I think that, you know, you were on the same page as me though, and that's good. That's always good to know.
I agree with you, is what I'm saying.
We were both on the Wikipedia grind before this game. We were having a good research. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I think we got our knowledge from the exact same place on the Tinterwebs as well. It's not a problem, you know, but we are heading into this game, and I'm ready to see some of these teams pop off. Honestly, just watching Clear Vision, like the guys on the desk were saying, having such an insane performance towards their beginning of that. Akashi?
Okay. Perfect 10. Perfect 10. Lands on all
Perfect 10.
sides.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm holding up the symbols. It's got a 1 and a 0 on it, and we're happy with how that one did go down. Incredible, though. How did he even get that many flips off? Oh, he's attacking the buggy now as well.
He's going for more. Oh, the buggy. To be honest, the buggies need to work on his landing. It's on fire now.
Yeah,
that's
it's not good.
Someone get the water, please. It's on fire.
Yeah.
This can't stand.
I like this. Game Law's not only bullying the lobby, they're also bullying the vehicles within the maps, which seems very appropriate for this team. I was speaking to actually the guys on the desk whilst you guys were casting that last Sanhok, thinking to myself that maybe, just maybe, they need to change the drop spot on Sanhok in case that, you know, could head down towards Paradise Resort. This is something that Clara suggested, so they don't mess up the rotations too much. But I do think they're a team that can kind of take Sanhok in their hands and then really try and make it work. Whereas playing on the way in that northern coast, it kind of more funnels you into that heal strat. Now, I don't think it is something they're going to change now coming into this last game. However, it does really interest me, though, because if it comes down to it on Sanhok, and we are very, very close in the rankings before our final match of the day, there can be one of two things happening. Either we get a south shift, in which case Lin doesn't have to spend as much time in the blue and then can heal for longer than Narvalo, or we get a North shift, and the similar thing happens to Narvalo in that situation. So it really could just be a flip of the coin who gets the most points in that Sanhok pre the final game. So I think for Game Lord, in these next couple of matches right now, or at least in this next match, it's all about picking up as many points as possible, John.
Absolutely. So with such a closely fought position right at the top, I don't think we've seen a first place position this late in the tournament be so closely fought over. We're now 13 games deep into the series of the 18 games that we're going to play total, and as Max will kindly tell you, that's 13/18ths of the way through, Blank, in this lobby. Of course, you can't simplify that, because 13 is a prime number. Will not divide unless you want to divide it by 1. That doesn't do anything. And what that means is that there's only 5 opportunities left. 5/18ths, 5, another prime number, by the way. But what? I'm a fan of prime numbers. Okay, but the fact that there's only those 5 opportunities to break that 2-point difference, I don't think we've seen this sort of thing before.
No, it's cracking itself up to be one of the most exciting finals of a tournament in a very, very long time. I think that previous PMPLs, we've had a very clear winner from the start, and it's always been a case of, our most exciting aspects of the game have been that 2nd, 3rd, 5th place, right? I skipped 4th because I don't like 4th. But I think this is the major thing that we're looking at. Is we're looking at very exciting finals where a lot can happen even between the rankings beneath. And if I just take a quick peek over towards the rankings themselves, you have 10th place Big of 103 points and 3rd place XTEAM 116 points. There is so little variance in these point numbers that come every single game right now, we can have a new team up towards that top 3, and that is what's so exciting to me at the moment. I hope you guys at home are excited about that too, because it is exciting.
I agree, absolutely. It's actually thrilling. The fact that you have these 2 teams dueling for that top spot, and then you have this this gladiatorial arena of teams beneath them that are all trying to pick up those scraps. And I say scraps in the nicest way, because even getting up towards that 3rd place, that's going to be $5,000, right? And I feel like we can't really classify that as scraps, but that top spot, 10 grand right at the top, looking pretty spicy.
Very spicy indeed. That number doesn't go down too much for the rest of the placings as well. So you really are trying to get in as much points as possible. For some of the teams, though, it might just be all about that 8th spot at the moment. I'm looking at Unicorns of Love, who really need to bring themselves back out from the blue or whatever's going on with them at the moment and get themselves into that 8th place. Because I did think that through their first and second Super Weekend, I expect this to be a top 8 team, but they've really fallen off, and it almost makes me sad considering how well Icy has been playing as a new starter for that team. I just think that maybe that guy deserves more, I don't know, but he really should be able to do something similar to what Beg for Mercy is doing for XTEAM, although the rest of the team is now starting to step up behind the curtails, which are flaming right now for Beg for Mercy.
I mean, you say that you saw Unicorns of Love as a top 8 team. I saw them as like a top 3 team at the start of this tournament, coming in, especially after that first week, the first week or 2. Then they just disappeared, quite frankly, and now it's just not the same team. And I'm really hoping that these 5 chances, as you say, are going to be good. But maybe, we've got a little bit of an Austin Powers situation. X-Team have stolen their mojo.
Exactly. When we needed them most, the X team attacked. And this is the big problem for Unicorns of Love at the moment, is that they're just being overshadowed by these other teams that have had a significant improvement over towards the finals. We saw this similarly in PMGC with Damwon Gaming, who just completely turned up the heat over in the finals itself. So I really just want to see some more out of this team. And I think that, again, with only 5 opportunities remaining that you mentioned, John, it's going to be extremely difficult. And it's no longer those top spots that Unicorns of Love are looking for. They are just trying to rake their way in towards that top 8 spot.
Yeah, and give themselves that extra chance to reformat for the European regionals, if they can do it, if they can go the distance. But it will certainly require a Herculean effort from here on out to see that little bit more from them. 57 points for them, and they'll need to over double that to really compete in this lobby over these next 5 games.
Looking at this Miramar here, Eastern Stars doing something a little bit unorthodox for themselves. Super Young roster continuing to get caught out on their rotations recently in this finals. But Eastern Stars have moved quite swiftly from Impala towards the center of this circle. Now, I really like this from Eastern Stars. I think they are a team that's trying to grab their own fates by their hands right. And I think that most of the time they do just sit around in Impala for far too long. This time they've moved out towards a position where they have a little bit of high ground. They can control the roads around this areas to the south of Minas Generalis, and I think this is Eastern Stars trying to put up some points, and it's where it's desperately needed here on Miramar.
An opportunity that should not go squandered here. Clear Vision's continuing to keep things rolling at the moment. Another elimination comes through. Eastern Stars taking hits. Not good news for their strike towards those top 8 as well. The fact that we live in a world where big Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars are in the bottom 8 right now, it's shocking. It's shocking to me that we sit here and exist in this world. But Real Tigers 9, they've had a little bit of a shock there. Now Squad went down, and they're going to put the nades in for the response. Mango finds one on the upstairs push. Phonics isolated away from the rest of the squad. Might be looking for the res, but no, wants to drop out instead. Knows there's only 3 players, and this reposition does not have an overlook. The position on the off angle for the extra player from Swat 69 controls this side of the building, so he knows he's a little bit safer, but how much longer can it last? Because Phonic is going to fall. The spray from Hardman gets the flush as well. Schofield tries to remount up the stairs, but Hardman's there to stop him.
Yeah, Real Tigers 9 dealing with that fight pretty quickly. PNL, even with the Golden Mirado, that's not going to give you enough luck to win out during these 3 players. He pulls something amazing out the bag, but with PNL just not really performing for the majority of this tournament, I don't expect it to happen. In the meantime, Eastern Stars is taking heavy damage down towards Impala. They've already taken 1 knock and a flush, but already a knock-off from the other side in Clear Vision. And XTEAM currently harassing them massively. Beg for Mercy managed to throw a very long Molotov over towards Doran, and that ended up knocking and flushing him. Hard shift over towards Impala, and not exactly something that Eastern Stars really hope to see here, John. With this hard shift, you know, all that work they spent trying to get over towards position, altering their drop spot, altering their rotational path, it's all for naught because they will have to head back now.
But this is a chance for Unicorns of Love to slither on in on that eastern side, on that eastern road. If they can get there fast enough, if they can scout it out efficiently, there is space in this circle for them. We've seen these cliff sides in the past on the eastern side of Impala be really solid if you can get a hold of them, if you can control them. So if the Unicorns can take that position, maybe there's that chance that they were looking for.
And this is not what you want to see. I mean, the guys and me on the desk were counting the amount of hard shifts that went on in Sanhok, and I think we were 5 for 5 by phase 5, right? And that is not good for finals. You don't want this much variance in the circles because it makes a lot of these informed decisions very difficult going forward. And the heal strat on Sanhok becomes infinitely better because consistency is actually what you want. And getting that consistency on a chicken dinner or a higher limb game on Sanhok with the amount of hard shifts that are available becomes extremely difficult. More so, it's even more awful for these teams considering this is the final day of the tournament. This is not where you want difficult circles to play around. This is where you want it to be easy breezy and you want your macro and mechanical skill to shine and not your luck instead.
Well, let's talk about the macro of TJB. They, in fact, ahead of the game, ahead of Unicorns of Love, from the south side have rotated into the eastern side of Impala, so they will be on those cliff sides now. Eastern Stars, having retreated back, have not got control of it just yet. TJB regroup for this circle.
Yeah, that's a nice rotate from TJB as well, down from Los Higos, wrapping all the way around Puerto Paraíso to this position, taking the hillsides before anyone else can. And Giants just a little bit slow on the rotate here to actually see this one happening. So TJB, like you said, they've really snuck into a very good position here, unbeknownst to practically everyone in the circle. Eastern Stars might expect a team to be on this eastern side towards these hillsides, so I would imagine that that's something they'll be aware of. Still with 3 players, it's more about survival now for Eastern Stars this early in the game. 14 minutes in at the moment, and we're going to start to see teams clashing very soon.
Speaking of clash, there we go. That's a good start. Unicorns of Love find Resnov for Game Lord. They are looking for a little bit more. Penta close to Game Lord as well. At the moment, Game Lord, the team that is trapped but big, are pushing in behind Penta as well. So there's this whole queue of teams on this northern side. And it looks like Big and Unicorns of Love are going to play the flanks here. I don't think they want to push too far in, but I feel like Unicorns of Love have the better position out of all 4 of these teams.
Yeah, Game Lord now down to just 2 players. Mozero taking shots over towards Big as they rotate out, but with Game Lord on just the 2 on this northern side where it's going to get hard for them. Another hard shift down towards the southeast. TJB going to be very happy with this indeed. We're able to get set up nice and early. Got Lengex holding the road as well, coming up from Porto Paris. So I think Game Lord is going to struggle here to get too many points, and realistically they're looking for a top 8 placement just to get some of those placements on board so they can kind of take that into their next game and not be too far behind TJB, because right now this Miramar's cracking up to be a good one for this team.
This is a 10-point game for TJB. That's what it's looking to me, at least, and that's an excellent position when it's that closely fought at the top. But their main challengers right now, I think, are going to be the Unicorns of Love, who arguably need this way more.
And they'll be fighting for it, John. Tooth and nail coming in from that north side. Reznov's just a little bit far behind. They need to make sure they don't get spotted on this rotate. They're coming all the way on the eastern side, just past TJB at the moment. They're staying out of sight at the moment because looking down that hill is a little bit difficult from the positions that TJB's in. So they should be safe for the time being. But this is very much a safety rotate as opposed to an aggressive one.
Spray from Clear Vision towards Real Tigers 9. Very close together on the Sanhok gone, and Samo will remind them of games gone by. Putting one down yet again, guarding out this position. I don't think the Real Tigers 9 can make this leap. Umichiu's going to start to get behind some headland, will find some cover on the ridge. Samo will continue to control here, and there's a lot of open ground. Onto the bike, maybe a chance to not get sprayed down, but in plain sight, what can you do?
For Clear Vision, at the moment, Michu just rolls straight into 4 Romanian Boys. For Clear Vision, this game, I think it has to be a large one in terms of point scoring. If they want to be in contention for those first and second spots, they're about 30 points behind both those teams. They were very much ahead of the curve than anyone else in this lobby. So Clear Vision really has to hit something big. But off the back of it, John, you know, we saw all 4 players up just a minute ago, and now they're down to 2.
Not ideal, far from it. Managing for Samo to get into this next circle, but close to XTEAM. Big eliminated in the meantime on the northwestern side, near Super Young roster, near XTEAM, just on the north end of this conflict. And now they can turn their attention almost entirely to Samo. There's no one really that close by. Super Young roster haven't made that push just yet. So Samo really at risk here. Spotted out, sprayed down, dealt with.
XTEAM, I thought that yesterday might have been a fluke, but with the way they're currently playing, I can confidently say that that's probably not the case here. They're still playing very, very well on the edge of these circles, even with difficult rotations for them, especially on Sanhok. They've really turned things up to a next level. Clear Vision, on the other hand, I think this run might just be over for them now. It's all about placements, and they'll have to make up those points elsewhere if they want to hit that first and second place. For XTEAM, they're still trying to jump up the rankings. From last game, I think it was 10th place up to 3rd, which is kind of unreal.
A lot of teams in Impala now, all trying to hunker down in these buildings, but it's much easier said than done. Every team's going to be looking away. TJB controls so much of this hillside. They have oversight on so many players here, and they don't really need to regroup too much. The circle does zone in again, right towards TJB's cliffs. These eastern cliffs are going up and up and up in value as Game Lords struggle to enter Impala.
There is still a chance at an urban finish here, so some teams might want to opt to just grab some buildings and play around it in Impala. But for TJB, they can continue to try and get themselves up towards the top side. It will start to be good for them later on, but if we do shift away from these cliffs, then TJB's descent is going to be difficult, and that's where they will really have to show off their skills, you know, their ability to make these quick rotations on the fly. They still have one player in the game for Game Lord. It's Victor, 0 eliminations right now. He's hunkered down inside a compound and just wants to stay there for as long as possible. With Penta moving in, he's gonna have to do something a little bit crazy.
Game Lord, 1 player left, Victor. Upstairs, popping nades down towards Penta. Strong, very strong team in their own right, but what are you going to do when there's just players all around you? You stand near a window, you are going to get spotted, taken out, Game Lord eliminated, down early. Excellent news for TJB.
And that 2-point differential just doesn't look so good anymore. TJB looking to extend their lead in this finals. Real Tigers 9 do go down eventually, but Eastern Stars still up with 3 in a fairly good position. I know they moved out early, and I was a little bit sad that it did shift back away from them, but they have got themselves into a good spot, understanding that they were probably the closest to getting to Impala out of anyone. So they've really hunkered themselves down right in the back and placed up the barricade.
TJB will be that backstop for them, though. And if the circle pushes out that way, as you alluded to earlier, it could prove to be really, really tricky for them to leave, but they can guard out a lot of these teams who are going to try and get there before them. Unicorns of Love on the back side of TJB right now, down to the south. Giants split up around them a little bit, but Giants seem to have spotted them. You see Alicio taking damage there. Giants spiking out, finding 4 Romanian as well, trying to control the back of their rotation path as well.
Yeah, 4 Romanian Men in a bit of an awkward spot here. They're going to have to get in somehow. I'm not exactly sure the way they're going to move up this fielded edge, and it's going to be very, very difficult for them. But Giants just moving through with the vehicles. This is what you absolutely need on Miramar, is just vehicles galore. Making the quick run across these fields in those vehicles is going to be extremely beneficial. But 4 Romanian Men actually have full vision towards Giants at the moment. They're going to be extremely careful. You can see Unicorns of Love there on life support, barely breathing. Someone needs to bring out the CPR kit for them.
This was Unicorns of Love's chance. This was their time. They were in a prime spot. Giants have taken where they pretty much should be right now, and they have again let it tumble. They exposed themselves to TJB's positions, and they're paying the price now. May be able to get some reses off here. I mean, they'll be lucky to keep themselves at 3, but they've got a gauntlet ahead of them, and with nades from Langzi popping in as well, it's going to be made all the harder. A long nade, and that res is cancelled yet again. Reznov was up, but failed once more. Daddy still trying to get the res. Icy is there. There's the Molotov to stop the backup. He stands in the fire, and Daddy falls. Icy sprayed down, and the Unicorns of Love, they're cut down again.
Yeah, Langzi single-handedly snatches away the Ambu bag from Daddy as he tries to get the rest of his team back up in action. And unfortunately, that will be the end of Unicorns of Love. And like you said, that was their chance right here. This was their go time. Circle the ship, head over towards Impala, so Tongjiaval needs to start figuring out how they're going to get down this mountain. Do they rappel, or do they fall, or do they just send some vehicles off the cliff? Because this point in time, it is going to be a little bit tricky. You see already Lengex starting to make his way down with Langzi over here, but Giants are underneath them, and this is something they'll have to be careful for.
Giants holding a solid quadrant of this next circle. Romanian Men trying to move in on it just that little bit. Impala is primed to go off any moment now as well as teams start to crunch together. Next team spotted. Zombie sprayed out, but Ulysses doesn't get the knock and he has to fade away. Worried about the rest of the teams in Impala having sightlines. There's still 4 Romanian Men that they need to worry about, but that one's going to land. Bimmy goes down. Zombie looks for the rest.
Ulysses does the only smart thing available, is to take out the vehicles. This long haul for XTEAM is going to be incredibly made much more tricky by the fact that they don't have any vehicles to work with. So if Ulysses can shoot out the wheels, it means for XTEAM there's not a lot of cover making their way up. Salazar moves out though, off in the distance. You can see him just on the right hand side of your screen there. See if you could reposition, maybe find some shots over towards XTEAM on a slight rotate. Could be interesting.
Regroups just that little bit, maybe just getting some scouting, checking those fields, making sure there's no threats there, because now they hold a big chunk of that south side with some decent sight lines towards the rest of the town. TJB, they're guarded from that by that massive high ground block that's sort of separating them right now, and no TJB players are up the top of it, so Giants looking to control here.
Yeah, Eastern Stars have a player that's sent out just a little bit over towards the western side. You can see that on the top right of your screen, but the rest of the players currently in church. And I think that's not a bad position for them. Langzi getting knocked on this side. This is what I was talking about. It becomes so hard for TJB to make their way back down without being spotted, which is why they've tried to make as many casualties as possible on the drop down so that no one's really looking at this position. But now it's time for Eastern Stars to hold these teams back, but they have high ground to play around with in this church and a lot of windows to look out of.
A lot of windows for nades to go in. If TJB can land them, they might be in luck, but Eastern Stars holding up on this high ground. Giants spot the last player for Romanian Men, isolate it, control it, and they'll look to do it some more. The next circle goes away from them.
This takes a chunk of damage there from Grenade. Giants with 6 eliminations, still making their way around. XTEAM know this position from them. Goodness me, that's aggressive with the vehicles, and somehow they make it in.
And Ulysses goes down as well, trying to tumble off this hillside, going well for TJB, but not so much for Giants. Resable for both of these players, however, and Salazar looks to get Pocus up. Nano looks to get Ulysses back.
And this is all just about getting in. Bimmy kind of doesn't quite hit that molly there, unfortunately, but Giants now control 2 pretty good buildings within the Impala itself, so extremely well done for them, and I think that was a Hail Mary from them. In the meantime, the TJB, they've made it down. Athis, Kapahala on low HP at the moment.
Athis holding out in the side room there, but not going to be easy to hold off TJB. They are on form again on Miramar. Looking to descend. The Eastern Stars are down to 1. This is their drop spot. This is their home turf. And on Impala, they have been dismounted. 7 teams remain.
Goodness me, Eastern Stars must have thought they were safe, but when they heard the knocking on the door and the TJB open up, they knew it was over for them at that point in time. 5 eliminations so far, but only 3 players. Langzi going out to the blue earlier, but still they're controlling a very strong position here, and it'll all depend on this next circle. Octavian also going down 0 eliminations for Eastern Stars in 7th place. It is really not gone well here, despite their positioning in this match.
It felt like it should have been better, right? Without TJB there, maybe. And you've got to think, the Unicorns had the chance to take that position. I'm still annoyed about it, Blank. I expect more from this team. But it's TJB who show them how it's done. And right now, they're showing everyone else as well.
Yeah, they're consistently moving up. The Giants there on the way in. Lin goes down quickly. GK First has to drop out. Doesn't take too much damage here, John.
Oh, Lin is downed, but there is a response. Very, very effective from GK First, as you say. And around the side, looking to control Nano. I think that's the last player now for Giants. Yeah, they managed to take care of Salazar. Molotov in the window. This is good. This is very strong positioning for that Molotov. Will be able to get that burn on. Takes GK First down. Now, with just the one standing for them, it's the new addition to the roster, TJB, who has been standing up for them all the way. This new duo has been doing so much work, but with the good cook on that nade, it could be brutal. TJB could go up in smoke, but it looks like it's not going to find the damage. They're looking for the push from Nano. Brings Ulysses back into the fold. GK First falls down. 1 player standing, but there's the first knock. Looks for the second as well around the side. Looks for more as he comes in. Goes for the flush. It's a little bit greedy, and it's too much. Lengex stays alive for TJB with 5 teams remaining. Bimmy's looking to push in as well. Nades in through the window. Wants to convert on the fight with the third party, but there's only the one left, and Shockwave and PENTA still on the door.
Goodness me, it's the classic Lengex adrenaline shot to the heart here, and he is absolutely going for it at the moment. Still in this game, look at him prone. CP and Roster making their way in, but Bimmy lays in the way of him and Lengex themselves. Shockwave looking on target for a good game here with 3 players left alive, but Lengex just took down 3 players from the guys from Shockwave, but finally does go down 4 plays, 7 eliminations. It is damn good, but X-Team once again with a good result here in this game.
Another good result as well. It's phenomenal. Picks up another couple of eliminations as well. Looks for the players on the run out. Plays behind the windowsill. He knows that he can only do so much here. Wanting to pick up an elimination point, but goes down to the play zone. Shockwave take the chicken dinner.
Goodness me. That match was intense, John, on Miramar, and not at all what I expected. Shockwave, though, do run away with the victory here. Good stuff from them. It was a very low elimination game with only the 4 elims, but they just sat it out nice and pretty towards the center of Impala, whilst the rest of the teams were just fighting it out there. And it truly was gladiatorial, like you said earlier on in the cast, John, because goodness me, that was some unreal stuff.
It absolutely was. I mean, X-Team as well, getting into the game late once more. And you've got to remember who went down early. Who went down early in this game? Game Lord. That is going to be able to allow them to close that gap just that little bit more towards the top of the tables for X-Team. This could be a wild card. This is a team that finished on the first day at the bottom of the tables, dead last, 16th place, and now they are in the conversation for first place. X-Team absolutely putting in the work, putting in those shifts, but Shockwave snaffle up a whole helping of points that might help them get in that conversation for the 8th place.
Yeah, I think that right at the beginning of this tournament, I did a quick team prediction of where I thought people would end up, and I think I put TJB in 2nd place. And to be honest, I was very disappointed in myself because I thought I've made a wrong decision here throughout the entire Super Week, and now finally TJB doing what I always thought they could do, but never really seemed to live up to in the meantime. And I was very, very wrong, it seems. Hamodi, though, most eliminations coming through from super young roster, who made very far into this game despite losing a few members early on. And I think for super young roster, this needs to be a big change for them as well. It's just these early rotations where they're completely unaware of a lot of teams rotating around them and getting caught up in the mess because of it. But lots of these teams that are just new talent are really rising up the ranks at the moment. It's so fantastic to see it.
Yeah, only 4 games remain now, though, so that talent needs to rise as fast as possible. Everybody needs to bring their A game. It is still so closely fought around those middle of the tables points, around that presence on that 8th place. XTEAM bringing that pressure up from that 3rd place as well. Going to be looking to, sorry, from the 2nd place in that game, to be trying to crunch up against that Game Lord barrier as well. We thought that gap wasn't going to be fought for. We thought it was a duel blank. There's a new challenger approaching. It's going to be XTEAM. They have absolutely blasted out over these last couple of days. We'll see what more they can do, but for now, we're going to head back to the desk.
Not a bad match coming in for Shockwave here. Maybe a little bit too late, but either way, it should be able to catapult them up the leaderboards, potentially have a chance to break through top 8. We still have a lot of matches left to go here as we have, what, 4 remaining? Actually, yeah, with Erangel coming up next, it means we do have 4 remaining.
4, I think.
Jason Kaplan.
I should just shut up sometimes. I think I don't know why I speak. I don't.
I want to do maths again.
Technically, you're correct. Yes, but the problem is, it's in good practice to always reduce the fraction to the lowest amount possible. So it'd actually be 2 ninths.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, but I don't like going by the.
Which is also
things. Yeah.
1/3.
Yeah, true.
No, I'm not sure.
No, it's not.
It's not 1/3. It is 2 ninths.
I was just saying true for following, but no, it's not. You got me.
It's a test.
Can we talk about the video
test has been failed successfully. Let's take a look at the match standings, though. It's 70 point Shockwave got, as well as some other teams. You saw TJB fighting, picking up 7 limbs, not letting any team take them down until obviously they did. But Shockwave, 19 points. Not a lot of limbs to show for it, unfortunately, but it's still 19 points. But also XTEAM, another 19 points. If I'm not mistaken, XTEAM might have passed that 132 point threshold we were looking at.
Yeah.
And are they now secured?
Yeah, I think so. They've looked what a belter they've played over this past day and a bit here for XTEAM. Very, very cool to see. It's crazy how the numbers work out for this game. And yeah, let's talk about the video game, because This game was fantastic. I love myself some urban ending because it gets a little bit chaotic, a little bit crazy. Those numbers and elimination points kind of get dragged down a bit because everyone's getting eliminations from every angle. Cool to see Shockwave kind of playing this out. It was a bit more of a passive game from them compared to some of the other teams that come in, but sometimes in an urban ending, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, I'm actually really pumped also to see Super and Roster get themselves some decent points actually throughout this game. I'm happy the first Sanhok game, they did not go for the drop in ruins. I think they went Northern Quarry, so that's great. And here they get themselves an extra 15 points. So they were already like, I think 20, 30 points behind most of the teams that were fighting for that top 8. So I think that it's fair to say that these first 2 games put them back in the race in a very, very comfortable position. So they could contest with those games. They could contest for that position in the next games coming up here. So hopefully they can keep up these type of results, because if so, the spot could be theirs in the championship.
Yeah, very true. Just to quickly note, TJB, remember they were behind 2 points from Game Lord. This should be able to push them back into that first place position. Giants will get themselves closer to solidifying themselves. Penta on top of that. Road Tigers 9 UK, another 5 points. Clear Vision, another 5 points. Again, for Clear Vision, important to keep these points coming in so they can maintain their spot. But let's look at the second page. Let's see some other teams, because we're not seeing Game Lord. We're not seeing Big. We're not really seeing Unicorns of Love. I know, Max, you were saying we were watching the game with Unicorns of Love, pretty much their demise on the cusp of, coming to fruition. You were saying, like, now they're going to need to average, at least 10 points per game to actually have a chance?
Yeah, every bad game, the average they're going to need for the other games are going to be increasing by a significant margin. I want to see from them now 10 points a game minimum, and even that's not sure that's going to be enough for Unicorns of Love, right? So, yeah, it's weird, and as they were saying on the cast on Blank, is like, this was their game, this was their potential redemption, because they had a good rotation around the eastern side, but they just sent, I think it was Langzi. They just sent Langzi solo to take care of the 3 players of Unicorns of Love, and they got obliterated off the surface of Miramar. So, yeah, we're not seeing them at all, these games. It was a good attempt, but yeah, when it comes to fighting versus TJB just had the better position, and there's nothing Unicorns could really do that.
All right. Well, SWAT 69, Romanian Boys, a couple of teams that are looking like there's really no way they can get through, unfortunately, but they still have a chance to play spoiler. They have a chance to, again, we don't know how PMGC qualification is necessarily working, right? Because it could be like last year, where all your points from Super Weekends, all your points from finals get added and tallied together to potentially push you into a qualifying spot. So even if they're not going to be qualifying, if they're confident they won't make it into top 8, every point matters. Every point you take away from other team matters. And plus, you get extra prize money for every ranking you can go up here. So it's really important for them to keep pushing on, keep trying to improve here, because the year still has more PUBG Mobile to happen. But let's dive into a little bit of a head-to-head in this last match between our number 1 and our number 2 team, which is who, Max?
Was it that game? It's Shockwave, man. Actually, I didn't write it down. Don't have the stats. Well, you got to ask me trick questions already. What did I just? It's game log.
The funny thing is, I did say before we came on air, like, oh, we're gonna go with this story, and we're gonna go with this story, and Max is like, yeah, okay, that sounds good. I can talk about this team and that team, and then he forgot the teams that we were gonna be talking about.
I wait for it to pop up, and then it all comes flooding back. That's how it goes. It goes out, and it's like, oh, okay, I remember, and then I go back into it. It's fine. Okay.
You wanna help him out, Cloris?
Let's look at TJB and Game Lord and see where they're sat at right now. There you
go.
go.
Watching Max's face to see that light, flick on, like, oh yeah, these guys.
Now I know what being a zombie's like. Yeah, cool. I understand now.
We do know the difference between ghouls and zombies. So. But Max, we want to talk about these 2 teams in particular. Again, like, there's like many battles happening right in this game. There's obviously the battles within the match. There's a battles between like first and second place. There's a battle between teams in top 8. There's a battle between teams trying to fight into top 8. And this is why we need to focus on these 2 teams, because it is for the championship title right now, unless we can somehow see a team in 3rd, 4th catch up drastically.
Yeah, which has been actually happening recently. We've been seeing some really good points coming out from XTEAM, and that margin, I think they had, a 20, 25-point lead between 2nd and 3rd. Like, XTEAM has been able to close that gap pretty significantly. So there is potentially a contestment to be made against these top 2 teams currently, but TJB, we have the impression coming into these finals, especially yesterday and today, that they are playing a very information-based game, especially on Miramar. And that's how you can see them get their rotation on the east of Impala, right, Kalash? Because they were there super early. At the moment they got in that spot, Game Lord were already down to 2 players struggling to fight for positions in circles. So, man, the information game for TJB is working wonders for them here.
And let's talk about this in terms of the comparison to usual urban endings, right? I think a lot of people would have looked at TJP's position and thought, ooh, if that goes into Impala, ooh, what's going to happen? Little Jamesy here, not too concerned. I'll tell you why.
His new alias, Little Jamesy,
Little
and his brother, Big Jamesy.
That's right. It's my rapper name, guys. All right. So the church building actually provides you great opportunities to be able to dive off that cliff area and have cover straight away. It is unlike any other approach into an urban situation. They understood that they had to make that path there. They understood that actually there is a team already there, Eastern Stars, and cleared them out very nice. Eastern Stars was wise to take up that spot just in case someone was coming off that cliffside, but TJB was just too strong. So I really like how TJB played this.
Okay, we have to round up the conversation about those two teams now because we have very limited time and we want to jump into another team that is on the rise today. Super young roster. Let's take a look at their stats from, I believe, yesterday, technically.
Yesterday.
It's a saying. And today, because they have had a big step up here. They're looking much better. We can see, obviously, this is, what, 3 matches compared to 6 matches. So left side 6 matches, right side 3 matches. Like, that is ridiculously close considering they still have half the matches left to go here. Eliminations almost is on point 2. This team is stepping up here. They're making some moves, and I can tell you, they've gone from being, before this match began, in 12th place. They're still in 12th place, but they closed the gap by about 10, 15 points.
Yeah.
And so they're about to breach 11th.
Yeah, they were part of those group of teams with Unicorns of Love and Shockwave that if they wanted to catch up and put their way into top 8, they needed to have a really, really good day 3, which they started doing so. I would still like for them to potentially close off a chicken dinner. I think that would be the real big step up that we need to see for Super Young roster for them to be able to push themselves in top 8 and hopefully remain in top 8. So I think that's a little extra step up I would like to see from them in particular. But the one thing that I'm happy to see in particular, because don't forget, 33% of your games are going to be played on Sanhok. They're not going for the drop, it seems like, in Ruins anymore, which I'm over the moon to see because I think that's what ruined their chances yesterday and put them really far back. If that's not happening anymore, I think there's a very clear chance they can make it here. So just keep on going. And Homodi in particular stepped up big time in these last 2 days. So keep it up, boys.
And just to correct myself, it's actually not half the matches played. They've only played 2 matches, and they almost have the same amount of damage done. Like, that's pretty ridiculous. And again, like, super young roster, hey, boys, there's a legitimate chance you can make top 8. Just keep this momentum going, and you're going to see yourself breach that point, and we're going to be seeing you in the EU regionals. But let's hop into our overalls while we have a little bit of time left and really show some disparity in points that are beginning to grow. 15 points between 2nd, 3rd place. That gap has closed a little bit at the start of the day by XTEAM. Giants has been able to make their way into 4th place here, and the rest of the team's able to maintain their top 8 placings so far. But there is a decent lead at the very top. 13-point difference, probably one of the biggest differences we've actually had here between 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah, Game Lord's going to come battling back here on Erangel for that 1st and 2nd battle that is currently ongoing. If you'd have told me XTEAM at the start of the day, or start of yesterday, was going to be in 3rd place here, I'd have called you a liar. But here they are, and they're closing the gap on the 1st and 2nd positions, which is absolutely nuts.
Also interesting to see that FTY and Romanian Men have been slowly slipping out. They were both in, 3rd and 4th respectively at the start of today. So XTEAM, Giants, Clear Vision, PENTA all overtook those 2 teams. So FTY for Romanian Men need to start getting some results in because not only have they slipped down the rankings, they could get kicked out of top 8 here. So they can't afford any more bad results, or it could unfortunately spell demise for them.
Yeah, they've definitely flatlined today, it seems, considering the big rise up we saw yesterday. Again, they still have 4 matches left to go. They still have a chance, but it is starting to slip away. Let's take a look at the 2nd page though. Now, 8th place is 108 points, and 9th place is 107. Still, that 1 point difference between the two. I didn't catch the chicken dinners versus placement points between the 2 teams because it goes chicken dinners as our first decider, and then placement points as our 2nd tiebreaker. But we can see Big still not able to make progress. Super young roster is catching up here. Unicorns of Love falling even further behind. I don't know what else to say here, gentlemen, but it is becoming tough times here for these teams.
It's not being fun. At least one cool thing for Big and Real Tigers and UK is that if it comes down to that tiebreaker, right, they got themselves 2 wins. So if it goes down to it, there's a very clear chance that they'll be the ones that actually push themselves in top 8. But you don't want it to go down to tiebreakers, right? I think that's like the worst scenario you could have for teams that are trying to qualify for the championship. So we still need to see a step up of those teams. And Unicorns of Love, as we said, I need to see a 10-point average per game minimum if they want to make it back up. And even then, it's just actually is not going to be enough because that's like 100 points. Then even more now based on that. So yeah, Unicorns of Love, it might be over right now depending on how this next game goes. It's not looking good.
Yeah, and we might have to put that final nail in the coffin here when we get into our 3rd match of the day. Let's flip back over to our commentary team to go right back into Erangel.
This is it. We're into the first Erangel game of day number 3 and one of the remaining 2 Erangel games of the PMPL Western Europe Finals. Blank, it was an intense game, the last game. Are you hoping maybe for just a little bit more calmness or not as much intensity, or are you looking for more intensity?
I'm looking for all the intensity, Imperium. I want none of this calm nature. I want more hardships. I want everyone to have a bad time. But I know that I would agree that I think Game Lord is going to come back fighting here on this map. With this playing path, though, it does make things a little bit more difficult for them because, goodness me, they're going to have to get the old boots on and get a run in over towards Yasnaya because it is a bit far out for them. TJB, on the other hand, very nice and easy little rotate over towards North George, but look at this. Eastern Stars challenging them out for this. So if Game Lord can have a good game here and maybe Eastern Stars can cause some problems for TJB up towards this northern side, who knows what can happen in this game.
Eastern Stars are going for the ginger drop of Zarky. That's what I want to see. Bring it on, Eastern Stars. Look, this team, Eastern Stars, have struggled massively, and even along with Big, there's a bigger story to tell as well, with them being first place at the end of day one, and they've dropped down. Both of those teams are outside of the top 8. Yes, it's incredibly close with only 13 points dividing 6th place and 11th place, but who would really have expected that coming into the finals? These have been two teams that have been top of their game in Europe for the last 6 to 8 months.
I know, and I think it has been very, very odd for me to see Eastern Stars and Big down here. I think for Big, there has been these moments, though, where you're like, this is a top 3 team, a top 2 team. But for Eastern Stars, on the other hand, it's been just very much cruising along, and we've been waiting for that cruise to drop the propeller on the back and start absolutely slamming the speedboat in here, because honestly, this is when I expected Eastern Stars to start flying, and they have not done it so far. It has just been easy breezy. 107 points. They're just behind 8th place by 1 in 9th place at the moment. But I think if there's any 2 teams that should be going to EU Regionals, it is Big and Eastern Stars. However, they have to make that happen first.
Oh, hard man. Please tell me you're going to get it. Oh, Kale, he ran out of ammo. Hardman gets like the luckiest break of his life. I would argue the luckiest break. He's driving away from that entailment thinking, how the hell did I survive? And probably laughing about it as well.
Absolutely. I mean, that was very lucky. It was extremely lucky he lived through that one. But Real Tigers 9 need all the help they can get right now. Currently sat in 11th place, 103 points. They are set on target, head towards that top 8. So having 4 members here on Erangel where you can kind of confirm yourself for a much more easy game, right? Because I think Erangel, you can make those decisions on the rotates where they will, in the long run, benefit you. Whereas on Sanhok, a lot of times you can just get something thrown absolutely in the works, and then there's nothing you can do about other than just pray to God that you make your way in. Game Law at the moment, though, still desperate to make their way over towards Yasnaya, right? So they're not in their usual drop spot. And Clear Vision currently has sights on 2 of the players. However, the other 2 on the northern coast. So they're not actually able to assist on this fight here in Imperium. So this is a bit awkward for Game Lord and not where they want to go down, with historically Erangel being one of their best maps, if not the best map for them.
Compared to TJB, they've been on average about 6 points per game higher in points secured across the finals so far. So you're dead right. This is their strongest map. It didn't make sense to me that Game Lord, if they went to the bother of dropping for vehicles outside of Watertown, that they didn't, as a full squad, just full send it to Yasnaya. Why go halfway there, knowing that Clear Vision drop around school and apartments? I don't know how much information Clear Vision were able to get, but I still look at that as a risk not worth taking. And now they're down to 2 players.
Yeah, this is a huge blunder, essentially, from Game Lord, with 2 players on the northern coast and Clear Vision quite quickly cleaning up those eliminations there. And I think with the fact that they probably saw the parachutes, this is very much one of the decisions they make early on. Now with just 2 players remaining in Akashi and Victor, these are not the 2 guys that I would necessarily want to have together as a duo to try and earn some massive points in this game to keep themselves in contention. I'd much rather a Narvalo and a Victor here. So this is a bit of a struggle, and to be honest with you, Spicy being in this final day, I'm not 100% on it. I think I would much prefer Trazen. Then again, it has been awkward for Game Lord. There's been some weird mistakes been thrown out here and there, perhaps due to the playing path, perhaps due to the circle, but still, it's not the Game Lord that I know.
And that's actually a question that it's been on my mind, and I've been asking myself it as well, because I compliment the game order on their ability to have 6 players in the roster that, for the most part, you put them in any game scenario and they're going to perform. Any 4 players are going to perform pretty damn well. But in this situation, in this structure where it's 3 days, 18 games for top spots, for spots in the next stage, I would argue now is the time for Game Lord to have the same 4 players play every single game. And they haven't had that. Trazen has played in some games. Robs has played in some games. Is he spicy in this game? And I think that's come to bite them in the butt a little bit. I would have preferred to see the same 4 players. They're what they prefer as whoever makes the actual roster decision, to say, okay, it's going to be this 4 players for the whole finals, because at least they can build on each other's momentum or failures throughout every single game, rather than switching players out here and there.
Clear Vision, on the hand, getting those 2 eliminations there are so good for them, considering the position they're currently in on the standings. Getting those 2 extra points off the bat, you know, being in 5th place, 120 points, not that far behind of XTEAM in 3rd place with 135. So getting this initial starter, not only the elimination points, but also kind of semi-defeating the Game Lord on your northeast side, who tends to give Clear Vision problems on that rotate in. This is going to make their initial rotation infinitely easier in period, which is always what you want to see. And Giants don't usually pose that much of a threat in Pochinki. However, this is kind of a new Giants we're seeing at the moment. A little bit upgraded, a little bit more evolved. So I think any team that's rotating past Pochinki should be a little bit more worried now.
Giants 2.0, you could say. You know, maybe they've got an operating system upgrade or update, should I say. Unicorns Love dropped in South George, which makes sense because of the playing path. They have dropped South George before. They go for a very early rotation on that western side, which I kind of agree with. It stops them from getting in any way interacting with TJB, and it does allow them to kind of put maybe a little bit surprise pressure on XTEAM. It's not going to be the case, as XTEAM have spotted them out from the high ground.
I think for Unicorns of Love, heading down this way, you're always going to interact with at least one of the teams, be it Super Young Roster or XTEAM. And I think for this being a secondary stop for XTEAM anyway, there is a massive cluster of teams down here, with 4 Romanian Boys even being up towards the northern side. This is a bit rough for Unicorns of Love, and like the guys on the desk were saying, the run might just be over at this point with the amount of current points they currently have and the bubble that we've predicted. It is going to be so difficult and require game after game of massive eliminations, massive placement, and right now I just do not think that Unicorns of Love can pull that off.
I agree. I was looking at the overall standings coming into this game, and for me, I think the top 5 from TJB to Clear Vision, they're all secured. Even if they all have terribly bad games, I think their spots are generally secured into the next stage. From 6th to 13th, that's Penta down to Shockwave. I think all of those teams are fighting for the remaining 3 spots, right? And yeah, Unicorns Love 4, Romanian Boys spot 69. I'm sorry, I just think your journey is over, at least in terms of getting to the regional finals. Like Jason mentioned, there is money in play at least.
Exactly, but that money in play does go down significantly as you drop down the rankings. And I mean, just looking at 1st to 2nd place, you know, that is a massive $3,500 drop off. So anyone who's looking for that 1st place is looking for a lot of money as well. So it does actually mean a significant amount getting that 1st place, but it also means a significant amount just in terms of pride and glory, right? Getting that 1st place, yes. If you're a Game Lord, you know you kind of deserve that coming off the back of league stage. You had such a significant advantage over everyone else, but TJB, like we've all been saying, have just dropped the weights now, and they are 100% just fragging out. And with this Game Lord going down to just 2 very early on, and TJB having a comfortable rotate down towards the field, goodness me, I think this could be another good game for TJB if they play their cards right.
4 Romanian Men on our screens got a knock onto one of the Penta players' hulls, and they're looking to chase it. Gets a confirmation on the hulls with the run over the vehicle. But one thing that I've just noticed, Eastern Stars rotated from Zarki all the way over to the northeastern side, essentially in between Rozhok and Yasnaya, I gotta wonder, maybe picking up on the elimination feed and seeing 2 Game Lord players going down, could that have been a bit of a targeted rotation to look for the remaining 2? Or is it just them switching up to the eastern side so they have their normal path line into the later circles?
You know, it could be targeted, but I would imagine here, even if you just see them in the kill feed and you pick up the team name right, you just want to be heading over towards this eastern side just because it is a lot more free. And with the play path being all the way over to the western side, you know that this eastern side is going to be a little bit more comfortable to rotate in towards, at least past school and farm. Someone is just absolutely sending the entire magazine over these vehicles, and I would say conserve the ammo. To be honest, you're not hitting that.
Look, you gotta give 4 Romanian Men an A for effort, and I actually think it's a bit more of an important thing to do for them in the early game, even if they're not really connecting. And as much as I get it about conserving your ammo, because they're on that Ferry Pier hill and it's right in the center of this phase 2, so the more space they can effectively create around them, the easier it is for them to rotate should a hard shift away on another direction, such as west, east, or north.
Unicorns Love move down south towards Quarry and Primorsk, and then move back up north and been caught out by TJB. And I think these are rotations that you should know are happening. This is a very, very clinical rotational path for TJB. It happens every single game almost. It's not something that you should be caught unawares of. Icy now just out here. Lengex currently healing up. Still tossing nades in at the moment. Lengex could suffer because of it, and he does.
Icy now pushing it in, doing a decent chunk of damage, but is going to opt to go for the nade throw to try and secure that knock and at least counter TJB. But okay, okay. Alicia with the DP28. Icy looks to try and stay alive, but a lot of damage has been dealt onto them. TJB, both of these teams are on very different journeys. Unicorns Love fighting every ounce of the way to keep their hopes alive coming into the regional final. With TJB, they're fighting for first against Game Lord and XTEAM.
Well, it's all down to Lin to try and at least pick some of these players up, and this is probably best case scenario for Game Lord at the moment, is that TJB does go for this. Yes, they'll get 3 elimination points, but just how many players can they pick back up again? It looks like they might just get the 3, but Alicio is coming in thick and fast. He's looking to pick up the final eliminations here.
Suppose what can be troublesome for TJB and the teams up at the top is when you have a team with nothing to lose, as Unicorns Love currently are in a position of, that's when they can be most dangerous, right? Because they're going to play more free. They're going to play just, with the shackles off. And we're seeing TJB a little bit punished for it. The revise has come through 4 to 3 players. But again, that phase 3 blue zone damage is a little bit heavier in Erangel than they'd like to have.
Yeah, because Alicio's not going anywhere now. He knows that the run is pretty much over for him. Not sure where he's dropping this nade. Maybe cautious of the 2 players might be coming up on his position at the moment. Just keeping one prepped in hand is never a bad idea. Just be able to toss it through. Right now, TJB, I think they're spending a little bit too much time around this location. I mean, the first aid kits don't look too healthy. Lin obviously has the most. It's Lin, of course. But they're spending a huge amount of time out here, and maybe not for the benefit of themselves.
Phase 3 shifted down south. Ferry Pier is in the heart of the circle. A bit of water in play. A good 15% of this phase 3 is water, so it takes away a bit of the landmass available for the teams to control. 4 Romanian Men sent it in, and I think the picture-in-picture was a fight between Giants and 4 Romanian Men, and it seems like Giants have gotten the better of it for the time being. 4 Romanian Men down to just 2 players.
Yeah, this is now over for Alicio. He's out in the blue. There's nothing around him. So taking a quick look back down towards where the action is unfolding. Manu at least finds Seiko here. The rest of them stuck inside the shack at the moment. Tigers does go down for Shockwave. And now smoke's been sent up. This might just be able to get a little bit closer for Manu to start sending the grenades in, possibly. But Game Lord, look, they've actually managed to send it all the way in. And if TJB have a bit of a rough time making their way into the circle here with Real Tigers 9 on their rotational path, damn, that was a nice nade. Jesus.
Manu Okay, friend. Okay, good job. Great job for Penta so far. That's 5 points and counting. But you bring up a solid point about Game Lord TJB. If they can continue to be put under a sticky situation, this could be an unexpected positive result for Game Lord in the fight for first place as Phase 4 shifts over to the west.
Again, this is just all about just staying on the heels of TJB at this point in time. With the 2 players, it's not likely you're going to be able to do a major amount of work, and you will have to worry about Super and Ross, who's currently crashing in towards the shack position. They have 4 players, and they're sent away here by bullets sent over towards their location. A lot happening on your screen at the moment, but Penta with a strong position down towards Ferry Pier, just holding off at the beach side. They will have to worry about the off angles coming in. But look at this, it's the great migration occurring on your screen at the moment.
If anybody knows that it's just 2 players of SWAT 69 in that center compound, it's going to be easy to crash. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Eastern Stars with the great migration are going to pay the ultimate price, and I appreciate that Victor and Game Lord are still continuing to be aggressive from the shack that they're in, because there's a bit of risk involved with that, and they pick up an elimination point.
Yeah, they have to puff out the chest here. It is absolutely necessary that they puff out the chest, because if anyone knows it's just the 2 here, they're going to crash upon this one, start launching grenades in, and even if you lose 1 player, at least you can get into that shack pretty shortly afterwards. So I think for Game Lord, it is essential that they kind of pretend like they're a big man unit inside this shack and try and take this as far as they can. TJB down to just the 1 player now, and it was difficult on that rotation, that entry into the circle. GK First currently in no man's land at the moment, just to the eastern side of Quarry. No one really looking over towards his position for the time, but we will see how this does end up. And I think Game Lord still has this strong spot on the eastern side, purely because it's not exactly a shack that anyone really wants at this point in time, with it being so much out of the way.
The 2 teams we talked about at the start of the game outside of the top 8 in a very surprising way. Big and Eastern Stars. Big are up on that west side, looking quite comfortable out of Primorsk as a full squad. Eastern Stars lost a player on that great migration, but they have found a bit of a position on that coastline inside the circle.
If a big, this game is extremely important for them, right? I mean, they need to start putting up points now to at least bump themselves up the rankings just a bit more, because they don't want to be on this scary line of 10th place where it's not guaranteed you're getting into that top 8. So a big game here could secure them the points required to feel safe coming into those last 3 games of the day after this one. But they do need to make it work. Currently on the beachhead down towards the western side of the map. And I'd love for this to be a big game here, because we need that resurgence and we need it now.
Giants haven't moved into the eastern edge of the circle, and it does make sense why. Because of that great migration, it made sense for them to hold things down and try and punish teams rather than get punished themselves, and they're doing it on the 4 Romanian Men. It's not worth for Sarah to go for the revive onto Do. He's going to get into the vehicle on his own and most likely look for the crash into the shack held onto by Game Lord. No, he goes up in towards the hills on the northern side of the circle. Fortunately, he doesn't survive, and it's going to be the end of 4 Romanian Men.
I mean, Game Lord, I mean, Victor has just been hitting some unreal shots at the moment, and this is why you take him. It's why I take him as my one of the final duos here. And he's just been hitting some really, really good shots onto any players trying to circumvent themselves the way through on the forest on the northern side. And this is why no one really wants this shack Imperiums, because it wasn't likely it was going to end up here. It's not the most amazing position either. But like you said, SWAT 69 with the 2 players inside this central compound, it is going to be heavily contested for now. And we'll see who tries to take it. And SWAT 69 is going to have to do their darndest to keep people back, send them away for as long as possible. If that requires smokes, that requires nades, do what needs to be done.
You could say they'll have to swat the other teams away. I know, I'm just not funny at all. And what makes this circle so much worse, Blank, is that the northern side, it's very flat either side of that quarry hill, so nobody's going to want to enter in towards the center of the circle. As TJB, they go down and Game Lord are still alive.
Yeah, that's 4 points there. Again, this game for Gamelord is just about remaining in distance. They do not fall too far behind that race leader at the moment. PENTA, Manu still going off strong. 7 eliminations total for the team, and 5 of them coming through from Manu at the moment. He's absolutely popping off from this beachhead at the moment, making sure he's got eyes on everything.
It has been a slip down for FTY so far in today's games. They got themselves 2 points in game 1. They got themselves only 0 points in game 2. And then game number 3 that we're looking at, it's not looking good for them with only 2 elimination points. They go down. PENTA pick up the points.
Akashi, final player remaining for Gamelord now. Still only 2 eliminations for them, so looking to move a little bit further up the rankings. But it's XTEAM still in this circle, still with that consistency, still getting it done at the moment. For Romanian Boys over on this northwest side, a big looking to finish it up.
They need this big result, and Keme gets finished off and big with 5 elimination points. They take control of the northwestern edge of this circle. This is what you wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see. This is what Big needed to see.
An entirety of the circle now laid claim to, but it's all depending on this next circle shift. Again, SWAT 69 holding on to this position as best they can, and they will ladder up for it. Gamelord going down, so just 1 point behind, I believe, of the guys in TJB. Nice nade from Ali, but it won't do too much as Doran swings round.
It's just going to be difficult still for Eastern Stars because there's still 2 players on supering a roster, using their smokes to push on forward. Octavian's being knocked, Doran's on his own, and if there's ever a time he needs to stand tall, it has to be now. When PENTA come in for the third party, they don't care who it is. They're going to pick up the eliminations, and then find even more supering roster are down. Maybe they don't realize. Yes, they do. It's Muzi to get his 6th elimination in this game so far. We thought Manu was popping off. Muzi is following suit.
Muzi and Manu consistently being some really, really good players on PENTA, and to be honest with you, carrying the majority of the weight for this team. Dwas now with Muzi himself, just looking to finish this game out strong for PENTA, but a nade through from SWAT 69 will do a little bit of damage, but not quite enough, and Dwas is going to have to administer the first aid very quickly.
SWAT 69, I get why they've been a little bit quieter, because PENTA have kind of done the hard work for them. The circle shifts up towards the northwest. Great for XTEAM, who have clearly been the most consistent team across the last 8 games so far. It's incredible how resilient they've been. Yes, it hasn't been these massive chicken dinner results, but 3rd place, 4th place, 3rd place, 2nd places, they've just gathered the points needed.
Giants finally falling here. Dwarf moves outside. A nice nade from Nemo, but does it do the trick? Not quite. Dwarf survives here. Big side to move down, using the smoke to their advantage. XTEAM off in the distance on the eastern side, on the road. A lot of this will come down to which side of the road this circle actually ends up on. If it heads towards the center, you know, none of these teams are going to be too happy. In the meantime, the SWAT 69 has taken a lot of shots over to everyone, but still 0 eliminations here. A super quiet game from them, but clear vision. Again, another team that wants to pump up their rankings, get towards the top, whilst TJB and Gamelord seem to be, you know, kind of falling short at the moment.
As SWAT 69 were helped by PENTA a couple of minutes ago, it seems like the best team that's going to help them in this situation, as they allowed PENTA to crest up the side of the wall, is Clear Vision, who have oversight. You saw them chucking out the smokes to try and block PENTA in their own way, but it's me from that northwestern side. The high ground on that north side of the road has laid claim to pick up an elimination point on the Clear Vision. Big, this is looking to be their result.
Still make it happen again. It's such open ground for them, and smokes are absolutely necessary going forward. They still have vehicles to play around with, but XTEAM very, very aware of their presence, and Swave going down. That's the big hitter of the team with the big bat in hand, but now he's laying on the floor. And Jahi, some good stuff there. They will have to bring that player back up again, but not before. He has to move away, and this is the worst timing for Big to have to go for a res here, with a circle heading down towards the southeast. An XTEAM in massively good position to take advantage of that.
Enough time on the clock before the blue zone starts closing in for the revive to come through, but indeed it slows them down, and now they've got to make the biggest push of their lives. They could go across the road, but I feel like it's still going to be exposed by XTEAM as well as PENTA and Swat 69. For me, Big have to go for the push on the XTEAM. Somewhat of an isolated fight, and I think XTEAM are going to be fully aware of it. You can see Zombie looking over towards the members of Big. Inside the vehicles, Mizawa on Swave goes maybe going for a little bit of a bait, and Nate goes out, but it's Zombie to pick up the knock onto me, and that's exactly what XTEAM needed, but in comes a crap. Swave down to Sliverville is going to get knocked instantly, and there's nothing Big can do as XTEAM survive.
An incredible pushback from XTEAM. Nice shots on the initial run out there on the rip onto Mickey, and now Swat 69 finally leaving, but it's Muzi as well as Dwas to continue this one going. 13 eliminations for this team, but now out in the blue, Muzi's looking not so great for weather here, but XTEAM still control an insanely good position.
No way!
Pokeboy refuses to die.
Muzi switched weapon just as he ran out of bullets, but in the end, it's going to be XTEAM to get the chicken dinner in Erangel. This team just does not stop. Hit after hit after hit after hit. XTEAM want to lay claim to that #1 spot.
They're leveling it up one day at a time here, and you love to see it from XTEAM. Continuing to do well into this finals is sort of unbelievable, to be quite honest. We're going to take a quick look at the winner's stats here and just see how well they did during this game. But purely alone off the back of being able to rebuff the guys from Big, that is enough for me to see that XTEAM really has to come into a life of their own.
That's 24 points in that game alone. Across the last 9 games, for XTEAM, it's been 13, 14, 20, 14, 4, 19, 19, 19, and now 24. Like, so in the last 9 games, they've had 1 bad result. That's nearly unprecedented, and that's spread over 2 days, Blank.
Yeah, and I think that for XTEAM, like, this is very rare that a team has such a bad first day and then comes into the second day and completely turns things around like that. So it is extraordinary to see here in the finals. And, you know, we're getting to a point in time where it becomes almost frightening now for TJB and Game Lord. And I think even after that game, XTEAM might even be in 2nd place, I believe, which is unbelievable to say the least. So I think these guys, you know, 1st place now is a real target.
As the standings shift game from game, I think PENTA have laid claim in a strong way off the back of that result that they have booked their spot in the regional finals. Muzi, you can see from the round report, 7 eliminations. Manu was hot on his heels with 5. This was a very strong 2nd place result from PENTA.
Yeah, very, very strong 2nd place result, and I think this is one of the few games where I do see PENTA putting in the work. And to be honest with you, it's nice to see them not to go for the res onto holes and then just instead frag out, which pleased me massively. I think Muzi as well as Manu have just been doing unbelievable work for this team and really putting in the numbers and the time for them. And I think that's something that has to be congratulated for here, because we saw these brief glimmers from Muzi towards like the middle of the tournament, and slowly but surely from there, you know, Muzi has just come into each game better and better in terms of this fragging capability. So it's really nice to see, and it's something that PENTA massively lacked, and now they have it. This is a really key player for the team now.
The story continues. We're halfway through the final day with 3 to go. Big did open that door and kind of showed us that they have what it takes, that they can get these strong endings, but it needs to continue. XTEAM, they continue strong. Let's head back to the desk.
Guys, I hope that Big jumping out of the car early, taking a lot of damage, Swave knocking himself, does not come back to bite them in the butt. If they don't qualify by like a couple points, I don't know what else to say. Like, that was their match to have, guys.
Yeah, it was actually a really good rotation, right? We were talking about it, Kalaris. They cleared out the northern side. I think it was for Romanian Boys. There was also GK first on the side of TJB. Like, that was the game-winning rotation they put off there. And then, as you said, unfortunately, they jump out of the car just a little bit too soon. I think one player got knocked out of the car instantly, and then all the rest of the team went down to half HP instantly after jumping out. And I mean, easy pickings, especially when you're looking at the fact it was XTEAM on the receiving side, which has been stepping up big time, feeling very confident here. I mean, a mistake like that, that's going to be punished instantly, and XTEAM took all those limbs super fast.
Especially when XTEAM's greeted them so well in that moment. And as you say, I think they're feeling very hot right now. It's undeniable. Look what they've done. They were 16th place. Now they get themselves a first place here in this game. They're going to be challenging for the championship. I cannot believe what we're watching over these 3 days.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a sneak peek into overalls.
Oh, no.
No. It's going to be good. You guys want to stick around for that. But let's quickly go through the rest of this because we do have a special little segment to do, actually, when that clock hits about 2 to 3 minutes of time. TJB, 4 points. For Romanian Boys, 5 points. But again, for Romanian Boys, the chance to qualify, pretty much none. No. Zip, goose egg. But again, good points for them. Still some money to win if they can move up the rankings. Same for Swat 69. Excuse me. And Clear Vision, again, another 9 points. Like, I know sometimes we're seeing some teams like 5 to 9 points, maybe like 4 to 9 points. And we're like, oh, that's good. Yeah. To be honest, it's actually really good because it means you're solidifying yourself even better into that top 8 because the other teams aren't getting those points.
Yeah, I mean, what it's doing right now is you're not falling down in the rankings, you're just remaining in top 8. This is what these results are doing for Clear Vision. If they want to go higher, of course, a top 3 position, a chicken dinner, that's going to help them jump up and potentially push himself in top 5, top 3. I think is a little bit potentially out of the question for them. Still possible, but we're going to need a good end of the day for them. But 9 points, if they keep getting results like that all the time, it's good. But the one thing I'm seeing and it's scaring me a little bit for 2 teams is for Romanian Men and FTY. Before this game, they only had 2 points each in the first 2 games there, Jason. And they're not getting another good result. 4 points for Romanian Men and only 2 points for FTY. Like, they're going to give away 2 spots for the championship here, apparently.
I mean, for Romanian Men, they were, I think 2 points, 3 points ahead, maybe 4 points max ahead of like the 9th place team. Yeah, there's a lot of teams still gunning for those positions, man. They need to start picking up points here, or they could be quickly out of top 8 as they were quickly into it as well. Some tough times, but they still have a lot of matches left to go. We're only halfway through the final day of the finals. Let's actually jump in with XTEAM though and take a look at their average stats today. I almost want to do like their average stats across the Super Weekend, but to be fair, that day 1 was just, the Super Weekend, the finals. That day 1 was really rough. But Bimmy, man, where's this guy been? He is just putting on a stellar performance here. He is really showing up when the team needs him.
Even Zombie, I would say here, Kalaris. Like, we're looking at his stats, 2.67 average knocks coming out every single time. Average 11's 3.3. Like, I had my questions about Ghoul and Zombie coming into these finals. Those doubts have been answered in big ways. I'm really hyped. But man, Bimmy has been the big surprise for this team and really helped them step up these last 2 days.
Average survival time, 25 minutes. What is this? What's
average
going on?
8.
Okay, so again, to round out what we had from yesterday, they got a 3rd, a 4th, a 2nd, a 4th, 11th, which, yeah, whatever. They had a 4th. Now we've had like all podium finishes all day. What is going on? This is nigh on unheard of. I mean, imagine if they'd have done this day 1, the tournament would be over. But yeah, insane to see this kind of recovery from 16th place.
I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, well, and we'll check in with where they're going to be here in a second when we get to overalls. But before that, we got to check in with something else. Our race to the MVP, right? We talked about the start of the day. Swave was in first place, if I'm not mistaken. Then we saw Beg for Mercy was in second. And I believe Redox was third. Is that what it was?
Yeah, Redox was third,
yeah. Well, let's check in now to see what the race to MVP has shaped up to be. Beg for Mercy has overtaken Swave in that #1 position. That survival time is carrying so hard. Yeah,
exactly. That survival time. He did die a little bit early in this game. He was not there, but the rest of the team did carry to get those points in. So it's all good in that sense. But man, what a punch to the gut you're seeing. Not only you're seeing XTEAM overtake Big and potentially Big not even able to make it in top 8. You're also seeing the MVP being snatched away last second away from Swave and given over to Beg for Mercy potentially. Like, man, I think Big are gonna have a vendetta come into next season because this hurts.
And how is both of the spots not XTEAM? How is Bimmy not up there? I think, you know, if they continue on the track here, they're likely to take number 1 and 2, in my opinion, because
he's close.
The work they're putting in at the moment is second to none.
He currently, Bimmy, if you're looking at his stats, he is with 24 eliminations. He is 5th on the race to MVP. We've got to keep in mind, compared to everyone that played 15 games, he only played 9. So with the last few games, if he pops off, like, he could be the MVP with only 2 days played out of 3, which would be never seen before in a PMPL, I think.
Yeah, that's insane, yeah.
All right, well, let's move on to overalls here. We have about 5 minutes of time before we get into our next match. And gentlemen, this is going to be very interesting. I'm expecting to hear Kalaris make quite a few sounds.
What? They're so close to even being number 1. Right, okay, actually, let's frame this. If they go from 16th place after day 1 to number 1, I mean, even number 2 is ridiculous, never mind anything else, but if they somehow win the championship off the back of this, that might be the single most amazing thing I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile here, Jason.
I don't know what to say. It shouldn't happen, right? But this is ridiculous stuff. Like, this is the X team we saw put up those 24 eliminations, put up those 39 points in a single match. This team is playing unhinged. They're playing better than we've ever seen before. And TJB, I mean, they thought, oh, it's just between us and game, but no. There's a new challenger approaching, and it's X team.
What a time to hit the form here, Max. What a time.
I don't even know if I can call this a comeback. This is like a miracle almost we're witnessing right now for XTEAM. This jump up from 16th to potentially 1st, depending on how the end of the day goes, is absolutely insane. Though, also one thing that's interesting, we talked about for Romanian Men, right? And the fact that they've not been able to get too many points. They fell out, and Big now able to actually overtake the position in the top 8, which, okay, there's a little bit more comfort, but they're still not out of the woods just yet. That is a very close bubble, so Big need to get some decent points to close off the day.
All right, well, 114 points is the threshold, and for Romanian Men are 112. Eastern Stars, well, just outside that bubble at 110. Even Real Tigers 9 UK. Even super young roster. I feel like these what, from 12th place and higher has that chance to break through. Looking down beyond that, though, Shockwave and almost another 20 points behind. Unicorns of Love, I think we can almost just say they're done. Unless they pull off like 3 chicken dinners in a row, there should be no chance of them coming back. And I never would have said, yeah, Unicorns of Love, 15th place at the end of the finals. Like, what? You would have slapped me if I ever said that. I think everyone out there would have slapped me saying, you must be dreaming, son. But you know what? That's the way the cards have fallen. And that's the way that they have to, I guess, maybe pull together as a team in the final matches. But we need to pull together here on the desk. We've been talking for the last, like, week, 2 weeks about doing different ways to drink Monster. We saw Max drink it out of test tubes. We saw him drink it out of a vase. And now it's time to actually see what you two gentlemen have come together with, because I completely brain farted and didn't get any yesterday. But Monster Energy is our official energy. I'll own up to it. Our official energy drink partner, though, at PMPL. So, Max Man, the floor is yours. What are you drinking your Monster out of today?
So, actually, Kalaris did guess right, but I told him he was wrong just for the sake of it. But I got myself a chocolate fountain, but full of...
I knew it!
There you go.
I knew it!
It was that. But the thing is I have no idea if this is going to work. So we're going to see.
Oh, can we give it a countdown?
Be careful. 3, 2, 1. It's not going up. It's not.
I think it's too thin. It's too
thin. Where's the thick monster?
You thought this was going to work? The viscosity of a liquid, you thought this was going to work?
I mean,
I knew I'd guess this right. I knew it.
Technically, it's it worked. Okay, well.
Wait, hold on. I have an idea, Max. I don't think you're gonna do it. I don't know if it's gonna be allowed on air, but can you use the central column of the fondue to use it like a straw? Is it possible to suck up the Monster through that?
There's no way. No.
There's
way.
What am I doing for views right now?
Wait, hold on. I gotta see what you're doing now, because you pulled. No. You leave the tube in. You leave the tube in.
He's killing it.
Oh,
I thought he did it!
Oh! It kind of did. I tipped everywhere, though. I'm full of Monster on my channel right now, so we're not gonna put the camera down right now. It's everywhere.
I don't think that was ever an option, Max. To be fair. Okay, Kalaris, I don't know how you're gonna follow up on that, but
no, there's no follow up to that. I knew what he was doing, and there's no follow up to it. All right. Anyway, gentlemen, as the King of Krakow, here in the flesh, as you fully well know, of course, I have done many things in the past. I have slain dragons, I have defeated other kings, and out of those trinkets, I have created myself a beautiful cup out of everything that they have become And now I can drink myself the monster. Oh, I haven't had one of these in a while. Mmm,
Okay.
a delightful cup. Yes, this is a threat. Bow down to your king.
Oh, there we go. We got the focus on everything. Now, my curiosity comes to the fact of, did you grow a third arm to put the hat on?
No, that was one of my many servants.
That's what
You're
Monster
gonna get
does to you.
slapped in a second. You're gonna get straight up slapped on air from your servant. All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for taking part. Let us know who you think won at home via the chat, via social media. Let us all know as Kalaris is turning into a tomato. Maxman, keep enjoying that monster. We'll throw it over to our commentators to kick off our fourth match of the day.
I mean,
Oh man.
what a way to close out that storyline, eh? I mean, absolutely loving the commitment to the craft there from Max as well. I mean, to just to cover himself in monster head to toe. I feel like that's a bit above and beyond, to be honest.
I say fair play, right? It's all about having a bit of fun, creating some content. We can be serious about the teams when it needs to be, but having a bit of fun along the way is what matters the most, and making people smile. So props to Maxman and Kalaris. Jason didn't come up with anything, which is a little bit of a shame, but fair play to the whole desk for giving us all a laugh.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we of course we admonish Jason for his lack of preparation on that front, and we expect better from him in the future. There's plenty more that we expect, though, from a lot of this game still to come. This is Sanhok. We're expecting Sanhok numbers. We're expecting TJB to be healing. Game Lord seem to have joined up on that sort of train on Sanhok as well. We saw that in the first game. Maybe an artifact of the circle, but XTEAM have been placing every single game, and they are here to play for that top spot.
It's wild how close the top three are when it really comes down to it. And with 3 more games to go, that could swift up once more. PENTA, I would argue, are up there as well, right? They're only 25 points behind TJB. You get another strong result, another poor TJB result, and that's going to be them up there in the mix. Big have moved into the top 8, but again, it's very close. They're moving onto this map that they have in a lot of times in the past, whether it's last year or this year, proven that they can conquer. This needs to be another game that they need to get 15 to 20 points on.
We're going to have to wait and see, though. Plane Path will be heading over. The Isle of Sanhok, really inconsequential in general on Sanhok, and it will be once more this time around. Teams will be able to get wherever they want to go. Really, the major factor of the plane path is who can get down to the ground first, and it's teams like Big, Eastern Stars, for Romanian Men, who all drop around this early part of the plane path. They can potentially get ahead of the curve, get in some early rotations if they are uncontested.
That on real quick about Big and why this game needs to be another good result is because they have created just a tiny bit of a cushion compared to 8th place team FTY. They are 7 points ahead, and then another 2 points, that's 9 points ahead of 4 Romanian Men in 9th. If they can, like I mentioned, get another 15 to 20 point game, that's going to push that cushion even further up coming into the final 2 games of the day. And like Max said, you never want to leave it for the final game. But PENTA, they once again drop on boot camp. 4 Romanian Boys want to make them suffer.
Romanian Boys chasing Dwas up the stairs, looking for more points, looking to ladder up on the tables. Fury really finding too much around the corner there. Low ammo. And it will be the ka-chunk from Keme to close things down. Empties the magazine as well. Although I don't think the DBS uses a magazine, right? It uses a cartridge feed.
Oh yeah, it does use a cartridge feed. You're right. But that was... I don't get that from PENTA. It's a shame because right, I gave them credit, and even before the game, talking to you and Blanca, I kind of highlighted that. Coming into the finals, I did look at them as being that team in the top 5, and yeah, of course they're still there. But what's stopping them from being a solidified top 5 is those kind of decisions, and it's even more of a head scratcher when you look at the other Sanhok games so far in the finals, such as the first one we had at the start of the day. They didn't drop with 4 Romanian boys on bootcamp. They dropped in bootcamp but in a separate area and disengaged away. Why did they think it's worth the risk to do it on the next Sanhok game, on the last Sanhok game of the finals? It really is a big head scratcher for me.
Good news for PENTA is that, though, they are sitting fairly safe on these tables, and they still have more games yet to play. I think they were in 4th at the start of this game, going out 0 points. Potential for them to be jumped up on over, but even so, with the 142 points that they are currently in possession of, that's looking good to be over that bubble no matter what. It's a question of points from here on out. 136 for Giants on the chase, and they will be a little bit behind them. Clear Visions as well, who have been having some pretty roaring games, knocking down on that door. But for PENTA, it's unlikely they fall out of the top 8 here.
Another team that I think has fallen out of the running for the top 8 is Shockwave, and the last game they got 0 points. So with the total now of 73, they're a good 50 points or so behind 8th place. That's very hard in 3 games to get, especially with the way Shockwave have been playing, and I just have to put them up there. Yes, they can still have an impact on the other teams, such as 4 Romanian boys have done, but they just haven't showed the fight they require to stay up in the running. I still think Super Young roster are there because they're on 91 points. One bad result in this Sanhok game, and it could be curtains up for Super Young roster.
Yeah, finishing this game on double digits is basically a death sentence for your chance of breaking and bursting that bubble. I'll try to battle on, however, as still 15 teams remain in the fray. In the mix of it, the circle pops a little bit northwards, a little bit of that northwestern island still in it, a lot of the river as well, but it's the main island that will be the focus. Rotates will come through, I imagine, from teams like Eastern Stars, potentially looking to cross over that bridge early. The question is for me, will Game Lord regroup on that and try and predict this as a little bit of a crunch point? Big, last time they needed to make their way to the mainland, moved down south. But the circle being a little bit further north this time may drive them into the Eastern Stars bridge camp that we saw last time.
They could go for a rotation. They pulled that out in the past, but it feels like, to me, they pulled it out too late in the game, i.e. Circle 2, or too late in towards the end of Circle 1. It always has to be relatively early within the first circle for a rotation to come through, especially with the little water that is inside this phase number 1. Swat 69, Unicorns of Love, 2 teams that are out of the running, but can look to at least end on a bit of a high note. Daddy gets a knock.
He's able to hold out on the shack and give his team enough time to regroup onto it as well. He does get knocked, so does Restov, and Phonics. He's turning this one around. Nemo's there as well for the backup. Meds coming through, and Phonics out the window. Doesn't think he expected another player right there, but Alicio is ready for it. Nemo and PNL now in a 1 versus 2 scenario as Icy has been taken down on the steps of the shack as well. PNL pushing forwards, and the Unicorns denied yet again. The bottom of the tables for both of these teams fairly solidified at this stage, but it doesn't mean it stings any less.
What a dark valley it's been for Alicio. Going from back-to-back MVP in 2021 PMPLs to his team crumbling in the wayside, not making it into the regional finals, and him as a player nowhere near the MVP spot. Even his teammate Icy overshadowing him in that regard. Unicorns of Love have a lot of rebuilding to do coming in towards the fall split, and of course future tournaments in the PMPL, in the PUBG Mobile ecosystem. Let's hope with 2 games to go they can at least show us that potential a bit more and gives a little bit of brightness coming into what has, like I mentioned, been a very dark valley.
It's not the team that we expected to see here. And we aren't going to be seeing them too much longer either. 3 games remain. This one playing out now. Well, 2 for the Unicorns at this point. Super young roster, though, still very much in the thick of it. Not out of the woods and by any stretch of the imagination. Currently 12th place and with a little bit yet to go. As you say, 1 bad game for them could spell disaster. For Romanian Men, also very much in that contest at the moment, although we've seen some Pretty solid stuff coming out from this squad. I feel like the 4 Romanian men have been a team that I've seen a lot from, and I expect a lot from, but it is very on and off at the moment in my mind.
Really volatile, and a part of that, and I've talked about this before about other teams. I don't feel that there's much of an identity with 4 Romanian men as a team in terms of a play style and just you know, in terms of how they're going to get those good results. It seems like they do it, but then because it doesn't happen enough, you don't associate that trait or that action with how 4 Romanian men play. Clearly, they have extremely talented players. Redux was a standout player in the 2021 full split, but requires more than just one player to stand out realistically. It calls for the whole team too. They're still in the running, of course, down in 9th place. They're only 2 points behind FTY and 8th, who haven't exactly had a good run themselves. We'll have to wait and see how they make it work. Giants holding on to the southeastern side of the circle. FTY coming in from the south. And one thing that I like is Clear Vision have held on to Paradise Resort. Normally, I'm not a massive fan of a team staying inside Paradise, but I think Clear Vision proved in the first Sanhok game of the day that they know how to work their way around that area. They know how to kind of lock it down, whether it's being inside it, on the southeast or the southwest of it.
XTEAM, our champions of today and of yesterday as well, doing so much so far, with Beg for Mercy taking that MVP spot away at the moment, the prime candidate for that honor. And they'll look for another podium from the south side here in Sanhok. We'll have to move a little bit further north, about as hard a western shift as you could get on this circle, with the river splitting down the middle. Do Eastern Stars even go for this cross just yet? No one's guarding on the other side of the bridge from them. So I feel like if they've scouted that, if they are aware of that, which maybe they should be, they'll go for that cross. But look at that. They're taking to the water. I think they're going for a swim.
I like this from Game Lord. Instead of opting to try and string around the middle as a split, they're trying to gate guard the northeastern side, which teams might think is and normally is a bit of a cleaner passageway into the circle. They have a 3-1 spread. That's positive for Game Lord. They're not going to get caught out by Eastern Stars, and they have the potential of controlling that area of this map. Super Young roster so far not good for their journey, for their fight into the top 8, especially when it's against another team that has nothing to lose, or a team that has nothing to lose in the form of 4 Romanian boys.
Super Young roster want the res onto Ali and will struggle on in a somewhat central position. Certainly in the last circle, a little bit less so in this next one. Clear Visions have left Paradise Resort, headed westward out into the open, onto those hills that Sanhok is so known for. Swat 69, 2 players remain. PNL having taken that knee early on in that fight with Unicorns, but obviously able to come back swinging. 4 Romanian boys might have other ideas, though.
Eastern Stars did go for a swim up into the coastal line of the mainland. That does, if Big become aware of it in terms of just scouting those buildings of Hatin, leave that area open for them to control. I get why they're hesitant to come too close to Hating in case Eastern Stars are there, but it seems like, and this is what I talked about with Big, it seems like they're going for a rotation. This is 11 minutes in, and phase 2 shifted up the northwest. If you think that you're going to get away with a rotation that easily without losing 1-2... Oh, no, my apologies. I spoke too soon. I thought they were getting in a boat. They're getting in a car. Fine. I'm not triggered as much. They're not going for a rotation.
But they are all still in the same vehicle, and we don't like that.
Fair.
That's bad news, and they actually only take it as far as the circle, so they won't all be going together towards that hard team position that, as you say, have yet to be scouted out on XTEAM. They want a fight with Super Young roster. This is not the team you want to come up against if you're Super Young roster in this scenario. The team that has been out of their minds today. But if Super Young roster can take them down, maybe they'll earn that spot in 8th to be able to ladder up. A lot of damage found, a good knock early on. Samodi gets the nade on target.
it's not a good setup from XTEAM. It's a linear spread, right? There's no angles. It's all kind of one behind another. Yes, they're going to trade it with a knock, but realistically with Bimmy on his own, all it's going to take is for another knock to come through. But I don't know how he's getting away with this. Why are Super Young roster being so passive?
Where is he getting shot from there? 4 Romanian boys chiming in on this fight. Bimmy now down, and XTEAM are confined to this left side hillside. Hamori, the Super Young roster taken low. Terminus is not there on the backup. Nade over the top from Zombie. They don't even want to take these sightline fights with Super Young roster. They know the value of keeping as many players alive as possible, and they want to keep this run going. Zombie moves on up to Bimmy's position. A heavy hitter for the team. Beg for Mercy, still up at that backstop. But the nade is good, and now Beg for Mercy needs to stand tall. Super Young roster might be able to fend off today's champs.
We've given XTEAM so much credit across the last day and a half, but that was a fundamental mistake. You don't go for the revive like that, especially when you've already lost a player. You got to cut your losses and stick as a duo. I understand why Super Young roster were a little bit hesitant to push onto XTEAM off the back of the initial knock-in elimination because of the third-party potential for 4 Romanian boys, but I still think they could have done more with it. And now they look to close things out against XTEAM.
Modi moving forward through the smoke, wants to play around the angle. Ali with the oversight and lets his teammate get through before pushing in to back it up. Beg for Mercy round the side, cannot handle the pressure. And Super Young roster looking to earn their stripes here and earn their spot. Game Lord given an opportunity to breathe. So have TJB with XTEAM. The hounds, the dogged pursuers of this lobby, taken out early in Sanhok.
And Super Young roster, yes, they lost 2 players within that, but that's a massive confidence boost, right? Taking down the second place team currently, a team that's been on a tear throughout every single one of these games in the last day and a half. That is positive for Super Young roster, but the hard work is still going to continue being whittled down to a duo. Phase 3 shifted down to Southeast. Eastern Stars have gone ahead of Game Lord because of Game Lord camping that northeastern side. Big are going for the trifecta push into the circle like they did in the first Sanhok game of the day, as far as I remember. But it didn't work out for them. With 4 Romanian men in front of them, it's going to be challenging.
Certainly will be. Real Tigers 9 entering Paradise Resort. Giants at the back. Shockwave a little bit further south, not really going to be able to contest this. Real Tigers 9 with no resistance to really come across here. And the Giants will have to swing around northern side. Game Lord and Eastern Stars. Big move down south again on that rotation. And the main contest, I think, is looking to take place around that south end of Paradise Resort.
4 Romanian men redux onto me. This is what I talked about, John. 4 big. You have 4 Romanian men slowing them down, gatekeeping them. The trifecta area of the map is great for initial control, for initial kind of hold when it's within the circles, but rotating through it when you're looking at kind of phase 3, it's quite exposed. It's a lot more exposed from a lot more areas than you think. So you really have to thread with caution on your movement. And Big, yeah, okay, in the first game they got past Swat 69 with massive clutch from Beast, but it does show that they still need to work on this kind of rotation and the timing around it. And maybe they could have pulled it off earlier in the game, such as phase 2, for example. But phase 4 centers up. It does shift a little bit more to the west, so we have a good 40% of this circle inside the water.
Far from ideal for the teams on the east to crunch on down. Giants will have to leave this position, won't want to push into Paradise Resort, but they know there's a team up here, and maybe that's what they're looking for, to guard this area of the map out. 5th place right now for Giants. They are 136 points. Looking to maybe try and catch up to the pack. TJB and Game Lord still going very strong.
Giants have been cruising, but in all the right ways throughout these games. Their results haven't been sparkling in the first 3 games today, but they've still been very positive. Eastern Stars have a great opportunity to hold teams back in a strong way without being put under too much pressure on that northern side. As you said, the convergence of the East, a cluster of teams, Shockwave getting punished, Clear Vision trying to hold on. They've got 2 eliminations with 4 players up, but 4 Romanian boys, they're on that boot camp hill and they're looking down upon both of these teams.
East side conflict. Game Lord make their way to the north end of boot camp. They crash straight on in. 3 players are there. Narvalo, by the way, still near Tapmock for Game Lord on the north side of Paradise Resort. Game Lord get to a warehouse because why not? Eastern Stars do not slow them down. 4 Romanian boys do not slow them down. Clear Visions do not slow them down. They just go and nobody's stopping them.
Well, sometimes a direct push can work like that, right? It's still relatively early into the blue zone of phase 3 closing in, so teams are looking to cluster in, and instead of being caught in the traffic, trying to go for this kind of 9,000 IQ rotation, just full sent it in. It worked out, and they're making the best of both worlds. You highlighted that they're going for the TJB strat. If you can't beat them, join them. But what I do like from TJB is that they are being more proactive in these Sanhok games. They made it into the southern edge of boot camp. And Giants, the last player, it's in the center, the lobster building, is surrounded by 2 teams.
Healing out near boot camp as well is going to be a little bit easier to get late and get close to give you the potential of picking up an extra point or 2 on the back to find an extra flush if you can when you run out of meds. And obviously they won't have to heal for quite as long. Narvalo still out in the blue. Giants with Ulysses still out in the blue. Those are the only 2 healers I can see at the moment, Imperium. So we'll keep track of just what's going on there. Real Tigers 9 spotted out by Clear Visions, guarded out on the edge, out in the blue, ticking away. The pressure is on. Circle zones to the north side.
And this circle shift is a bit of a pain in the heart. It's a pain for TJB and 4 Romanian Men, to say the least. And it was positive for Big because of that previous circle is shifted towards bootcamp. 4 Romanian Men opted to prioritize inside that bootcamp, inside the circle. Made sense, but that left the coastal line open for Big to swing, play on through, and now they're going to benefit, avoiding the likes of Game Lord, 4 Romanian Men, TJB, and Swat 69. It's also positive for Eastern Stars, and these are 2 teams coming into today who were outside of the top 8.
Necessary for Eastern Stars to keep posting good results today for the rest of the day to solidify themselves in those top 8 right now, not sat in there. Still with a chance though. Big in 7th place, tenuous. Lee held there in 7th, and 10th place held by the Eastern Stars, and only about, what was that, 10 points behind. So that coastline fight might prove to be pivotal in the overall standings, in their future for the European regionals as well.
4 Romanian boys have done such a good job for a team that has nothing to lose, taking down PENTA, controlling this bootcamp hill. But the biggest test is right in front of them. Clear vision, super young roster, and potential threat for the likes of Game Lord down below. It's big pressure for 4 Romanian boys.
FTY are coming apart at the seams here on the south side, trying to move past bootcamp, not going well for them. 8 teams remain, and everybody starting to fall. Clear visions. Knocked off there for Romanian boys, controlling super young roster, and as you say, effectively as well, dominating this part of the land. 10 eliminations on this game for the 4 Romanian boys, but it feels too little too late for them. Maybe they needed these spots a little bit earlier on, but TJB is still trucking 4 eliminations, 4 players alive in this next zone. They will push in behind Game Lord, and this is the team that is challenging for the top spot.
The dust is settled, and Eastern Stars have made it up towards the northern crest of Bootcamp Hill. Big do have to move in, but they have a bit more space around them. Game Lord still have that 3-1 split with Narvalo healing in inside the blue. Lynn is going to do the exact same job for TJB, but he's been in the blue for a little bit less time than Narvalo.
It's the only 1 first aid on Lang Z. I imagine a lot of those resources dropped towards the back. Akashi, I think they know this position, but look, Spicy and Victor are putting in this utility. In the meantime, do they know he's there? Oh, they're on the swivel. GK first with the UMP spray, but they still have to push through. Spicy and Victor. GK first outside. Lang X on that forefront position. Spicy should know this. Lang Z pushes around the side, but gets on in, sneaks up to the pillar. GK first, draws the ire of Spicy, but he's able to turn it around, and GK and TJB will fall. But Lin is still healing out. Spicy, last player, still really alive in this zone, and will pick up these points.
Spicy just had to wait for that molly just to stop to disperse itself, and he could make it into the corner. And that should have been the case for Eastern. Sorry, for Game Lord. That was so easy between Victor and Spicy, and Eastern Stars clear out 4 Romanian boys, drop the 10 eliminations into the top 5 as Big go down.
This is the punch they needed. 120 points. You can see there, they're in that 8th position now with placements points still yet to come. They're looking to leapfrog further. One more into the tally as well as another elimination comes through. Eastern Stars, all 4 alive. 2 players from Game Lord down the hill. One of them is healing on the north side. Spicy on the south. TJB is still there. So Game Lord not going to be able to sneak on through. TJB could potentially even out-heal here, but Narvalo is still going. Still out of that blue zone. No first aids. Does not have any meds left. Will need to take the fight here. Athis might spot this one down, but Narvalo gets the better end of the deal. Pushes in, stays in the blue, and TJB second place. But the big story here, Eastern Stars with a big game here to look for a chance to stay in those top 8 where we thought they belonged.
I said Lin had more kind of time out of the blue compared to Novello, and that has paid off for TJB. Indeed, the story is Eastern Stars, the Romanian side that have been the top Romanian team in the last year and a half, played on last year's PMGC, but at the end of the day, coming into 2022, they looked lackluster in a lot of ways. They looked like they were just cruising in terms of resting on their laurels, but now as the threat of making into the top 8, they finally pick things up.
TJB with TJB things, taking that second place. Eastern Stars, it's good to see them back on this slate here. Winner, winner, chicken dinner indeed. And what a time to pull it off.
It needs to be followed up, though. I hate to be super kind of, you know, negative or you know, glass half empty, but Eastern Stars have 2 more games to show us, right? Big, they got a fantastic result in the previous game, but they didn't really, I don't know how many points they got, but I don't look at it as maybe following it up so much. Eastern Stars, a strong result. They benefited from a lot of teams, to be fair, kind of coming in from the East and taking each other out, and then teams coming from boot camp taking each other out. But there was good timing in how they moved, how they rotated, and they didn't get too involved when other games they have. So overall, good job, Eastern Stars.
Absolutely phenomenal. What a time to be able to do it as well. Trying to pump those numbers, get over that bubble position. I think they might have just been able to do it. I mean, towards the end, they were breaching into the 120 range, right, of points. And then you add on those placements they'll get for the chicken dinner. And all of a sudden, you're looking good to probably be over that bubble. Not only that, Game Lord, XTEAM, well, Game Lord survived pretty late on, but they were a little bit further behind TJB than maybe they would have liked. But XTEAM went down very, very early there. And that's going to give TJB some breathing room as well. Eastern Stars, with their chance, they were able to take it. 3 players stay alive towards the end, 13 eliminations, and their chances towards those EU regionals looking brighter than ever.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL, Western Europe Spring 2022 season. This is the finals. It's the final day of the finals, and we're almost into the final match of the finals of the finals. The final match of the final day of the finals. Though we still have another one to go before then, so I don't know why I brought that up now. Maybe I'm a little bit distracted by a picture I saw of Max Men hoovering his monster out of a fondue, or just imagining one of James's servants just slapping him across the face. So many fond memories throughout this season. Eastern Stars, some fond memories as well as they pick themselves up a chicken dinner and get themselves, more importantly, into top 8 yet again.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Northern Circles, right, teams that can capitalize on it, you got your Game Lord, you got your Real Tigers 9 that sometimes get a good game, and also you got your Eastern Stars, and they push in at the end, take the high ground position while all the teams are fighting in boot camp. It was very messy in that position. A lot of heal-offs did end off, and actually, because of the point differentiation in those middle placements is so small, right? Just one chicken dinner, that's going to make a huge dent in that top 8. So I really want to see where they are in the overall rankings here, potentially, because I think that they might have just barely pushed himself in that top 8 here.
Yeah, they should have been able to. But again, that means one team has to come out. Is it FTY? Is it Big? There's a lot of questions for Romanian Men as well. Like, were they able to get enough points to maybe push up the leaderboard? There's a lot of questions, to be honest. But the fact is, there's 2 matches left to go. So if anything, you need to not focus on where you are in the overall standings right now and just put up those best performances possible. 2 matches can separate you between like 10 grand and, I don't know, like 5 grand, or maybe separate you from playing in the EU regionals against some of the best teams in the world or watching it from home. A lot of pressure for these teams. And to be fair, we didn't really touch on the fact that a lot of these teams here, or some of these teams here that we've seen in prior PMPL seasons, they're used to this kind of pressure. If you're one of those newer teams, look at like Real Tigers 9 UK, right? You had Hardman, who obviously was here last season, but a lot of those players haven't played in situations like this before at this kind of level as well. So it's very tough to kind of mesh together and focus up and kind of recuperate where, you know, where things are unexperienced for you before.
And when it comes to this Sanhok, like, you could see that pressure really building and mounting here for the teams really at the top. Obviously, TJB and Game Lord getting a boatload of points here. They understand that, yeah, they kind of have to take this weird middle ground consolidation position where they know that they have to have someone probably healing because the other team's probably going to be doing it. TJB, of course, pioneering a lot of that here in this region at least, but Game Lord likewise adopting that. And also having those 2 teams run into each other when they do. Oh, this was an exciting finish to a Sanhok here that meant a lot for these teams.
And I'm actually really impressed with Super Young Roster. Keep getting those double-digit games every single time. And this is great to see today, especially when you're not seeing on this front page, you're not seeing FTY. You're not seeing 4 Romanian Men that were serving as the bubble. And look at that, 4 Romanian Men taking home only 3 points. FTY also only 3 points. So, man, I think it's going to be down to a tiebreaker or just a 2-3 point difference for making top 8 between some of those teams, because the drop-off has been significant. But, man, SYR did really catch up big time into today's games. And I would love to see them make it in here at the end.
Can we also give a little bit of love to my boy Spicy? We saw him, you know, in the TDM 1v1. He was able to smash. I think it was Victor. I want to guess, but I'm not 100% sure.
Victor or Navallo?
Who he's playing against. Yeah, he's able to smash them 2-1. And he was able to smash TJB pretty much by himself there as well in that warehouse. Fantastic job by him. Fantastic angles used, and that's why we're gonna take a look at a head-to-head between these 2 teams. There's only a couple point difference between them when it came down to the result here in this match. But the fact is, those a couple of points could be the decider between 1st and 2nd place.
I mean, Spicy doesn't get too much recognition on this team, I think, because there are lots of names on the team that
so
already
many
kind of
stars.
Exactly. But this was clutch. The fact that he's holding off TJB in those moments as they're moving through, and any point is going to count between these 2 teams, and then to be able to, you know, have the wherewithal to not walk through the molly, to try and get to that corner as you're in the blue, knowing that it's ticking, knowing that the molly is going to time out before you're actually going to meet your demise at the hands of the blue. Very well done by Spicy. Great game sense in what it probably felt like like he blacked out in that moment, but it's like a 5-10 second window where all of these actions happen and he makes all the right calls.
This is when you unlock 100% of your brain power at the last second there. It was really good to see. But one thing we might look back on, and actually will have a huge impact in the ranking, potentially, is also Narvalu, right? Going for the heal-off strat, able to get a few more placement points at the end, plus also able to get 2 extra eliminations confirmed, one on the first Sanhok and one here. If there's 2-point difference on first and second place, like we'll look back on those 2 eliminations as the big difference maker. So yeah, I mean they're able to capitalize on every single point they might be able to get into the game, and it's a close battle towards the top here. But I'm hyped to see who's going to be on top here.
Well, speaking of difference makers, what about who was the difference maker for Eastern Stars this time? That was a win they, well, let's be honest, desperately needed to have a chance to make it into top 8 and kind of maintain a top 8 position. And Octavian is actually going to be the one to do so. He was the big one to step up for the team, the big player to step up last year when it was just Kapahal. Octavian was the one to join the ranks of him. And I feel like that really helped propel them forward here.
I do have the impression, though, unfortunately, coming into this event, I was really hoping to see a lot more of Doran. I think he was my little golden boy coming into this, and I was like, okay, we can really change things up for the side of Eastern Stars. I'm really intrigued to see how the synergy is going to work out. It didn't really work out on the level I was expecting, but it seemed like Eastern Stars are still able to get those moments of glory every once in a while. And we did check out the stats, actually. Battle of MVP is still between Beg for Mercy and Swave. That hasn't really moved since the last few games, but Octavian jumped up a big amount, actually, for the race to MVP. He's currently third. Right behind Swave in that 3rd position with 21 eliminations total. So, hey, Octavian could also be a dark horse contender here for the MVP.
Yeah, he moved up about 5 or 6 placements, I think, in the MVP rankings overall, which I think is very, very impressive for this game. Again, especially since it's Sanhok, where I think a lot of teams are probably expecting a middle-of-the-road performance, even if they do get 1st place, middle-of-the-road eliminations. But Eastern Stars had a blind to this one.
Okay, well, honestly, Eastern Stars, the pace they're going, again, top 8 could be in their future, but let's take a look at the overall standings to see where they stand. I believe you mentioned before we're around 6th place, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there we go, at 138 points. A gap is definitely building. Remember, 132 was kind of that threshold we were looking for to be safe into top 8, and we do have technically clear vision surpassing that, but it was plus or minus 6 to be completely fair.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be more towards that, 140 potentially margin. I think that's what we're going to be aiming for the limit for 8th and 9th. So, I mean, Big still got to keep on pushing, right? I'm intrigued to see how close they are between 8th and 9th, because I think that with the results of, your FTYs and your Romanian Men, I think that gap is increasing slowly. I'm not sure 100% about that. It's just pure speculation, but I think the top 8 are solidifying their spot up here.
Okay. Well, 127 is the cutoff at the moment. Let's take a look at the second page and see where 9th place is. 10 points. Okay. So decent amount. But for FTY and 4 Romanian Men, who start off the day in 3rd and 4th place to now be in 9th and 10th, that's rough.
Yeah, they're being impacted by, of course, the sponges up at the top of TJB and Gamelord consistently having decent results to be able to continually contest for those spots. But they're also heavily impacted by the fact that a team like XTEAM, who was below them, has all of a sudden had this meteoric rise up the leaderboards here to be able to contest those top teams. So for FTY and 4 Romanian Men, a little bit more oomph is required.
You got another fight happening here, I'm going to say. It's the fight for last place. Unicorns of Love, we could see them if we see a little bit of a step up from Slot 69, which we haven't really seen this entire tournament, but you never know. Could happen on the last 2 games here. I think that will be an even bigger slap to the face to the fact that not only Unicorns of Love, we know, unless they pop off big time, like they're not making it, right, in the top 8, but they could also potentially be pushed out in last, and that's the worst case scenario for them. That's the worst timeline, and I think nobody could have ever predicted this. This is the biggest upset potentially of the entire event.
I mean, 16 placement points. They have the worst placement points out of any team here. I mean, they have 46 limbs, but to be fair, I feel like they've had like low 40s at the start of the day. I actually think they haven't really gotten really anything at all when it comes to limbs, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
I think they're around like 42, 43.
Something like that. I mean, there are teams here that, from my money, that are not as strong as Unicorns of Love. Absolutely. So seeing Unicorns of Love down there in that position when their roster is strong, in theory, is very surprising.
Okay. Well, you guys at home who are watching PMPL here, whether it's YouTube or whether Twitch, whatever, make sure you're watching within the Esports Center as well, because that is going to get you some potential rewards. And within there is a survey you guys can take at home. Hopefully that survey includes a question of who drank the monster better, though I don't think that's actually going to be in there, unfortunately. But it's extra prizes for you guys to win. Are you guys both pointing to each other?
I was pointing at the camera.
Oh, okay. Wait, are you wearing a different shirt?
Yes,
Did you
I
not
told you it
notice?
went everywhere. I literally had to take a small shower because it was the monster was everywhere. It's
completely opposite color. What?
Yeah, it was a very
But I
tasty
like
mess.
the shirt though. I like the shirt though.
It's my mojito shirt. Yes.
Mojito. Okay. Well, maybe you can make a mojito with some monster. Let's take a look at our schedule here with Miramar and Erangel to come up next. 2 final matches left to go here, boys, in our entire first season of PMPL this year. I'm really excited to see how things are going to finish off here. Go ahead.
If your logo's not black and white and orange, you're not winning today, all right? So TJB, you're probably next.
All right, well, let's head over to our commentators, though, as we get underway here with our 5th and penultimate match.
I didn't realize costume changes were on the run of Show Blank, but I mean, that was apparently what we're going for today. We're getting into Miramar, though, the desolate wasteland, as our penultimate game of the tournament. XTEAM faltered just a little bit on that last game, but we've seen their Miramar play before, and this is the map where they took that 24 elimination chicken dinner, the record so far in this PMPL.
That's right, John. We're heading into our penultimate match right now, and I think that you're right. There's some massive chance for some teams to get that big money on board, including TJB, like you were saying there. That they've had some very good matches on Miramar, and I think it's where they trump out Game Lord. So I think for Game Lord at the moment, and XTEAM potentially, who've had some amazing matches on Miramar before, or at least one amazing match on Miramar before, there is a real chance. 160 points to 168 to 185. So TJB continuing to put up those big numbers. And I said that our massive prediction was that if we had a Northern Circle on Sanhok, then it would most likely benefit Game Lord. But in fact, Lin continues his masterful streak on the heel strands, able to get some big points for that team as well. So they still continue to lead out ahead. So I think this Miramar right now is extremely important for Game Lord, considering last Erangel didn't go so well for Game Lord there. Again, there is still that big chase for the top 8, John, currently with big Saturn 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, TJB on Sanhok, like 3 of them play PvP, and then Lin plays PvE. That's seems to be working out very, very well for them. And Narvello
beating up the first aid kits.
Narvello is, yeah, absolutely just pummeling that first aid button, defeating the play zone time and time again. Snatches it from the jaws of defeat. One of the longest raging battles that I think we're going to see here in PUBG Mobile. Oh dear. Southern Shift comes through. I can't keep going on that blank because I will just speak like that for the rest of the entire game. And that's a bad decision. South Shift heavy on this circle. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, we've just had hard shifts all day long. And again, for a finals that has been so extremely thrilling so far, it is amazing to keep seeing these big circle shifts coming through and cause problems for a lot of these teams, and they have to figure it out. For TJB, this doesn't actually matter that much to them because we've seen them make these really good sweeps towards the bottom of Los Higos. In international tournaments, this is generally a thing that isn't allowed to happen, considering down towards the southeast of Minas del Valle, there is a lot of gatekeeps on that Los Higos crossing just because it is such a free crossing, right, for any team. However, if there's someone gatekeeping it, it becomes so much more deadly for you. Luckily for TJB, this isn't the case, and if they want to move down towards Los Higos, that's fine. If they don't want to, they don't have to, they can move through Chumacera, but either way, there's no one here to cause them problems. Most of the teams up towards the northern side, so again, this is shaping up to be a good TJB game. Similarly for 4 Romanian men here sat in Los Leones, they're currently in 10th place, right? 115 points to Big's 127, 8th place. So they do have a big chance here to put up some numbers. And I think for 4 Romanian men, they really have hung in there, trying to get through this entire tournament and desperately scrape away any points they can grab. As much as I'd hate to see Big go out, you know, this is now a chance for 4 Romanian men to make it in.
That opportunity does not easily present itself, but it is there nonetheless. Clear Visions have started to impress us today, over yesterday as well. James was certainly pleased about that. He very much enjoys seeing Colonel Mustard there and the turtleneck mustard jumper on those tables. 7th place right now, 135. A couple of teams are really starting to solidify themselves. We're obviously looking at like the top 3 as teams that are guaranteed to be going through. But you've also got teams like Giants Gaming and PENTA, who right now, I would say, are safe in. Everybody else, still at risk.
Teams in that top 3 were XTEAM, obviously making one of the biggest turnarounds in PMPL history, from 16th place on day 1 to now all the way at the top on day 3. So I think that for XTEAM, nothing short than first place will make them happy at this point in time. Yeah, sure, they'll go to regionals. Yeah, sure, they'll get some money. But I think at this point in time, they absolutely want to make even more history here and etch in some plaques of when the day came that we had 16th place to first place for a single team over the course of one finals. And I'd love to see it. It would be an amazing end to this tournament. But right now, TJB is very reluctant to give up that first place spot. And after that disastrous start to last game Sanhok for XTEAM, you know, they still have some work to do.
Absolutely. They absolutely do. Sat 25 points clear behind TJB right now, 8 points behind Gamelord as well. After Gamelord stayed alive for quite a while, there is a big gap to surmount. They need to make up 12.5 points per game over these next 2 games, and they have a chance to do so here. If TJB go down early and they're able to pick up some points, a big game on this one, sure, they can close that gap. But with the circle as it is, TJB unlikely to go down outside of a 10-point game.
Exactly, and with XTEAM obviously starting up in La Cobreria, this is a difficult push down south for them. There's going to be a lot of teams in their way, and finding that angle of approach is going to be tricky. So you're really just trying to thread the needle through some of these teams here and find your way across the sandy plains to make yourself into a good position. So we'll see exactly how that does break down. Eastern Stars, on the other hand, obviously the last Miramar didn't quite go as they expected it to. I think they got quite far into the game, but were unfortunately dismounted by what has to be one of the most audacious pushes I've seen from a team so far on top of the mountain in Impala from TJB. So they're unhappy with that. And again, we've always touted Eastern Stars as a fantastic Miramar team, but they're starting to just be kind of a mediocre team across all maps at the moment. Not a team that necessarily deserves to be towards the bottom of the tables, but not a team that right now deserves to be on the top with the way they're playing. And we know that there is so much more in the fuel tanks for Eastern Stars that we just haven't seen as of yet. But now's the time to do it. It's 2 games left, and you know, if you want to put the metal to the pedal, there you go, Max. It needs to be now.
Meet the metal on the pedal-based pushing, and then have that
Make
convention of things
fast
to speedily move into such situation that benefits you in the end. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it more concisely myself.
I think you could. Anyway, looking at this game, oh dear me, Unicorns of Love. I'm pretty sure at this point in time, it's just complete demoralization for this team from what started off as an incredible beginning to their tournament, with Icy being one of the most fantastic players that we've seen in a long time, just individually. This team has slowly gone downhill, and it is a very, very big hill. Okay, it seems never ending. The horizon doesn't show it flattening out anytime soon. So I'm sad for this team. And at this point in time, it's not even unlikely that they'll make it into top 8. It just isn't happening, unfortunately for them. But I'm sure we'll see Unicorns of Love again, and we hope to. We do love that team at heart.
Currently, they're putting the biggest, fattest L into UOL in this tournament, and it is not going well for them. But you're right. It is something that we absolutely want to see more of them, more from this team. We saw a lot of these players as Lacanostra MVP in previous seasons, successful. Obviously, Alicio, the 2-time MVP from previous seasons. Icy coming in, absolutely trucking. But you have to wonder, you know, is it the fact that it's a big debut coming through from Icy? Is it nerves starting to really affect them? Because it is these scenarios, right, where you need these star players to stand up. And if Icy isn't able to do that for them, if he doesn't perform up to the standard that really pushed them in those first 2 weeks, is that an effect of, you know, not being an experienced hand when it comes to these things? I mean, it would be very interesting to get that insight, and we can only sort of hypothesize about it, but it kind of feels like they have lost that mojo.
100%. I think that it kind of comes down to missing out on Super Weekend 3. You miss out on how all these players are developing coming into the final itself. So I think that definitely is a contributing factor. But we're honestly, it's just one of those things, and we can harp on it all we like, but currently standing in 15th place. I think it means something that we do talk about them so much, despite them being in this position. And again, I think this is the one time where I hope that Unicorns of Love stay together. and don't pick up a new roster, because I think this one truly does have a lot of potential in it, and I would love to see them again in future under this banner. On the other hand, we do get a nasty shift down towards Los Higos, and the TJB team is extremely happy about this one. They have a big split at the moment, holding on to some major crossings, major roads, and major high grounds. So we'll see what they can do with this, and I think that this could be a good game for them, again, going forward. Game Lords still making their way down from San Martin, originally starting down towards Minas Generales. So we honestly are going to struggle for a lot of these teams coming from the north because of Chumacera being so awkward to get into in the beginning. You want to find yourself a nice place you can hunker down. But again, it's one of those positions where you can just rock up into a bee's nest.
I feel like if this circle finishes on the Los Higos Islands, Imperium might cry that he's not casting this game, but it is possible. To be honest, this is probably one of the most possible circles for it to finish on that southern island. But still, combat on the hillside. TJB losing Langzi early, one of that new duo additions to the roster that have absolutely popped off in these finals. But will not go much further here on Miramar. I don't think they're getting him back up either for Romanian Men, eking into the territory held by TJB previous.
Yeah, Romanian Men made a very astute decision to move down here early on. And I think for TJB, they had the right ideas. They were controlling those high grounds and the roads coming down, and then they were going to regroup and restabilize. However, on that approach together, to sling that rubber band back into position, unfortunately, one of the players was caught out. So Langzi will be flushed out by Redux here, and now TJB down to just 3. And they're in an awkward position because they are controlling like a major section of Chumacera, and controlling that as just 3 players. It's going to be a bit more awkward than before, and Romanian Men just continue to look out, make sure they're watching all these rotations. Eastern Stars very much on the downside of the hill here. This is a very typical position. This is the position that you would hold out teams making the rotation from Los Higos. So if I'm Clear Vision right now, I would be worried if I could see this bird's eye view, considering I'm basically rocking up straight into a trap set up by Eastern Stars.
Ooh, Game Lords trying to curtail their opponents on the tables. Zombie taken low, but Akashi under fire now from Beg for Mercy. There is another angle as well coming through, and Akashi falls down. Maybe a little bit too greedy there. But both Game Lord and XTEAM gonna lose a player here. They aren't gonna be able to get Zombie back up the blue zone, ticking for too much. Akashi probably gonna be abandoned by the rest of the team. And now Victor and Spicy looking to move in ahead. Narvalo is still back and out in that blue zone. You can see him on the eastern side of that mini-map up the top there. So maybe taking his time to regroup, but will have to do so on the forefront.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he even has access to a vehicle here for Narvalo, but he is very much in the back at the moment, not doing too much for the team. Now just does get back into the vehicle behind the wheels and will move down towards the rest of the lobby. We will get our next circle very shortly, and it could be the Los Higos Island. I mean, we even have a little bit of the no-go zone in the map right at the bottom, but we do get another nasty shift down towards the water with a little bit of the Los Higos Islands in it, with Clear Vision holding that. They can sit around there for a little bit longer. XTEAM takes another knock on the way in. I believe that might have been from Narvalo or Victor. But yeah, this is a struggle right now. Shockwave do have a very good position over on the eastern side. No one really played this spot to begin with because no one expects this. So they'll have free reign of over at least half of the circle for the time being.
XTEAM lighting up the elimination feed again with Bimmy. Picking up a knock and a flush. But with another player down, they are only on 2. FTY currently on the north, just next to PENTA, will have to push down south. Blank, it feels like this is just a continuation of all of the hard shifts that we've been seeing over the last couple of days.
Yeah, it is cruel to say the least, and the fact that some of these teams are able to play with any consistency at all is incredible. So you really do have to commemorate them for that. Romanian Men, on the other hand, just sending it straight into the water because this is a slam dunk for Eastern Stars with some of those nice little shots coming down. Do take out at least 2 of the players on the approach towards that side of the beach. But yeah, this is going to be an awkward circle to play, and there's a lot of high ground to sit around, a lot of strange areas to play that I don't think a lot of these teams will be used to. Narvalo gets knocked and flushed by 4 Romanian boys. That's all off on the western side, so he's playing nowhere near his team. And I'm not one to say trolling very lightly, but that does feel like a little bit weird. So maybe there's some scouting going on, but I'm very unsure about that play.
Sanhok healing, you know, right? This is still Sanhok. They're just staying out, staying wide, staying completely separate. Big, this time around, still in that contest spot for the top 8. Looking a little bit better after the last few games, but Giants equally poised to try and freeze themselves on those tables in that top 8 spot. Swave goes down. No more chance to rack up points for the MVP title.
Yeah, for Big right now, it's just about digging the heels in, right? You don't really want to move too much on these standings, and being in 8th place, you're in the most dangerous position of all. So this is just a case of putting up like 6 or 8 get points per game now to try and secure this position. And even that might not be enough if a team beneath you gets a nice big chicken dinner. So a case of just trying to get as many points as possible. If that means having to leave Swave behind in lieu of going for a big team fight, so be it. I'm okay with that decision.
Real Tigers 9, taking a couple shots. Vehicle goes on fire, but getting out of that in time. Hardman is knocked in the meantime, but there is a little bit of cover to play around. Big, 3 players alive. Mihi, Mazzara, Beast. Mihi has made so many strong plays over the course of this tournament. We haven't really seen it so much in these finals, but this is, as Kalaris would say, a CCT, a championship caliber team that has just kind of fallen short of the mark. They have been quiet so far today. The circle goes east. Unicorns of Love have some presence.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, not rightly so. I mean, this circle consistently has moved south and south again. A couple of nades coming through, and now it's Michi. You mentioned this guy. He needs to step up. Penta's got eyes on, does move back behind the hay bales, which provide ample cover, and are totally indestructible, by the way. Ooh, unless you can throw a grenade like that.
You don't need to shoot through them if you can throw over them. The nade lands. Michi falls. Beast holding out for Big on the position now. As Nazgod knows Penta's over the hill, will be worried about this position as well. Holes peppering the side of those hay bales, making this push all the harder, but Nazgod will not let it phase him. Will fall finally, but not before taking down Beast. Big's position there is taken down, and Nazgod might be able to crawl back in to some semblance of safety, but out in the blue zone, it is zone 4. You cannot get up here. You will need to get into this next phase.
Question is, where's Mozero gone? He's just completely left the rest of the team, and now he will be eliminated. Taken down by Pocus. Hole still here with the SLR, sending some shots down, ringing out through Miramar at the moment. Real Tigers 9 as well, trying to make their way in with this next circle shift. Clear Vision have taken to the water. But Giants have put on a show right now. 3 eliminations so far, but it's Eastern Stars who really took advantage of that Los Higos bridge and tried to get as many eliminations as possible before moving further off to the eastern side.
XTEAM are also trying to swim across, but they are behind Clear Visions right now. 4 Romanian boys eliminated. Eastern Stars on that south coast. TJB still with some presence. 2 players alive for TJB, 1 player for Game Lord. As Victor will continue to go for it. Giants now on the screen, occupying on the south side, moving in underneath the purview of the Eastern Stars. They don't have that sight line down. Clear Visions will be getting up onto that coastline behind them, so the Giants will have to be worried at some point about it. And the next team might swim just further down the coast and try and play. There is a crate on that coastline that they could potentially swim all the way up to meet on the headland.
It's a good rotation for TJB as well, to be honest with you, because they have priority on the circle, right? They were here before most teams in the first place, so they move as far east as possible. Understand that this is probably one of the safe locations in the zone to play as a 2. Fortunately, Beg for Mercy takes a fair bit of shots, and Bimi's probably next on the list here. Tries to dive under, but that'll be XTEAM going out. And honestly, I think their run now going up towards that 1st or 2nd place is kind of out. Victor really just holding on for his dear life, but I do think that TJB is just going to continue this lead at the moment. And if they get at least a top 5 placing here in this match on Miramar, it is going to be incredibly difficult to catch them up in this next game.
Absolutely. It will be, I would say, nigh on impossible. They started this game on 185 points. Game Lord 168. And with Game Lord going down here, they earn themselves minimal points right now. TJB had that lead coming up on 17 points at the start of this game. They will look to extend that. If they can put 20 points between them and Game Lord, I would say they're looking pretty safe moving into this final game to be our champions.
These circles are relentless and disgusting, and it makes the players distraught here. With this circle shift down towards the beach coast, with so much water still in here, I don't even know how this circle has been allowed to get through, to be honest with you. Security, that's what I need right now, because this feels like contraband that I'm watching at the moment. I really think that this circle should be taken back and put in a vault somewhere, never to be seen again. This is very difficult, though. Unicorns of Love, like I said, they were given a break here, but it's still not really enough for them. TJB still close to the circle. And this might just be the game where we are able to crown our champions, forgiving the next game that might have to be something monumental from Game Lord.
But with with Game Lord and XTEAM both going down early, that puts second place really as a big contesting point. Giants still alive as well. They're waiting in the wings to join in that fight. So we could be in a position with 3 teams competing for the second, and maybe a miracle on the cards if one of them can take TJB down early in this last game and be able to jump up into that first, but it's looking less and less likely by the second. Eastern Stars spot out Giants. Swat 69, super young roster, fighting over the hillside. A nice weapon swap for Ali, puts the magazine back to full. Nemo taking down his teammate though, 2 players down for Swat 69. And looking to lose a couple more. Super young roster though, they only have 1. Hamodi will hit the deck, hit the road, and will be swept away to the side. TJB looking ropey now, but it's just Lin holding off against Shockwave. Do they know he's in here? I feel like they have to. Lin needs to stand up, finds 1, but will not get any more. TJB eliminated. 4 points, which doesn't open that gap as much as maybe they would have liked. It still puts it within striking range of XTEAM and Game Lord for the final game.
I know we really will have a game on our hands here, because realistically, TJB is just only 1 point ahead of Game Lord now. So this is scary stuff, and I can't wait for our final game to come through, but TJB was not able to live as long as they might quite like. 16 alive here with 6 teams. There really was opportunity for laddering up, but Shockwave comes at just the worst time, and Shirley does deliver the Shockwave straight through the system of TJB and leaves them reeling. The Unicorns are a little off in the distance at the moment, trying to make their way in, but it's a long road ahead of them, quite literally, and no smokes to deal with it.
And there's a dead drop at the end as well. We said it's basically impossible for this team to get in now.
What is that?
What? You're right. The circle goes to the water, and I don't know. It's when you but then when you Blank, I think I'm just gonna go make a coffee. This game has taken it out of me. What is going on?
It's broken me. It has. Look at the players. They're as confused as I am. Some players are so confused they've decided just to send it straight into the water because that seems like their best bet, and Unicorns of Love pay the price for it. Shockwave, on the other hand, can't understand either and just literally are shooting ducks in a barrel. Nano Baby drops in. This just seems so insane to be happening on the literal penultimate game of the finals. For Romanian Men, somehow for Romanian Men have lived this long, get up to 3rd place. These are guys who are swimming all the way across, finally spotted. But now it's Giants versus Eastern Stars. The Giants have lost 1, sending into the water.
They have the inside track on the circle, though. Eastern Stars are going to have to leave first, which gives the Giants potential chance here. And remember, Giants getting a good game could be excellent for them for a chance to compete for this second spot. If they're able to take Eastern Stars down here, get this chicken dinner on board, 9 eliminations and they're looking for more. Eastern Stars fall down the hillside and the Giants find themselves a shooting gallery. It's only a matter of time before Octavian falls and the Giants will be able to take the penultimate game, put themselves in the conversation for that second place. And TJB are on the horizon, catchable, but streaking into the lead with that gap in the top spot. It's all to play for at the top of the tables.
It absolutely is, John. I'm sorry, I am so stunned by the finish of that game there. But Eastern Stars, I think it was 11 elims for them right at the end. I'm so stunned I took my glasses off, actually, by the way. So, yeah, I didn't even want to look at that, to be honest with you. But yeah, I am incredibly surprised by what just occurred there. But that being a massive game for Eastern Stars is great. Get that water off my screen right now. I don't want to see water ever again, John, please. But yeah, Giants, 1,800 damage, 12 eliminations. They have been shooting up the rankings, and realistically, this is the best time to do it. And now we're in a situation, John, where we have several teams all looking to take away that second place spot, and some teams still vying for the first place. This has to be the most incredible finals, the most surprising finals I have ever watched.
It is coming down to the final game in more ways than one, across the tables as well. I mean, I was talking a lot about Giants, right, in that final moment, but Eastern Stars are just over the horizon as well.
Yeah.
And able to get a big game there. Fantastic stuff. And leading us to a really, really closely fought match for that second place title, for the first place as well, even. I mean, TJB didn't get the result they were looking for. They were in a good spot. They didn't regroup early enough, and there is still contestation around this 8th spot. There is so much to keep track of in the final game, Blank. And what a moment for the Giants to be able to take it down. What a moment for the Eastern Stars to have a big game. There is so much going on, but TJB at the top, can they be taken down? One more game to go.
Tuning your settings is a vital aspect of your preparations. Let's start with the basics. Most fights in Battle Royales are played out at mid to long ranges. PUBG Mobile comes with 3 options to put your quickscoping skills to good use. Toggle between tap, hold, or mix and pick the right one that enhances both your accuracy and agility. While tap is pretty convenient for beginners, try switching to hold for increased mobility during close quarters fights. Below this, you will find the option for quickscope switch. Enable this to get rid of the hassle of opening your backpack every time to switch between scopes. Beside these, you will find a newly added option named camera rotation while ADS. This is meant specifically for claw grip players who don't want their crosshair getting displaced while tapping on the ADS button. Thumb players who drag the ADS button for controlling recoil might prefer to keep this one enabled. Peeking in the game is crucial to make proper use of cover and take down enemies without exposing your hitbox. After turning it on, adjust it to tap, hold, or mix, along with the option to directly open ADS while peeking. Now, coming to sensitivity, it's pretty easy to navigate when you know their functions. Under the sensitivity tab, you get 2 options: screen and gyroscope. Screen sensitivity is basically how fast you can move your camera by using your fingers, while gyroscope requires you to tilt your phone to counter movement in-game such that the screen stays centered. Both sections come with the same labels. Starting with camera sensitivity, the section begins with third person and third person no scope. These are the sensitivity for your crosshair. As you go down, there are dedicated options for each scope, starting from red dot and going all the way up to 8x. Below camera sensitivity, you get the same options in the ADS settings section. But this one is meant for the sensitivity adjustment when you start firing your gun. So, it mainly functions to control your recoil while you are spraying. There's also the choice to keep both camera and ADS sensitivity identical by choosing the close option in the separate settings section. Also, do remember to set the gyroscope settings as always on or scope on to adjust the gyro settings. Now that you know how each option functions, there's only hard work and practice that lies ahead. Cheers, and good luck for your next MVP performance.
Not gonna lie, time is a fickle thing right now. Sometimes it's speeding up, sometimes it's slowing down. It's quite hard to count the seconds as we continue on throughout the show here, as we're gonna be talking about the last match. And obviously, it's what's that? I have to leave. Okay, you guys take it away. I'm not gonna try to break this one down because I don't know what the hell happened with the zones.
I don't think I want to either, to be honest. I'm not really interested at this time. How does this circle even happen, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. The algorithm can be a little bit surprising and goes
Maybe the
all over the place.
algorithm wanted us to be more aware of global warming because you know, if it keeps happening, we're gonna be all standing in water trying to fight.
At the start of the game, that was actually mainland and actually got covered by water at the end. So technically, it was walking land at the start of the game, but they changed at the end. But yeah, Unicorns of Love, I mean, they gave it a shot, right? They're trying to still escape that bottom place, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to break down this game. I'm not interested.
I mean, if you want to talk about that final circle in a serious way for a moment, when that kind of thing happens, you just shoot at everything. You don't even bother trying to get to the circle because you saw his teams try and send it there. It's like, okay, you're gonna get shot and eliminated. You're gonna get shot and eliminated. The last ones to move are the ones that end up, you know, taking the points in the end, I suppose.
And Lynn would have been sitting there, just sitting in the blue, healing, like, have fun, guys. I'm gonna stay alive and be the last one remaining. 27 points though for Giants. Like, honestly, a massive win. I know we're joking around a little bit, but like that is a huge win for them. That solidifies them for sure in the top 8, potentially even more. Eastern Stars as well, 23 points. A team that was looking like there was no chance to qualify today. That should put them into top 8 quite easily.
I think Max, sorry to butt in because I know you wanted to go. Like, the fact that Giants got themselves 27 points here is actually a really big deal, because I think for when we came into the finals, we came in with Giants riding high. They were riding high into this finals, and we were excited to see what they were going to put up. And I think they've really taken a bit of a backseat in the middle of this finals for us, considering all the other craziness that's been going on, be it XTEAM, be it TJB, be it Gamelord. But now Giants here in this game has reminded us, no, we're still going to be riding the high. We are still going to be challenging for that championship going into the final game.
Yeah, I mean, for this really weird circle finish on Miramar, right? Giants were serving the purpose of punishers almost. Like, if you were trying to play the Lost Egos rotation, which Clear Vision tried, XTEAM tried, they're going to be pushing that rotation, right? I think even Romanian Men did a very similar play, right? So they're just playing the coastline. If you're swimming to their location, they will take you down, which explains the 12 eliminations. So yeah, good on Giants. Really good step up at the end, and intrigued to see where they might be in the rankings.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams right now who are a little bit worried and also curious where they are in the rankings. Big 0 points. You can't have that happen right now. You gotta be able to pick up some points. Yeah, they were the bubble, and I don't know if they're still going to be the bubble anymore, as we'll get into overalls in just a little bit. But even Gamelord as well, falling, luckily not too early compared to TJB. TJB scoring only 1 point more than them in this game, which does obviously keep the gap between the two reasonable. But it still would require Gamelord to probably pull off a chicken dinner here with some good amount of eliminations in the final match.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for something here. It is definitely not done yet, but there are some stipulations, as you mentioned, that do need to occur in this final match. But I'm glad we're ending it on Erangel. Yeah. Very glad we're ending it there, because that is where we are really going to see what the match tested.
Tencent's actually we're going to Sanhok right now. Okay, let's go to overalls here really quickly and see where all the teams do stand again. There's a little bit of a difference between first and second place, but even Giants in third right now, technically, they can pull off 15 elims. They could get themselves through into first place.
I did not expect that much of a jump up actually from Giants. Up in third place, overtaking what XTEAM, Eastern Stars, PENTA, all those teams with that one chicken dinner to close it off on Miramar. So really good stuff on them. So, I mean, for first place, I think you can all agree on this one here, Kalash. There's a fight between Giants, Game Lord, those two teams. They need to get themselves a chicken dinner, I would say, if they really want to contest with first place. And TJB is the team to beat currently. If they go out early, it opens up a world of opportunities. But if they get themselves far into the game, we might already have our champions here.
If you're TJB, survival is the only key I think you need here at this point. Get yourself to a central position relatively early, which can sometimes be difficult from North George. We have seen them have a little bit of a rougher time trying to make those rotates, especially if the circle's further away from them. So survive, survive, survive.
Here's a question for you two gentlemen. Do we have a potential scenario, Game Lord trying to hot drop TJB at North George and TJB changes their drop location? Because if you keep in mind, Game Lord already won, was it 6-7 chicken dinners and super weekends? So that's like 6,000 to 7,000 extra bucks. I think they want that title, and the only realistic way for them to take that title is to hot drop TJB here.
There's two things here, right, Max? One, TJB has already shown extreme proficiency in dealing with a hot drop situation in North George. Two, we have seen the championship here go back and forth between these two teams from ex-Panda, of course, at the beginning of 2021, then to Game Lord. Now these two are locked bullhorns once again to see who's going to effectively win out the tiebreak here, Max.
Yeah, and this is TJB also with some really big roster changes since the changes of Panda coming into this season, right? So really good step up from the league stage right to the finals. Man, the title's going back and forth between those two teams, but Giants could be a contender team that we were, I would say, pretty critical of when it comes to last season in Season 2, right? But I think that they've proven us that they are a contender. They are worthy of the crown here of Europe, and they can make it happen in this final game.
I've got it. TJB, Game Lord, North George. Or sorry, TJB, Game Lord, Giants, North George. Go.
All of them. 3
teams, North George. Winner takes the crown.
DBS only. No. I'm just...
that's a good rule. I like that. Yeah.
Jokes aside, though, here, I mean, the fact that these teams are where they're at right now, for Game Lord, yes, it would be pretty ridiculous if they were able to go over there and actually shut them down early, because in theory, you need to kind of have them shut down early. Otherwise, any extra little points they're getting is going to make your opportunity pretty insurmountable to try and get up to there.
Is that 1 point difference between Big and Romanian Men in 8th and 9th now? We're seeing. Oh my word. Okay. I'm calling it. Tiebreaker's going to be happening here, boys. I don't know how. Right now, one advantage. Big has 2 wins. So even if Romanian Men do get himself a win and it goes down to the tiebreaker, it should be going in favor of Big. But man, too close for comfort.
If Romanian win, then Big have to put up a lot of eliminations and a really good placing to even keep it potentially to be a tiebreaker situation. But as we talk about, TJB just needing to stay alive. I mean, Big, they kind of just need to stay alive, but they also need to deal with 4 Romanian Men somehow. They cannot afford to go out early, but they can't really afford to go for early fights because I feel like they're confident. It's a little bit shot.
The fact that Big is here in the danger zone right now is sort of ridiculous. The fact that they're there when we're considering them a CCT, championship caliber team, and now going up against 4 Romanian Men, they find themselves in that 9th place spot. This is danger for Big, and they need to have something happen here because 4 Romanian Men have shown their proficiency and their ability to be able to put numbers up when they need to.
Just look how close the stats are as well here across the finals. The damage, a 6-point difference. The healing, a 5-point difference. The average eliminations, a 0.35 difference. Like the survival time is a little bit bigger, but this is insanely close, and it's all going to come down to this final match here, which of course will be on Erangel. Do you have any predictions here between you two of who will take this Big or 4 Romanian Men in terms of being top 8? Or both, technically.
I did have 4 Romanian Men as like my potential dark horse of the tournament at the very start, so I do want to kind of follow in that vein. So I'm gonna go with 4 Romanian Men. I want to support the boys here.
And my Big was one of my teams to watch here coming into the final. In fact, my team to watch going into the final. So I have to go with Big, and I'm hoping for a North Circle. Haha.
Okay, well, I'm enjoying the split desk here. I'm not going to give my opinion because I don't know. I want to leave it as
no third team.
Yeah, there's no third team. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at our schedule for the last time here in PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022 season. It's going to be Erangel's the final match of the day, and we'll see if it's still going to stay. Okay, we're not going to see if it's going to be black and white or potentially like an orange color. Let's head over to our commentators, though, to kick off the last match of the season. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. This is it. Through all of the weeks, all of the games, all of the action, one more game to sum up to find out who's going to be the PMPL 2022 Spring Split Champions blank.
I know, right? And it's all coming down to this right now. And there is so much chance for teams to leapfrog one another, find themselves in different positions, get more prizes. I think this is the first time in a long, long time, guys, that we've had such a ridiculous final game here in terms of anyone can take any spot depending on how they perform in this final game on Erangel. And by God, am I excited.
My stomach is turning even just thinking about what is about to unfold. You have 18 points, or 19 points, should I say, dividing first and third between TJB, Game Lord, and Giants. And then you have 17 points dividing 8th and 11th. With those EU Championship regional spots up for grabs, there's just two stories to be told, and anything can happen as the playing path is upon us.
And it's a kind one, the first time. And I really hope that this is the calm before the storm, in which case we do get this nice little circle towards the center, which favors absolutely everybody. And that's the way I want it. I want every single one of these teams to have a chance to show us what they've got, show us their mettle, and show us that they deserve one of these top ranking spots. And with Giants blasting out of their mind in that last game, sending themselves all the way up in that third spot position, 170 points, which is no joke, by the way. This could really be a good game for them. With their original drop spot in Pachinki, it gives them so much positional advantage around the map as well. They're just 1 point behind Game Lord at the moment with 171. Goodness me, there is a lot to be told this game. And even so, Eastern Stars and XTEAM still like battling out for that top 3 position. Shockwave head up towards Zaki to finish this one out. TJB classically in North George, and this time, finally, Game Lord can pick up their position quite comfortably in Yasnaya.
Not going to lie, I had lost a little bit of belief in Eastern Stars. I had. Because between the Super Weekends and the start of the finals, they just weren't showing me anything really that was worthwhile to be either talked about or to believe in. But now in the last 2 games, they've done the work, they've done the points, and now they are secured. But this phase 1, I'm sorry, Blank. That's all I can really say.
I thought I'd got away from the water, but here it is back again. And I seem to be drowning at this point in time, but we do get this circle heading down towards the south side. And the last thing that these teams can do is suffocate or choke on these rotations because they need to make it good. But Big already losing Mickey on a knock from Unicorn to Love with a hot drop going on up in Severny. This is something new. This is something special.
I've said it. We've all said it. A team that has nothing to lose can be a very dangerous team, unhinged, unpredictable, and that's how Unicorns of Love have been at the start of this game. Now, Swave in the distance, one of the MVP candidates, does take a couple of shots to put Eliseo down to half health and slow down Unicorns of Love. It looks like Unicorns of Love want to disengage, but Swave has to be careful because Eliseo's on the back of the buggy and shots are going to be fired up. This is like something out of an action movie.
Chasing them down at the moment. Eliseo trying to pump the shots in. Can't quite get it. Running out of ammo here and down to 0. And that was the last chance. Doesn't switch the weapons, but Swave drops out. Finds Icy in the meantime. Now it's Eliseo with half HP. Goodness me, Swave's had enough of it.
And Eliseo had no ammo, but he switched over to the Uzi. And with the DB28, should I say the HKM, Swave is going to lose his life. Eliseo, the clutch in the final seconds of this fight. He's able to at least stay alive. And oh my God, he gets to run over. But what is going on at the start of this game? Big. I don't know what to make of this blank.
Reznov rocks up as well, and Daddy's still up in action too. Beast drops some shots in. We'll take Reznov down to Hearth, but really wants to finish this one out. They do get Mozro back up on his feet. Flashbang goes in. And now it's just Mickey with the UMP flashed out of his mind. Can't quite see anything yet, but does regain the vision. Reznov on his knees, drop the nade over, thinks there's another player in the back. In the meantime, so many players moving down towards Sosnovka at the moment for Romanian Men. They've just left their positioning, Daka. They've already sent it down onto the northern coast of Sosnovka at the moment. But this is an unbelievable, crazy game on right now. I mean, 3 eliminations so far for Big is fantastic. And you know what else is fantastic is that you can watch PMPL in-game, open up the esports center, drop in, participate in the event, and earn yourself some rewards during this exciting finals. But don't take too long to do it because you might miss out on some of the action. We already know from minute 1, this final game is a cracker. Narvalo still here on the top side with Akashi and the rest of the team. It is Game Lord looking for that first spot at the moment. Right now, they're a little bit far away from the circle. XTEAM currently still down towards Milta, and Giants looking to get themselves nice looted and booted and ready to go.
Oh man, what a way for this game to start. Hot drops outside of Severny, where we had action movie-esque styles coming through between Big and Unicorns Law. Big luckily able to stay up as a 3-person team, only losing Swave. You have a military island circle and FTY. They've had 8 points secured in today's 5 games. It's newly formed, well, okay, a newer team across the PMPL. This is a team that has a lot of potential, but it seems like the pressure just has got too much for the Machinio. It's going to get one knock Bazzies on his own. Real Tigers 9 trade.
FTY have been struggling this final last day, at least in the rankings, down towards 10th place. There is still an opportunity for them to make it towards that top 8 with the 3 players. The task is daunting ahead of them. Eastern Stars really stepping it up. And I mean, on Miramar, it had to be the case. That was the prophecy foretold there. That was their map, and they make it their own. Penultimate game of the day, and now on Erangel, they need something just a little bit more if they want to earn a bit more cash in the back pockets and make it to that top 3 and really set that statement going forward. They deserve to be here. Big, on the other hand, their task is a little bit more tricky. Honestly, holding on to that 8th place with the 3 players they still have on board, with 4 Romanian Men already down in Sosnovka, I'd be scared if I was them.
The one positive they have, Blank, is that they do have 3 elimination points in their back pocket, right? So that reliance on placement points, to an extent, is less required. So bar some silly mistakes, once they do take the fact that they're going to be later looting, later moving into an already southeastern circle, the opportunity is still there. The worrying thing as well that they ultimately can't control, unfortunately, is that 4 Romanian Men have made it into Military Island on that western side as a full squad, so they're prime, locked and loaded for a pretty strong result themselves.
Real Tigers 9, although quite far behind in the rankings, sat in 12th place at the moment, 107 points. There's still an opportunity for them here to get into the top 8 with a big, chunky game. Right now, they're taking fights with absolutely everybody. They do have 1 elimination point. They're trying to finish up the final players of XTEAM, but it'll be a hard road ahead of them. And Real Tigers 9 always struck me as a bombastic team, right? The team with all the grenades, but losing this 1 player here might just fizzle them out.
And Zombie gets a second knock with the M4 this time around. I appreciate that Real Tigers 9 are playing this last game with that level of bombasticness that they had showed throughout the PMPL, that ultimately kind of put them on my radar in a lot of ways. A very aggressive team. We are going up, I suppose, in this case against XTEAM, a team that have proved their worth, improved their consistency, and improved their performance, and they're going to take full advantage of 2 players already being down as a pre-nade comes through, but goes too far through the window. Now Nazgod on his own, he can do absolutely nothing, and Syax is going to find him.
Now there's Michu remaining, and this is the run over for Real Tigers 9. There's no way that he can put up the elimination points to make it in, so Real Tigers 9, unfortunately, will be going home quite unhappy, but still happy enough to make it this far into the finals itself. XTEAM just looking to put the final nail in the coffin. In the meantime, Game Lord have yet to move. TJB still making their way down through the fields of Gatka, heading down towards Super Young Roster's position.
Giants. They have done the classic Giants move of going to the coastline of the mainland and taking a swim across the water early on and getting into the northern peak of that military island. It's so good from Giants, and with the phase 2 shifting down the southwest, they are also in an absolute prime position of this circle.
It's a great spot to be in for them. Obviously on this northern side, they'll have a lot of line of sight towards players that might want to make it across from the water itself and swim through. Clear Vision currently making their way from the western bridge. No one's really holding them out in the meantime. And most teams know now with this kind of circle that hits, this is certainly going to be a Sosnovka game. And having a Sosnovka game as our final game of the day is an unbelievable result for us all. I mean, we're all going to be extremely happy about this. And it's going to be one hell of a firecracker to finish this one off. And who the hell doesn't want fireworks on the final game of the finals? Eastern Stars, on the other hand, moved down from Milta. They've grabbed a boat and they're going to swing down towards Sosnovka military base.
Good job, Eastern Stars, learning from mistakes of the past, using the boats in the right way. Love to see a boatation. And I do think this phase 2 shift down the southwest was probably the best of both worlds. Sorry, not just a boat. I've actually taken a glider, but it's the best of both worlds, because as much as, yeah, okay, a military island finish isn't the most ideal finish for a lot of teams, at least it's better than a hovering between the mainland and the military island. At least teams know where they stand as early as phase 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is the important thing for all these teams. Now they can start to figure out what they want to do without having to have anything go awry, at least when it comes to circles shifting into uncomfortable positions. Yeah, we can still have some hard shifts over here in Sosnovka, but we're not going to be dashing back across the bridge. Now, TJB, Clara said it best, it's all about survival right now, just living, getting the Bear Grylls approach here, just overcome, adapt to the scenario and pick up those points where you can and secure the points where you can, because they need to stay on top if they want to lay claim to the championship. They weren't able to do it before, and they'll be able to do it now.
Again, 19 points divide the top 3. You can see at the top of your screens if you're watching the leaderboard scroll on by. TJB in first, Game Lord in second, Giants in third. The trickier aspect of this phase 2 circle as well is that it still includes both bridges, so there's far less security around making that rotation through either the eastern or the western bridge. XTEAM, for example, are gatekeeping potentially Game Lord on that eastern bridge.
TJB moving up towards 4 Romanian Boys, all at half HP here, so taking a bit of a brunt hit. Will be healing up just a little bit, but there's so many teams ahead of them. The Shockwave holding towards Lighthouse. There's 4 Romanian Boys who they just took down a player from, who are eking their way in to position. TJB are going to have a rough approach ahead of them. Coming from North Georgia, it is not easy. The buggy's trapped. That's not getting out anytime soon, but I feel like TJB feel the exact same, trapped in this scenario, trying to make their way through, and that shift is the worst thing that could happen. But for Game Lord, if they can make it past this XTEAM barricade, which has stopped them so many times before, this could be their game.
So difficult as FTY lose another player inside the water. Giants taking full advantage. Big made it down to the coastline of the mainland, and the positive aspect is that they're going to at least get information on the teams fighting around that western bridge side. Clear Vision doing what I like to see, which is now being able to gatekeep teams looking to come across that western bridge, and the setup from XTEAM is there.
This time, though, it's Swat 69 that's giving them back a bit of their own medicine. PNL with the Scar tries to find Beg for Mercy, does hit it, and he swings out wide. There's players off in the distance, but Nemo's nowhere to be seen. He's leaving the crime scene.
Where's the rest of SWAT 69, right? PNL, you swing across, no support, and you're gonna get countered by Zombie. Fortunately, not right there. for SWAT 69, XTEAM have the opportunity to carve their entry point across the military island, and that will open the door for Game Lord to swing in from behind and go for a third-party pinch if they so see fit.
Yeah, XTEAM kicked the gates, but it will be Game Lord to ram them open. And they're moving in. Another player falls here, and Game Lord looking to capitalize on the action. Narvalo already hit Zombie from the back. This is huge for Game Lord. So many times they've been thwarted by this hold from XTEAM, but it's SWAT 69 in the end to actually assist, to help.
XTEAM should have known SWAT 69 were going to be there. As easier as it was going to be to push across, they should have known that was going to be the case. You got to watch your back. You got to think about who could be coming in behind you, but it's going to be Akashi swinging on the other side, going to get knocked by Big. Big are actually joining in on the eastern side, so the bridge on the east of the map is a flurry of action as Game Lord swings it through. SWAT 69 and Coca Boy did get the revive on the PNL, but indeed, Game Lord seemed to make it across the island.
And that's what makes Game Lord such an insane team. That smoke there completely denies the sightlines. Coming through from SWAT 69 allows them to cross safely. Really, really well played from them. And they need to get out of dodge as soon as possible. They have left someone behind here to deal with the remaining players from Big, but only 2 are up front, with Narvala looking over to SWAT 69. The distance does hit some shots, but they will get out the way. For Romanian Men, on the other hand, looking to battle out from Big's position, very safe on this western side. And now finally Big will incorporate the use of the bridge to get across.
Great job by Big so far using the walkway, but again, they don't have information, and Victor has yet to make himself known. So it could be lights out for Big if they're not too careful. Victor, he's waiting. He sees both Mizawa and Mihi, but he's got to make sure that strike is perfect. No, let 2 of them go past and then sweep them in from behind. Or he could just wait it out and then alert the rest of the team, and then it's a backstab. Either way, the options are there.
This is fantastic from Victor. You got to appreciate the patience from a player like this. Still trying to scout out, realizes they haven't made the approach yet, but the rest of the team does move up, ready and waiting for these players from Big to move across. There's 3 of them here. Remember, Big is really fighting for this 8th place spot, and for Romanian Men already central in the circle. This is the team that was 1 point behind them at the beginning of this match, looking to really pump those numbers. They're in a position where they can make it to the finals, but Victor strikes onto Mickey, but won't hit the shots, has to pull the M4, but he gets into cover. This is disastrous news.
FTY go down their hopes for the Western Europe finals are gone, as Victor, he lost his opportunity to get the knock on the Mii, and Mii is going to duck away for cover. Now Victor is going to have the brunt of Big right close by, but the rest of Game Lord are there, and that's why I was talking about. The pinch is successfully open for Game Lord to get onto Big. Big are fighting for their spot in the regionals, coming into this game in 8th position.
Victor hits the shot onto Beast, will take him down. Great response to the rest of the team from Game Lord. Marzaro on the left side, but it feels like Mickey just cannot be stopped once he gets in that vehicle. Gets some kind of immunity given over to him. Narvalo drops in, looking to pick up the remaining player from Game Lord, get in the vehicle and get gone. Nice little swing on the vehicle there. Good skin, but Marzaro was waiting the entire time, and this might just be it for Game Lord.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Mizawa can do anything better than you, Game Lord. Victor and his teammate crushed by Mizawa, and that's great for Big. That's more elimination points on board. They may be down to 2, but they have 6. That puts them on 133 points. That's relatively close to clear vision, I might add.
Stressful position for him indeed. But looking ahead right now for Game Lord, that run for the first place is over. There really is only a few other teams that can catch up with TJB. I'm looking at Giants, who've got themselves in a good position here. Spicy, last remaining member for Game Lord, trying to send it out, but Pocus would love to pick up that shot. 2 eliminations for Game Lord, 1 elimination for Giants. TJB still trying to make their way in, but It's Lin remaining here for the team, and he is still out in the blue at phase 4, and that's going to hurt. And he's riding right into Giants area, but he rides himself down. And now the gates are open for Giants.
Could this be Giants stealing away the #1 spot? Honestly, I'm here for it. I would love to see it. There's so many stories to tell about this roster, about these group of players, the journey they've been in. But Bimmy from XTEAM takes a 1v1 against Phonics of SWAT 69. He's the last player standing for XTEAM, looking to hold on to this 4th place that XTEAM has so deservingly put themselves in across the last day and a half.
Phonics and Nemo back together, perhaps looking to throw some nades in, but Bimmy has been extremely strong for this team, and they're trying to pinch him from both sides, but he's ducking and weaving, trying to stay out the way. Super Young roster along, tries to attract some attention. That's actually really good from SWAT 69 because Bimmy's the first to receive the bullets coming from Super Young roster.
Very intelligent play from SWAT 69. You're dead right about that. That's why Bimmy instantly chucks out the smokes, looks for the drop shot through the small window gap. I like the idea. Keep Bimmy on his back, right? Keep him thinking. Don't give him any space to turn this around, but in through the doorway, Bimmy gets a knock, tries to switch on through, but it's going to be SWAT 69 to take down XTEAM.
LBX team out with 4 points, leading their total up to 166 on the game. So Eastern Stars can overlap them here, but they will not be overlapping Giants Game Lord or TJB. And their 16th place, the first place run is unfortunately over. But regardless of that, what a run it has been from them, sprinting to the end, blisters on their feet. But they've made it so far, and we're going to be proud of them. Big go out now, 6 eliminations. That'll take them up to 7 points. But it's 4 Romanian men who have to go out absolutely very, very soon. They cannot get towards these top 5 positions because that might just be all the points they need in placements to overlap and take a place in the EU regionals.
Oh my God, who would have thought it? Big spot in the Western Europe regional finals or the EU finals, championship finals is very much threatened. 4 Romanian men have a full squad up. They're in the circle, just about on that Western side. Yes, they need a flurry of about 12 to 13 points, but that's very possible when you get into the final 3 or 4 teams, which is looking like it.
Super Young roster approaching the position from Eastern Stars. They already have a player down in Doran. Kapahala holding down to the front, but Octavian's towards the center of the circle at the moment. Look to keep themselves going, but Eastern Stars being so split here, you just doubt how much longer they can go. The elimination count's so low for all these teams as well. Everyone knows it's just a little bit of points they need to survive, to stay in. And no one really wants to go for a big blast for the game just yet.
Giants still up as a full squad. TJB are out. Game Lord are out. We're into the final 6 teams. I don't know how many elimination points they've been able to get, but as the circle shifts down south, their journey in is still looking good.
Kabbalah down here, final player in Octavian. There are shots from Dos, which will take down our lead from Super Young roster. Clear vision though, again, clearly in the center as per usual. For this team, 7th place, there again, another one that just wants to keep themselves up there in the tally. And with this kind of game, getting to top 6, that should just do the trick. But we do have literally so many teams still with 4 players alive, and this is going to be one hell of an ending here.
Giants get a knocked player back up as a full squad. I took notice they only have 3 elimination points so far. That puts them on a total of 173. Still 16 points behind TJB coming into this game. That is still a chicken dinner plus a few more elimination points. And with only 17 other players left in the lobby outside of that full squad, the chance, the opportunity of points is whittled down.
It is dwindling away, and Giants need to start being a little bit more proactive here. Again, you can't imagine they're taking too much time to keep track of all the points and all the scoring. They're just trying to play out of their minds right now, get as many points as possible, and see where the chips lie at the end of this one. Super Young roster attempting to make their way down the hill, but at least Giants have got a few players forward. Clear vision, spots some players from Super Young roster. Zero drops out.
Oh, Happy, okay, is gonna get those shots off, connect to Super Young roster, fall as quick as they make the push on the Clear Vision, and Clear Vision will survive as a full squad. Penta may be looking for an opportunity, and 4 Romanian men still in this game.
This is where the points start to ramp up for Romanian men. They're currently engulfed in the smoke at the moment, but no one's really paying attention to them. And it's more teams going around them, and this is where Big starts to sweat.
Muzi from Penta, one of the standout players for this team and across the PMPL Western Europe. He's got a Groza in his hands, but he's gonna have to deal with the nades being thrown out by Giants. In through the smokes, Muzi's trying to stay alive, pulls off a first aid. Octavian with a Groza of his own, picks up 1 or 2 of the Penta players. So that leaves Muzi, the last player up.
Top 4 now. And sadly for Big, that chance of remaining in the top 8 is leaving. Giants still going, 4 eliminations, looking for more here. They can see Clear Vision along the way, tosses a long grenade. This could be on target, in fact, but just a little bit too far, but they see the damage numbers.
Heartbreak potential right in front of our eyes. 4 Romanian men could steal the chicken dinner away from the Giants and therefore take that #1 spot away from Giants, as well as taking the 8th place spot away from Big. Octavian, the last player up for Eastern Stars, and Nade puts him down to 1 health.
At this point in time, I'm pretty sure 4 Romanian men have done it. With the amount of points that they'll secure from placements alone and the few eliminations that they've got, I think Big is out. But we won't know until everything becomes clear on the desk at the end of the day. Octavian still holding strong. He knows that just a few points is all he really wants to get a little bit further up in the rankings over XTEAM. Starting at 161 for Eastern Stars, 162 for XTEAM. That'll send him into 4th place here. Unlikely that they'll surpass Giants, but a 4th place prize pool is good enough for them. That'll net them $4,000 over the $3,750 they had before.
Emodi gets a knock on the Giants. Happy is down, so Clear Vision left with 3. It's a second knock coming through Giants. They're down to 2 players. The revives are coming through. But at what cost? As the blue zone of phase 7 closes in, we're at the tail end of this game. Dewey stands up, gets a knock on the focus. 4 Romanian men now can start to become a little bit more aggressive, become a little bit hungrier for those eliminations, knowing that their spot in the EU Regional Championships is so much closer to being secured. Sarah takes some damage. It's going to get knocked by Clear Vision out King.
Problem is, for 4 Romanian men, they're on a significant timeline at the moment. Just purely with the way they're centered on the circle itself, getting through this fence is going to be so difficult for them. Look how open they are right now. Giants might just be able to get Pocus back up again, but that's Rana going down. Nades over the top, 4 eliminations. They need more than this, Imperium.
They need more, but they don't get a 4 Romanian men go down in 4th. They go down burning in 4th, and we still have Octavian alive. The last 3 teams are left. Clear Vision takes down, but Giants are still up. Pocus, absolute giant for his team. It's gonna be Giants. Pocus getting the job done with the chicken dinner. The final chicken dinner.
Pocus unbelievably gets back up on his feet immediately, gets the first aid on and swings up top side. What a bold and courageous play from Pocus there to finish out the game strong versus Clear Vision. That looked so awful on that end, but the fact that they were able to bring that back is unbelievable. And you know what, Imperium? That might just have done it. That might just have sent them up into the 1st place position. I am excited to find out who our champions are.
It all started with the rotation from the mainland, and it went from there. Let's head back to the desk.
I don't know what there is to say about that finish, but that has to be one of the most exciting finals we've had yet here. Not only in Western Europe, but probably the world, to be completely honest. Giants, 13 eliminations and the chicken dinner. The question is, will that have been enough to propel them forward to potentially take first place away from TJB, but also for Romanian Men and Big for that 8th place position? Who knows what happened right now?
It's so close. I'm not exactly sure. That could come down to just a few eliminations each. But the way the Giants were playing this last game, we were talking about it as it's going on. We were losing our minds, excited, moving down against the hillside. It's this close.
All right, gentlemen.
It could be a tiebreaker. I don't know.
Do you want to know who won? No, not yet. Oh, you spoiled it.
TJB. It must be points. It must be just a few points here, Jason.
It has to be. We're not going to find out exactly what it will be, though, at least at the moment. But you can imagine, I mean, Lynn staying alive for a little bit extra longer when they lost quite a few players fighting before that West Hand bridge. But then you had was a Game Lord. If they didn't go back and pick up Victor with the car with that sweet little turnaround, Mazzaro maybe would have gotten that double, and they might have survived long enough to surpass them. It's insane to look back at so many minute decisions being made that could have changed how that title would have went.
Yeah, I mean, that trophy, it's not going back to Game Lord, but it's not going far. It's going back to the good old Panda of old, but now TJB, and they're taking the trophy back for themselves with a change to the roster too. Man, the improvements this team have been able to make like every single week with the addition of Lengex and Langzi is mental, and I'm really proud to see what they've been able to bring to the table here. So, I mean, congratulations, boys, that they made it, and they're going to represent us over here in the championships.
Yeah, and I mean, the question for me is, like, how close was it between first and second? But first, we're going to take a look at our match standings and check in with some other teams. You remember, Big and for Romanian Men, it was extremely close between those two teams of who would qualify in 8th place. There was a 4-point difference here in this match alone. Not sure exactly who will be that 8th place team, but Eastern Stars, Giants, Penta, 3 teams right there, that, and even Clear Vision, that should be for sure through in our top 8.
Hey, Octavian did survive a long time, right, Kalaris? And he was... first in the race to MVP before this game, and Pocus did have a really good finish too in that game for Giants. So I'm split between Pocus and Octavian potentially for that one. We'll have to see later on. But wow, what a game! What a game to finish on.
No, absolutely. I mean, the last game had everything here, really. Not only Giants trying to push down and find themselves a spot. I'm losing my mind, as I say, because like the spots that they're taking against those hills that are very nadeable. I'm like, no, don't go there. But it continues on. And then for Romanian Men, likewise, they're playing for their absolute lives on the west side, trying to crawl in up against it. They have no cover. I was loving every moment of it, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing right now here the bottom 8 teams in that last match. I almost want to rush over to overalls, to be completely honest. I want to see where the 8 teams getting through, because we had so many great stories. We had a battle at the top. We had a battle for 8th place. We had teams that we never would have expected as well able to get through. And here is our overall rankings from the bottom. Big in 9th place, meaning they did not qualify here to the European Regionals.
Oh, that's the drop from Unicorns of Love. That was 100% a hot drop. Unicorns of Love wanted to
touch on that,
ruin it. Yeah, they wanted to ruin the chances for Big to make it, because they have never dropped over there next to Severny. So that was 100% focused. They wanted to eliminate Big out of the championship, and unfortunately for Big, it worked out.
We started off so hot, Unicorns of Love, going for that push, because you know what? I guess they just wanted to watch the world burn. And for Big, it really did. Losing Swave there, that eliminates his chances really of being MVP. It completely crippled the position of Big, never mind the circle being so harshly down to the south from a team that traditionally drops Severny. Unicorns of Love and Big, there is beef there, Jason.
Claris and Maxman. Big were in first place at the start of the day.
Wow.
To go from first to not even qualifying.
At the start of day 1, yes.
Sorry, start of day 1. Sorry, started day 2. My bad.
Yeah,
I mixed up the days. First place started day 2.
Yes.
And they fell to 9th place at the end of day 3. That's how quickly you can lose it. That's how quickly you can be out of the running for the next stage of the event, just because of 1 or 2 rough days here. But it is the finals, it is brutal, and it is there for a reason. But gentlemen, I think it's time to now see who our 8 teams represent us in the European Regional Championship coming up in May.
How close was it at the top as well?
3-point difference, and they would have won the tiebreaker.
Oh my.
I feel so bad for Big. Like, it's the game. It's how it works, right? You got to deal with the team chopping on you, Big, unfortunately. But man, 3-point difference. That's just salt on the wound. And I think the Big not being able to make it by just 3 points out of top 8 is even more of a bigger upset than Unicorns of Love being solo in the rankings. Like, that is the big upset of the finals.
I think what for Romanian Men was able to do on this west side of the circle as well. Yeah, they're not getting, you know, huge elimination numbers and things like that, but to stay alive for as long as they were doing there with a significant lack of cover, kudos to them and congratulations for advancing on.
All right, I'm really curious, as you were kind of alluding to, what is the point spread at the very top of the table between TJB, Game Lord, well, not Game Lord, Game was in fourth, with Giants in there. There's also another team able to make their way through with Eastern Stars and a 3-point difference yet again.
Oh, 3 points in it. And Giants, I mean, you think about their last 2 games, the bump up, the fortitude, the drive to try and get up to the top. They were so close. But TJB across this finals, you gotta hand it to them. You gotta hand it to them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Eastern Stars get himself like really good games over the course of today. Almost get himself a back-to-back, but then Giants able to actually get himself the back-to-back on the 5th game of Miramar and the 6th game over here on the Erangel. What the hell was these finals? I think this is like the best finals we had in PMPL Western Europe like ever. This was the best, and I love it.
Eastern Stars start off the day in 7th place as well in this one, and they're able to bump up. They even dropped out of top 8 after the first match into 9th place, and to end things off here in 3rd is fantastic. And I mean, to be fair, like, we've been asking this entire event long, where is TJB? Where is Eastern Stars? These 2 teams in our heads have not lived up to the caliber of plays they should be showing us, but when it comes to the finals, they didn't leave us wondering much.
And I think we even had some big questions when it comes to Giants, right? Compared to last season, they struggled in the league stage, did good into the finals. There was that big inconsistency, right, from the team, despite them remaining as the same squad. Like, can they remain on top consistently and potentially take away a first place? Not quite a first place, 3-point difference, but man, it was a close one. And I got to say that these teams have proven us that they are worthy to remain on the podium. And I'm hyped for the championship because we got some really great teams that are going to represent us versus the Turkish teams.
I mean, it doesn't get easier from here on out, right? It only gets harder, and we know how damn strong the Turkish teams are as well. It's going to be extremely exciting to see how that all goes underway in mid-May. But before we do end things off here for the day, we got to say, who's our MVP? Who's our king? Who takes home the title of the best player here in Western Europe over the course of the finals? Let's take a look at who it's going to be.
Season overall, I'm really happy of how things panned out for a lot of the teams. We had some new names really step up that I'm always hyped to see. Game Lord, I was supporting the boys, didn't quite get the win, but that's fine. He still gave himself a 4th position, so I can't quite complain. And it's always cool with you two, Kalaris and Jason here on the desk, so it's fun times.
Do you want to forget my name?
I don't know, I was thinking of what I was going to say after.
It's understandable. It's understandable that he remembers my name. I am the best. Thank you very much, Max. And thank you very much to you, Jason, as well. The King of Krakow here once again representing, and I must say, it has been the best finals we have had for Western Europe. This was an excellent day, an excellent finals as a whole, and it really did come down to the wire, and it's cool to see old names at the top, but also new names being able to join them there alongside.
All right. Well, also a big shout out here to Monster Energy as our official energy drink partner here at PMPL for all the laughs you've given us, to see Max drinking from a test tube, just drinking from a vase, to trying to drink from a fondue, and then he ended up drinking it somehow. And then, of course, the King of Krakow himself. So big shouts to them. But also big shout outs to, obviously, John Allen, Blank, Imperium for casting the whole way through, for you two joining me on the desk, our lovely production team who have been putting in the work and the time to make this show be as awesome as it can be, as well as ESL, and, of course, PUBG Mobile. But that's going to do it here for our show here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Spring 2022 season. But don't forget, mid-May, we have the European Regional Championships with 8 teams from Turkey, 8 teams from Western Europe going head-to-head for the big title. It's the big bout. We'll see you guys then, and have a great day.